Welcome in, everybody, to the second day of the Season 11 Dead by Daylight League Iridescent Division playoffs. We have a banger of a matchup for you today. I am going to be manning the analyst desk. My name is Outcast Andrew. I hope everyone is doing fantastic on your Sunday morning or evening, depending where you are in the world. We have a couple of really great matchups for you today based on the results of yesterday's semifinal. We have coming up for you first the lower division. We've got Umbrella versus Invictus. This is going to be our first elimination match. Umbrella and Invictus both losing yesterday and will be facing their double elimination today. Later on, we will be bringing you Elysium versus X9. But for now, let's start talking about Umbrella Invictus with my lovely co-analysts. We've got Ghosty. Ghosty, how are you doing today? And what are you looking at? Tell us a little bit about what we have in store today.
I'm doing amazing, Outcast, and I'm super excited for the first match of the eliminations for tonight. This is a big night for the two teams with Umbrella and Invictus. Both teams are facing the elimination at this stage, so the pressure is going to be at an all-time high. And after the results from yesterday, with Invictus unfortunately getting the 3-0 to Elysium, that would have been a very tough pill to swallow, but this is their chance to push through and take the glory and have another crack at things. And obviously, Umbrella are in that same sort of pressure position of needing to win this as well and up against such a strong team with Invictus. So I'm sure it's going to be an absolute banger tonight. The teams are going to be firing on all cylinders. And my goodness, what a massive night we have ahead for us, Outcast. And I'm sure the teams are going to put on a massive show for us, as we'd expect, with this matchup tonight. And obviously the matchups we have after this as well, later on in the night and morning, depending on what time it is. But I'm honestly super excited, Outclass. What would you think the results might be for tonight? Who would you be putting your money on if you were the viewers, or if you were to be a betting person? Who do you think is
If
going
I
to be
was a
taking it
betting man,
between Invictus and Umbrella?
if I was a betting man, I'll tell you something. I'm not a betting man because I always pick wrong. So, no, that's a really good question. I always pick wrong. You can take my picks to the bank, but just pick the opposite of what I pick usually. No, looking at the reality is, and I'm gonna, if you don't mind me, I'm gonna wax philosophical here for 1 second. I've said this before. I am so excited about the state of competitive Dead by Daylight in the past past year. We had 8 incredible teams in our iridescent division. And the fact that a team like, for instance, Praxis didn't even make the playoffs, it's unfortunate for Praxis and Praxis's fans, so don't take this as an insult, but it's so nice to see so many good teams being competitive, fighting for that top spot. And that's true as well for Umbrella and Invictus. Umbrella, the untouchable, they went undefeated for weeks in the season up until I believe it was Long took first blood and gave them their first tie. They wound up with a 4-1-2 record. Invictus 3-2-2. Both of them made the playoffs. And so, I mean, these are both incredible teams. Important to note, back during season 11, during week 2, Umbrella did face Invictus, and Umbrella won 3-1. But I would say that does not matter very much at all. Both of these teams have played each other. Both these teams have taken wins from each other. And what happened 7 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago doesn't really matter. Let's talk a little bit about the matchups here. First, maybe I'll list off the matchups we have today, and then we can talk about what happened yesterday with Invictus and Elysium and Umbrella and X9. So today, for the lovely folks at home, we have first up will be the Blight on Suffocation Pit. We've then got Freddy the Nightmare on Dead Dog Saloon. We're going to be getting some clown gameplay on Wrecker's Yard. We're going to be getting that stealth Midwich Elementary dredge match as our fourth set. And if we go to 5, we will be having Vecna the Lich on Ormond Mind, a fan favorite and a caster favorite map, sort of since the Winter Circuit and on. So that's what we have in store for us. I don't know if you want to maybe talk about what happened yesterday. Both Invictus and Umbrella lost 3-0, although Umbrella did actually take a tie in the Cenobite match first. But I don't know if you want to maybe talk about that. And we have some overlap, is what I'm kind of saying. There's a few killers here that they lost to yesterday that they're now playing as today.
Oh, yeah, no, unfortunately, I was not able to see Umbrella's matchup yesterday, as unfortunately I'm from the OCE region, so it was in the very early hours for me, but I did manage to see and take part in the Invictus matchup, and it was very rough to see that two of the set picks that were played in the 3-0 loss to them was their set picks with the Wesker or the Mastermind and the Slasher, so hopefully we'll see a bigger play for tonight, but these sets are definitely interesting ones. Blight to start things off, a very strong killer, still as far as I'm aware, the second strongest killer on the tier list, even after the nerfs. Such an explosive set to start things off. And then we're going to do a bit of a flip of the spectrum. The Nightmare, a killer that has been around for quite some time and isn't nowhere as near as strong on the tier list, coming up for the second one. And then a follow with something like Clown, another very simple killer, but can do a lot in capable hands like this. Dredge, the stealthy fog monster of the fog. Very interesting set. Going to be very interesting to see what comes up with that set. And the fan favorite, the Lich, a very fun set on a personal favorite map. I'm a big fan of the Ormond Lake mine, but I think this could go either way. But I'm excited for the Blight set. I think the Blight set's going to be the setting tone for the best of five and really show where things will be going tonight. Invictus is picked to start things off as well, so hopefully we will not see a repeat of last night, and they will be able to take their first set pick to have that really strong start to the best of five. But it is Blight. It's a set that could go either way. But Umbrella's side, I'm unsure of, as I did not, unfortunately wasn't able to watch it, so I might leave that side of things to you, Outcast. But this is going to be a banger of a night, I think, and we have a good spread of killers with a few stealth killers, some little bit simple killers, but some also explosive killers, and very interesting ones with the mention of the Lich as well, with all the spells that they have access to. So I'll leave the Umbrella side to you, but I'm excited with what I'm seeing with Invictus's killers, but also just as excited with what Umbrella's bringing to the table tonight.
Absolutely. So we can talk about that a little bit because we do literally have two crossovers from yesterday where Umbrella lost the Dredge match and the Blight match to X9. The Blight match was interesting. We have Momo, of course, fantastic, well-known Blight player. Had a very explosive start against Umbrella, but Umbrella played phenomenally. I think that the down came in maybe 58 seconds or something to that effect. The down came in very quickly, but the survivors of Umbrella were able to save. It was Bubbo. Were able to save Bubbo, get him across map, and eventually die down near the main side of Suffocation Pit, allowing them to break a 4-gen down by Shack side. Unfortunately, on Survivor, sorry, the survivors of X9 were absolutely insane on Blight, and that's why they wound up losing that. But if you looked at that, if you just watched that match of Momo versus Umbrella, you would say, wow, they really got it. You know, they really cracked a top 4-gen, and they tackled the 3-gen together. Sorry, they tackled the last 3 gens together, did a really good job. Unfortunately, they came up a little bit short on that. Dredge, they also, again, they had a pretty textbook Dredge match on Killer with I believe it was a 4K1, but then X9 wound up, I believe it was a 4K4. It was like a ridiculously quick tunnel out versus the Killer for Umbrella was just kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but it was like he was. Dredge will do a lot of jumping around, in chase, doesn't, breaks a pallet, jumps across the map, chases somebody off of a generator, maybe gets a hit, then jumps over to another side, does that, whatever, keeps the survivors on their toes. The Dredge match for Umbrella yesterday, for Umbrella's Killer, it just felt like they were having a normal chase. I don't know how to say it other than that. It just felt like they were just like an M1 killer doing regular chase without some of that sort of like bouncing around. They wound up getting the tunnel out. They wound up getting the kill, but and then slugging out for the 4K, but it wasn't anywhere close to what they faced. Anyways, so there's a lot of overlap there, but we are going to be loading into our first match here. I'm going to say I don't want to make any prediction at all here, Ghosty. But you and I will be reviewing the action in between the games, but taking us to the play-by-play and doing the heavy lifting today. We've got Emmy and Rich. We're going to pass it over to Emmy, and we're going to bring you. We are loading into Umbrella versus Invictus, Blight on the Suffocation Pit. Take it away, Emmy.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm so happy to be here. Joining me today, of course, is Rich, and we're loading in on the Suffocation Pit, as you mentioned. And you've got to really think, you got to keep in mind, these picks and bans have happened before yesterday's match have concluded, so the teams had not played those out yet, and I wonder if they had gone a little bit different. Rich, how do you feel about the Blight? Are you an ST enjoyer?
I am certainly an S tier enjoyer, Emmy, and I'm so happy to be on the desk today because in addition to being an S tier enjoyer, I'm very much an Invictus enjoyer. I mean, these guys, for my money, are just the most exciting team to watch in DBD League. Kind of right up there with X9, I would say, in terms of set excitement. If you just look at the biggest rivalries that we have in DBD League, Invictus is part of all of them. So, I mean, you've got Invictus Elysium, Invictus Praxis, Invictus X9, and now Invictus Umbrella. And I will tell you that this is a very, very close rivalry. These teams are actually 2-2 overall in matches. So I'm very excited to see what happens here as Pedro in the first chase now does get the find onto Swatter, misses that M1 unfortunately, but definitely not necessarily spelling anything difficult so far for Pedro. Not at all surprised to see Pedro on the Blight, of course, extremely strong killer player in general, but also starting to kind of be known for the Blight almost. And this is Invictus's pick, of course, so they're going to be confident going into this. What do you make, Emmy, of this decision to, after Swatter was already found, continue to try to stealth out Corrupt Intervention from Team Invictus?
Yeah, Pedro is just trying to pick a good chase here, maybe catch someone on the rotation. Now he finally commits onto a couple rushes of Swatter, but of course we see Swatter is the obsession, and if you're familiar with an ST set, that often means that that survivor will have the decisive strike. So of course the investment onto the tunnel out would be huge. Instead we're getting a nice tag onto Hardwell here. Pedro on the game sense, finding the first tag. Hardwell taking us all the way back to Corrupt Intervention, trying to reach the shack. He has a filler to work with here. This one is not super safe. It is a little bit short on that one side and definitely outplayable with the rush. But with the hill in the vicinity, Pedro does not have good bounces available. Doesn't matter anyways, gets the down before Hardwell can reach the pallet. And one thing I want you all to pay attention to is the way that Team Umbrella allocate their exhaustion perks in STS sets to throw the killers off guard. You will see some very random choices. You see it here, of course, Live Decisive, that one is very basic. But we have Balanced Landing with Deli and Dead Heart. So giving some anti-tunnel to the Deliverance player, I always like that idea, just in case they get found early, or the killer decides to just mercilessly tunnel out because the decisive strikes about it could be too difficult. Anyhow, it's gonna be a trade. LeMagic gets the pull onto Hardwell and forces the plot twist.
Yeah, really quick plot twist. I love that from LeMagic, not allowing for, you know, a full trade. This is, I mean, very far from it. But Pedro with an extremely quick down onto Hardwell, going to be very psyched about getting this second stage so quickly. Was curious whether the attempt at a basement hook was going to come into play there, but no, just choosing to take this more centralized hook and maybe just going back to get an immediate chase onto LeMagic. Yep.
LeMagic forced to use the plot twist there because the down was so fast that Deliverance couldn't even come through. And Hardwell, as we just saw, has no anti-tunnel at all. This is not good for Team Umbrella. We do find another chase onto LeMagic, who does not have the daily active, gets tagged, and that means he cannot play for the pull right now. The unhook onto Hardwell on the bot side comes through for the people by Swatter, but this next chase really needs to last. We cannot have a survivor out of the trial at 5 gens remaining.
Yeah, the chase absolutely has to last, and you see Swatter there playing aggressively, trying to even take a body block before Hardwell is injured, but Pedro actually gets around it. One thing I love about seeing Pedro on the Blight is I feel like every single set that I watch Pedro, the bump logic is just getting better and better, which is terrifying from a player who's already of Pedro's caliber. So this is amazing to see, and I would be shocked if this down didn't come in extremely quickly onto Hardwell. Though it doesn't look like these rushes are quite going to get it done. Just going to try to get a zone break on the pallet. Hardwell does actually make it back to Shack, but no Shack pallet to be used. So just that window to play with. And Pedro should be able to outplay this with rushes now that they are back. Though a filler pallet near and gets the stun does Hardwell. So making this last as long as possible, but you've got to imagine against the Blight that this down is just inevitable here in just a few more seconds. Yeah, just going to do some Z-wall juicing, trying to eke out a few more seconds for the team to get a little bit of gen progress. And this down and tunnel out looks like it's going to be coming in at 3 gens left, which is huge for Pedro.
Yeah, and the other important thing is no deliverance active, so whenever Pedro gets a chance to commit onto the magic, he's gonna take that right away. Deliverance, Decisive Strike, the two perks you always have to watch out for in those SD sets because they have such a huge impact on the survivor side. And this bot map is pretty dry right now. Pedro finds Swatter here and decides to not go for it. Pedro finally wants to kick a couple of generators, has not been using his Call of Brian interruption at all this game. It's all been turn back the clock and a couple of great rushes. But the gen progress by Umbrella, as always, very, very high. Le Magic, great patience on this main pallet already thrown down, but no ability to reset himself now. Plot twist already used, and of course, the medkit also on a different survivor. I was talking about perks, exhaustion perks, trying to hide the deliverance. Team Umbrella loves to do it with items as well. If you're just getting into comp, you're probably putting the medkit onto deliverance just so you can play for reset, as the flick barely misses out his water. But that can oftentimes be a great tell for the killer player. If they see the medkit on the survivor, they're gonna be like, wait a second. And you're the deliverance player. Now Pedro forced to drop the chase because this generator is getting so close to being popped. And if Pedro loses another generator here, he's gonna be in trouble because that main gen is so hard to defend. Right now, he just cannot find a chase. And I would give the upper hand to Team Umbrella.
Yeah, absolutely. That tunnel out came at in a timely manner for Pedro, but nothing really since then has happened. Wow, that was a shot and a half onto La Magic. Nothing since then has really been in Pedro's favor. You know, the biggest thing being that gen spread. There's no semblance of a 3-gen anymore after that tunnel out, and now, yeah, Umbrella kind of has the ability to just play the game at their own pace. And you know, they were hopefully going to get this gen done, but actually Pedro ends up getting the hook and the turn back the clock very nearby that gen. I think that was a big momentum shift potentially back in the favor of Pedro, especially with this down onto Swatter. I mean, hook on La Magic, down onto Swatter, and this is huge pressure. One thing you mentioned, Emmy, is all of the mind games that are kind of going on build-wise from, you know, that perspective. One thing that is definitely not going to be any different in this set is there's no way Umbrella is sending anybody but the Deliverance player to get that first unhook. So again, Pedro knew the Deliverance was not in play, got the hook onto La Magic, and now is getting handsomely rewarded for this. Though it looks like, was that an Unbreakable or a pickup onto Swatter?
Yeah, Unbreakable used by Swatter there. And right now, the Umbrella survivors are struggling because of those unique item and perk allocations. They don't have any ways to self-reset. Bubble actually went and grabbed. Oh, nice! That hurt by the magic here. Huge timing, extending the chase, forcing Pedro to leave. But yeah, Bubble actually picking up the medkit from Hardwell's dead body off in the distance, and Pedro has to defend this generator yet again. But it popped his face! He gets the down onto Swatter with the edge of the cane. And now the map is so split that even for the Blight it is going to be very hard to contest. Of course we are in the 3v1, and if Umbrella is somehow able to reset Le Magic, they have a chance of completing a 4th generator here. If that's not the case, Le Magic does not have anti-slug. We just saw the Unbreakable getting used up, and Pedro will be very happy to slug for a 4k1 here.
Yeah, under normal circumstances, I would say Umbrella likely to finish this last gen, but yeah, Pedro knows that Unbreakable's gone, Plot Twist is gone, so really nothing preventing Pedro from just committing for some slugs and trying to end this game out of 4k1. But we'll see if he can close it out. Some of these chases have been tough, but not this one, of an extremely quick down onto La Magic. And so long as Pedro can find Bubbo here, it's going to be extremely difficult for Umbrella to have any chance of getting this last gen done, because this, I mean, this is a 4k1 situation. Yeah, and they know it. Bubbo doing the most ambitious stealth I've ever seen, and it's working. Oh my god.
Immediately gets back onto the generator as well. Maybe we can see the 4k0 in the end, but Pedro is going to be a little bit suspect of that generator having progress off in the distance. So yeah, this is a bit of a gamble. I think as soon as Swatter hits stage 2, Pedro is gonna look a little bit closer on the bottom side of the map, or alternatively take the hook onto Le Magic. But right now, Bubbo is getting a lot of free progress here. A little crow returning might alert the Blight, And Pedro knows, hey, wait a second, this is not the same amount of progress that we had earlier. Babo now finally caught, but it is too late. I don't think our Fon can have the hero chase that he needs right now. Takes the tag, gets the pickup onto the magic, Dead Heart already used. This can only be a trade. But Swatter gets the unhook, still has the Decisive Strike available, of course, but Pedro in a great position here, as long as he doesn't let the survivors reset, which I'm sure he will not. He sees Le Magic in the distance on the shack, so now it's all up to Le Magic to have a bit of a chase so that Swatter can potentially pop that main building generator.
Yeah, honestly, I love such a cool play coming in from Umbrella and not something that we see often. I mean, in a situation like that, you even saw that Pedro's expecting Bubbo to just, try to stealth towards the unhook, but trying to get just 50% progress on that gen for kind of for free, just a little free gen progress to try to help them out in this 3v1 is something that I love to see. And, the Blight animation's another thing that I love to see. Unfortunate that we had him stolen from us for a second. They're huge down again. Dude, these downs onto Le Magic in particular have just been brutal. And now Pedro, of course, going to know that Swatter is, just trying to greed for this topside gen. And the second that he sees progress, he's going to commit, and we're going to see a 4K1 result here. Not a surprise to see that from Pedro, but the game was looking very swingy for a bit there. I mean,
yeah, fantastic result for the Blight. Yesterday we saw outs in both games of X9 versus Umbrella. So Pedro setting the tone with a strong 4K1 performance on the Blight, denying the deliverance, getting the tunnel out super quickly, and having great control over all of his generators. Really, really well played. And yeah, Pedro was definitely a little hard on himself yesterday, taking the blame for a couple of the sets that Invictus unfortunately lost, so he is hungry. He does not want to go out of the tournament, and he's showing us exactly why he is considered the best killer player by many people. Getting the beautiful Blight Mori, and we're gonna throw it back to the analyst desk. I hope you enjoyed this game as much as we did.
My goodness, what a banger first game for the best of 5. Pedro showing that they are back and ready for the action, setting a very good win condition for Invictus to play for, and a very well played 4K1 on the Blight. Beautiful slide tag on that to alcohol that we saw earlier on as well towards the end there, which I was honestly jaw dropped for that, but that's, I'm pretty sure, the Invictus that we all know and love, and Pedro is definitely making a recovery in this matchup tonight. But what were your thoughts, Outcast? I thought that was an amazing Blight set to start things off.
Really great play by Pedro. Very clean. There's a couple. Whenever I'm sitting here on the analyst desk, I like to kind of pick out some key moments that maybe swung the match in different ways. Obviously, Hardwell getting found. 2-minute down on Blight is not super fast, but obviously when you're playing, you're trying not to be found at first. So sometimes if you get spotted, we can get them under a minute. Sometimes it takes 2 minutes. Obviously, that second down on Hardwell so fast that we weren't even able to power the deliverance was kind of a playmaker there. But Hardwell got off hook, the second hook, managed to stay alive, managed to use the shack pallet and pallets surrounding shack using that bottom side of the map. Obviously dried it up a little bit there. Like Emmy said, there wasn't a whole lot to work with after that. But up until that point, the survivors had barely any gen progress at all. And the fact that Hardball was able to stay alive, we got 2 generators done. A third one popped shortly after that, getting them to the 3v1 with 2 generators remaining. I think they also, Ghosty, I think they made a call. They were like, we pressure this middle gen, we get it done. We're looking like a 4K. It's better to get 4K1 than 4K2. I always say, people are going to laugh, but I say it, it's triage. If we're not looking like we're getting outs, the most important thing to do is just get one more gen done. Once we get one gen done, then we can worry about that 5th gen. Unfortunately, that didn't end up getting it. I don't know. It looked like it was possible, but Pedro had such a strong hold on the match.
Could not agree more. And I could also mention a recovery as well when we had the 2 slug with only one slug and the person on hook situation. They managed to bring that back quite nicely from literally just 1 survivor up to at least 2 survivors back into action. Unfortunately, that bot mid hook, I think, was a bit of a problem and did cost them the potential for that bottom side gen popping, and just not enough time was in the trial to get that main building gen done, but it is a problematic gen at the same time. And Pedro just played it perfectly, but this is what we expect for such an important match tonight. These teams are going to be pushing for the best results possible, and I think a 4K1 is more than a reasonable result for a killer like Blight, and I think that's what the statistics usually would say you would expect to see, is that high stages or the 4K 0-1 stage. Very close to pushing for that 5th gen popping, but just not enough time under the circumstances, and just a very quick tunnel out did put that pressure onto Umbrella, but still just clean gameplay overall, and I have to give credit for that recovery when we had the sausage roll. That was a big highlight for me, and that was when I think Umbrella was really trying to claw things back, but I just don't think they quite had enough time to get that 5th gen pop, but I couldn't agree more. You always want to play for that best worst case scenario, and at least they got that 4K1 in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, props to Hardwell for coming back there. It's kind of rough when you get downed and then you get two tapped. Like when you get double hooked really really quickly. If Hardwell dies there, we're looking at a 4K4, 4K3 at best kind of thing. It's actually interesting when we got those 3 gens done right after Hardwell was dead, we had this interesting string of generators, like sort of one top, mid, one bottom. So when they broke that middle gen, there was a possibility that they could come back from it, but obviously Pedro coming around and downing one of the survivors working that middle gen kind of put the last nail in the coffin. So the win condition is going to be 4K2. The tie condition 4K1. We're going back in. Rich and Emmy, take it away.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
Sorry, you go ahead.
No,
Rich.
you're good. You're good. No, that was a really exciting game to watch, and I'm excited to get into the second game of this set. Blight set, always very solid, and as you mentioned, Emmy, very very consistent is Team Invictus's survivor side. So, I mean, I would be surprised, honestly, if they couldn't make this happen. At the same time, uh, I don't know if I've seen James here, formerly known as Gren, out on the Blight too many times. So maybe I'll get shocked. Maybe we'll see some Obi mechanics coming through from James. What do you think?
Definitely a very experienced player on the Blight. I wish we could see who the Obsession is right now, because as you saw on the perks, Invictus also did their homework. They did a bit of cooking. This time they have Decisive Strike on the Deliverance player, and they also have For the People, because For the People reduces the chance that you will be the Obsession, while Decisive Strike increases it. But Dan still is the Obsession, takes the tag. James not interested in chasing Pedro on the main building. We're going for the ace, we're going for Dan the man. Can we make a down happen? Yes, we can. No Deliverance for Invictus either, unless we can get the pallet save here. Great bump logic, and I think that's gonna answer your question on James's mechanics.
Yeah, just immediately showing me what's what with a super quick injury onto Pedro, converting that rush set, and then down onto Dan in basically the same amount of time as that hit came through. That was impressive stuff already from James, and I think I might be eating my words here. Invictus now has to kind of claw back from a very difficult start. And another thing that we're seeing is, I know the 4K1 is the tie condition here, so not necessarily what James is going to be aiming for, but we do have a good 3-gen here on the bottom side of the map. So if a tie needs to be forced, even that bottom mid-gen kind of acting as a 4th gen in the spread. Though James, of course, just wants to get the tunnel out as quickly as possible, so not going to be eyeing that until, straights are kind of dire. Maybe if we get to a position where Dan lasts a long time here in chase, which he has been known to do, but yeah, immediate down again for James. I mean, that's just phenomenal M1 play there, not even needing the rushes to get a hit onto this filler pallet. But Dan with the Decisive Strike, that's something you mentioned. I mean, we see Dan is the Obsession, so James almost knew that was going to be likely to be Decisive Strike. But again, there's a lot of mind games going on with perks. The Decisive Strike, that's pub Decisive Strike value there against the Blight, about 10 to 15 seconds extra. Though that is a very important thing to get those extra seconds. I mean, that's not what the team wanted to see for the second hook onto their DS player.
Yeah, as Dan was getting hooked, we also saw that Rocket and Pedro were resetting on the top side of the map. They were not expecting Dan to get found, they were not expecting the first chase to be that quick, which means that a lot of the initial gen progress for Team Invictus was just not possible, because they were not in the position to get in generators just yet. And now, we are in the exact same spot that we were previously. We have the death hook at 5 generators remaining. We know Spitz is at the bot side of the map. James able to hook on the active generator now, looking for the cross, 2 gens popping on the bottom side of the map, but this top side is still looking great when it comes to the gen split. And yeah, that's the problem where you usually want to pair Decisive Strike, preferably with Life, just because you can go down, take the Decisive Strike, and then Life up a window. Pedro now here for the unhook onto Dan. Before Dan hits second stage, we're just hitting through the BT. Unfortunately not getting Pedro there, but can Dan make something happen on this pallet? It's not very safe with summoning a human pallet. Pedro goes down for Dan. Spitz is also here for the hit tank in the distance. They really need this ace to last a little longer, but it gets so complicated on a TNL wall. We need some great coordination from the survivor side here, and Spitz doing a great body block. Absolutely no chance for James to come through. Spitz had his kebab today, and Dan's chase is lasting. Can we win on this filler? No, we cannot. But the time that the survivors had just bought is so important.
Yeah, extremely valuable time bought, and you saw the reason that James wanted to get the trade onto Pedro as opposed to an instant BT hit onto Dan. Pedro able to come in for the body block, take the down, and just buy that extra time. But that said, with both Pedro and Spitz being occupied for that time, not a whole lot of gen progress came in for it. Now there is this this gen here in the top right side of the map that has a lot of progress, but going to be able to apply Eruption Call of Brine to that. And then, you know, with only 30-40% on another gen, I think James still in a great spot here to at least meet the tie condition, if not the win condition. We've seen some very impressive game sense so far from James. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find Pedro until the last second when the trade came through onto Dan. However, did know that Pedro was stealthing towards that unhook. Somebody was going to be there. Didn't get rewarded for it quite yet, but we will see if those plays can happen in the rest of this game. As another chase comes onto Pedro, this is a very strong pallet. James just choosing to break it instantly. Take a chase towards the top side, and now maybe in a bit of a difficult situation, because I mean, you get the first hit onto Pedro. The big question is, can he get some distance out of this filler and potentially make main? Because if this down doesn't come in right away, we're definitely looking at a tie condition at best for Umbrella. And yeah, if Invictus is kind of playing from the position of a tie and trying to get a win from there, I think they're going to be feeling good. The down does come in onto Pedro, so James needed that, I think, right at that moment, or else we were looking a bit lost.
Great patience by James there, downing Pedro on the last rush, just as Pedro decides to finally ward the pallet. He loses the 50. Again, we're hooking on a very high progress generator, but this gen split is very tough. 2-2 split, very much favoring a 4-1 draw here. I would be surprised if we pop 2 more generators. I would be surprised if we pop 1 more, but Rocket is either busy working that Lux generator, or he's stealthing nearby, ready for the pull. Immediately unhooks Pedro here. One good thing about Dan unfortunately getting removed from the trial rather quickly is that in the 3v1 we still have a lot of resources available, right? You see Spitz using the Shack pallet, still has the super safe U filler available as well, greeting the pallet there. Watch me, it says on the Christmas sweater, and that's what we're doing. Drops the pallet, makes a lot of distance. James not able to get the injury. Pedro not resetting off in the distance, which lets our killer know that our survivors are trying to progress these topside generators.
Yeah, one thing we definitely see in positions like this is, you know, the survivors not necessarily trying to get these heals out. Once they are this close to the tie condition, they want to make sure that that's the worst that they could do. They want to get that topside gen done and make sure that, you know, if nothing else, they're going to have a tie this blade set. And honestly, if Spitz keeps chasing the way that he is, we might see something even better for Invictus. Because right now, James is in a difficult position. As you mentioned, the 2-2 split, and this is fully intentional from both teams, by the way. It's something we saw in both games, is By the time that the 3rd gen is popped, there are no more 3 gens left on the map. So very intentional play from the survivors, great macro decisions. And this, James, I think, is fully expecting, especially with Pedro again not being reset. We're expecting that that 4th gen to pop, and honestly, with the rate that it's at, I think that they're probably splitting both of those gens topside. So James under a ton of pressure here to just get this down as quickly as possible. Does get the eruption, but only onto the bottom side gen. So that's a big concern, and James feels so pressured that, you know, just has to go to the top side and make sure that this gen's not going to pop now.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. Pedro's still not reset. They didn't pop the generator faster, so they weren't stacking it either. And James sees, okay, main progress, nothing, which means Rocket is probably stealthing bot side. So a lot of game sense decision making here. Are they resetting Pedro top side? Is Rocket already here for the pickup and the pull? Is another gen being pressured? And right now, James has the 4K1 in his eyes. Pedro gets reset, confirming the location of all the survivors on the top side of the map. And now James knows he has a little bit of time to commit onto a chase here on the top side. I think he saw Pedro crouching on that tree there, right behind this bush. Yeah, he did. He saw the face of a little Claudette. Pedro unfortunately takes the tag. We see Rocket, and now it's raining injuries against the Invictus Survivor. Rocket has the finesse, able to play the pallet here without taking an injury. And James, good patience, he just wants to stop the cross here, gets a tag onto Rocket, and now with everybody injured, it means nobody can play for the pull onto Spitz.
Yeah, that was an awesome play from James, really showing that that experience on Blight, using that 4th rush just to prevent Pedro from crossing the map as soon as possible. And now, yeah, it just fully pays off as well. Gets the down onto Pedro, no unhook onto Spitz, and now as long as James can find Rocket before a cross can happen, as we see the plot twist did come in for Rocket. As long as this find happens, then James will have secured a tie here in our first set on the Blight. But the question is that find going to happen? James knows approximately, but we see scratch marks now. This unhook came in for free. That's difficult for James. Will they get the pull as well onto Spitz? And it looks like the answer to that is yes. Yeah, this was a great play, and Rocket even evading the M1 there, does not want the trade to come in, so just going to juice a bit on this pallet, spend a little bit of extra time. Very interesting choice here. I understand that the trade is not a positive EV play here for Invictus, but now we're in just as difficult, if not a more difficult spot, Emmy.
Yeah, now you cannot trade anymore. Now you're trying to buy as much time as possible on an edge map pallet so that Pedro can possibly pump out another gen in the distance with the resilience. And this is a ballsy play by the Invictus Survivor side. You need to win the 50s live. Coming through, Rocket goes not down, goes finally down. Spitz is going to be eliminated, but was this enough? Do they have enough progress somewhere on the map? James needs to find Pedro. Is he going to hook Rocket? Is Pedro working the main generator? And if yes, how high is it? No, Pedro is on the bot side. No gen progress. It's looking very much like a confirmed 4K1.
Yeah, could have seen a very ballsy play there working the top side of the map. But no, Pedro just here on the bottom side. No gen progress to be seen, and now basically in an impossible to win situation. I think James may be forced to the top side of the map just in case. But yeah, sees that main is probably at 0%, and now just back to pick up Rocket's slug. But I think Pedro may... What are we doing here? Are we playing for flashlight save?
Maybe a little bit of trauma tech here, even though it would not accomplish... okay, Pedro just hiding in plain sight, just waiting for James to find him. James sees him behind a tree, but doesn't see him right out in the open. Great stealth coming through by Pedro, of course. If you don't move, they cannot see you. Now we're getting the pickup onto Rocket. His location is not familiar to James because of the tenacity, allowing our Nicolas Cage to crawl far, far away. Full reset in the 2v1. If we can see some Invictus magic here, now is the time. But yeah, plot twist deals up. Pedro does not have any anti-tunnel. So yeah, even though James let the reset happen here, with Pedro even clicking at him to make him find him, I don't think we're gonna see much progress. So of course our survivors need to cross super slowly. They need to split one top and one bottom side gen off the map to even have a chance in this match at all. But hey, it's the playoffs, it's the elimination match, everything is on the line. And if James gives you the chance to make a comeback, you try.
Yeah, absolutely. And try the survivors of Invictus will here. Rocket and Pedro probably, I mean, it's difficult because Invictus just has only the juiciest of juicers on their survivor roster. But yeah, these are two survivors that if you're going to play a 2v1, you really don't want them in the game. And especially not, both with the full reset. 5 rushes and now fatigued onto Pedro. But the fact that this chase came in at all, I mean, you have to last, 80, between 70 and 80 seconds against James's Blight. I mean, it's not something that's happened so far in the trial, and I'd be surprised if it was something that we see now. We'll see if Pedro can maybe take a really strong hit here and make it to main somehow, but barring that, I'm not sure that we could see much. Does actually make it to main. I think this door here at the corner is still intact, which is a point in favor of Pedro, but now, yeah, just taking the injury and heading back down to the bottom side, making sure this water tower gen doesn't get done, and finds Rocket immediately and the tag immediately. So yeah, it was questionable. I mean, if we saw James commit to Pedro there, we could have potentially seen this last gen pop. So this is not completely undoable for the survivors. We've seen a lot of, even in this tournament, 2v1 situations where one more gen gets popped and it makes the difference. So, and we've seen a few of those those little M1 hits from James onto nothing. I'm wondering what the issue is there. Pedro, now probably having worked the top side of the map, if Pedro rotated to the water tower or started top side, there's just no way that either of these gens get done before James is able to interrupt. So unless another rotation and reset come in, we're going to see, once again, a tie. But we've been saying the same thing, I mean, for the last 5 minutes. So who knows?
Yeah, in the Blight set, wait a second. Okay, Pedro finally found no longer stealthing. But yeah, in the Blight set, once you're in the 3v1, it just becomes so much harder to do anything right, because you just expect your first chase to use up a lot of resources. And of course, you end up in this devious cycle where you're stuck between unhooking, resetting, chasing, and somehow you need to find the time to also work a generator. Pedro playing that dropped pallet beautifully. Can he potentially get another pickup onto Rocket? But James, very experienced killer player, playing the 2v1 perfectly. You never want to fully commit to one survivor that is healthy. You want to get an injury, and then you want to pick him up later when they're out of position, when they've used a couple more resources. Pedro now on the floor. Rocket joins him immediately, and we're finally confirming the 4K1. Really beautiful play. And yeah, yet again, the shining light for Team Invictus. He was playing so well yesterday already. It's Spitz, and it's definitely the guy to keep your eyes on today. I think he's trying so hard to keep the team in the playoffs, and of course everybody is there with him. Pedro having something to prove. But with the 4K1 tie on Invictus's pick, this is not the start to the series they wanted.
No, it's certainly not. No, you're good. It's certainly not the start that they wanted, but it is slightly better, I will say, than their performance in the round robin portion of the tournament, where they actually lost a Blight set to Umbrella. So a draw a bit better, though I do think they expected a bit more with Pedro now being on the roster for this match, as opposed to being away for the other one. Yeah, amazing set, and as Emmy said, we're gonna send it off to the analysts, Ghosty and Andrew. What did you guys think about that match?
Thank you. Wow, pardon me. I had a frog in my throat. I was so excited that I couldn't speak. No, thank you very much, Rich and Emmy. Interesting match. Interesting match. It almost looked like Ghosty. It seemed like that match was almost going to play out exactly the same. Had a little bit of some interesting sort of 2v1 stuff going on there. Rocket on the edge map palette juicing was not really something I expected to see at that point in the match. But man, was he holding those check spots well. Really unfortunate start for Dan there. Again, Emmy was touching on the fact that it was what Delhi sprint burst for the people, but also DS. The Delhi got kind of swallowed up by the fact that we were first down, and the DS value really didn't come in. There was one thing it was interesting. Pedro's last chase there, we used the main building pallet. And in my head, I was like, that main building pallet is still there because after the DS, Dan made it to that pallet, but then didn't throw it and wound up getting beaten down in a way that, and then Pedro was able to use it and make some distance. So that's the first thing that popped in my head, Ghosty, was greeting when you're getting tunneled out by a blight doesn't really seem like the right play. And I think that was a bit of a mistake by Dan.
Yeah, no, I think it was just a bit of an overgreed from Dan to keep that pallet up. Yes, it allowed Pedro to have it towards the later stages of that game, but I think having Dan last that bit longer would have been a lot more beneficial for Team Invictus, especially with some of the things we saw. And like, for example, I can't get over the body block I believe we saw from Spitz to completely cancel the rush onto Dan and give them so much distance towards that bottom side as well. Really buying the time, and it was this beautiful teamwork from the Invictus survivors. But I think just those overgreeds and just the speed of that tunnel out did put a spanner in the work for the Team Invictus. But as you mentioned, it was a very similar start to what we saw in Umbrella's survivor side as well. So there was a lot that could have happened with that set, but that 2v1 was played beautifully by Pedro. And being able to
Yeah.
get that pickup as well with the T-Rex tech, I have to call it now, but that was looking like almost a 4K zero. I'll be so for real, like that was. I was on the edge of like, do they actually get this gen done after that crazy T-Rex tech into the full reset?
We're calling it T-Rex tech behind the scenes because James's vision is based on movement and wasn't able to actually see Pedro there hiding in plain sight. I like the T-Rex tech. Yeah, very great use of tenacity, by the way, crawling all the way from that down near where Spitz died on hook, all the way over to the hill down by Shack there. Yeah, that body block by Spitz was fantastic as well. The survivors were doing a little bit worse efficiency wise when it came to after the tunnel out. There was still significant progress left on their third generator to finish, but they did get it done before the next down. So the three survivors left over there, Pedro, Spitz, and Rocket, did fantastic. Unfortunately, Dan's chases just weren't what they needed. But I mean, again, we kind of saw the same thing on the other side. So both teams came here to play. Both killers are relentless with their tunnel out and then slows it down a little bit. Freddy's set coming in on DDS here, though. Ghosty, I'm pretty excited. Freddy has been a pretty good 4K-er lately.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see how things go with Freddy on DDS. Is the home map that you expect to see the Nightmare, but in these two teams' hands, I'm just wondering what the result may be and what we could be expected to see. But obviously, Freddy being not the strongest killer, we're going to need to see a lot from our killer players, and the survivors could punish the age of Freddy. But we'll hand it back to our amazing casters and let them put on the show. So the floor is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, analysts. You're doing an incredible job. And I have seen different teams take very different approaches to the Nightmare, to the Freddy set. The one approach is just full ego the first chase, just keep chasing as strong as possible, use all of your resources. And the second approach is to play very altruistically. I remember, I think it was Sinners versus Invictus, where the altruism came back to bite Sinners and Nightlight getting an insane double down with the Dream Palette. Hopefully we don't see something like that today, but yeah, the Nightmare has been a very strong pick for Team Umbrella ever since the rework, and Bobo finds the first chase onto Nightlight on the main building, and Balance Landing has already been used.
Yeah, and balance landing being used there before you get to the main building, certainly something that you do want to see, but chasing at the main building of Dead Dog Saloon, obviously the opposite. So we will see again how long this chase gets committed for. As you mentioned, we might see full ego and just commit this chase until a down, but no, Bubbo thinks better of it, does not want to full commit on main building of DDS, just takes the eruption kick onto that gen and now is heading to get some more pressure in the middle of the map. Yeah, Freddy on DDS, the Dream Pallets, as he said, they can be a bit of a shock at some points, but they're not something that you should really get consistent value from. I mean, outside of using them to force a survivor into you, it's really not. It's not something we should see too many actual hits from. Are the Dream Pallets? So I liken them a bit to Lich's Skulls of the Damned. where, you know, the survivors sometimes get caught way off guard, and then we as casters get to pop off. But hopefully we don't see too much of that here, at least hopefully if you're an Invictus fan. What we are going to see a lot of here is waking up, because this killer, when Freddy doesn't have the survivors kind of in the dream world, we see a very weak chase, very much an M1 killer as long as these survivors have woken up. So while it is definitely a significant amount of slowdown, we are going to see the teams do that whenever possible. The exception maybe being that they feel comfortable to not wake up if they are near the main building, which is kind of a point of safety for them in this set. Now, another thing that we should talk about for sure from a macro perspective in this set is that 3-gen. I don't think that we saw a super tight 3-gen at Gallows, which is going to be a huge factor. We see Dragon's Grip come out onto Pedro, feels fully confident that Bobo is not going to completely leave that and return to the main building to chase, but now just happens to be here. So we'll see if any kind of shock value Dragon's Grip comes into play here. Does actually teleport onto the main building gen, and a significant amount of that exposure from Dragon's Grip is still there. So this could be danger, and it is danger. What? Something crazy just happened. It must have been a lag spike or something like that for Pedro, but we do see a Dragon's Grip down here at the 2-minute and 50-second mark for Bobo. Bobo gonna be happy about that. I mean, what do you think happened?
Yeah, that must have just been the prompt not working or the spacebar being unbound mid-chase. Definitely, I think, not a player error, but probably an equipment or game error. But of course, this does not warrant any research or penalty whatsoever or restart. Just unfortunately, Pedro going down. And while it's very unfortunate, Pedro did not have a lot to play. He would have made the vault, and then he would have had to play the toilet pallet all the way in the edge of the corner, in the edge of the map, which is not a safe pallet, and Nightlight does not have balanced landing back. The snowball is huge for Bobo, because once you get that Dragon's Grip on a healthy survivor, you just gain so much value. A full loss of a health state there. No pain resonance coming through, also no corrupt intervention. Bobo very much content to just play a very slow, grindy game with Call of Brine and Eruption, and super important teleport here, interrupting Rocket's generator at 99%. And one thing that the Nightmare can do, if those pesky survivors keep waking themselves up on the clocks, you bring the pill bottle add-on, which makes the timer decrease for you to fall asleep by 10% every time you use one of those clocks. So towards the later part of the game, you fall asleep so much quicker, and that just pairs perfectly with the grindy playstyle of Bobo. Rocket here on this tile. Luckily, he is awake. Bobo did break one of the windows here. Rocket potentially just pathing to the water tower. Very solid, of course. Rocket a demon and chase against the dream demon that is Bobo. Can we make the vault one more time against our M1 killer? Very long hands from Freddy there, confirming the down onto Rocket. But right now, all of the Invictus survivors are injured. They're collecting fresh hooks, and it's looking really nice for Bobo right now.
Yeah, certainly a good start for Bobo, but when you don't have a 3-gen on DDS, this is kind of what you need. If you don't get downs in a quick fashion, then it's just difficult once you get somebody out of the game. If you're at 2 gens left, 1 gen left, and there's no 3-gen to play around, then suddenly you're looking at stages. So this is a great start for Bobo, and I will say it's definitely what Bobo needed, facilitated especially by that crazy Dragon's Grip play that we saw with the window prompt. Now Bobo, relying on the game sense, looking edge map here in the Gallows, trying to find someone here. We do see a reset come in onto Nightlight, probably the reset that Bobo is actively looking for, as we see a TP back to the hook. Now just going to confirm probably the second stage onto Rocket, or at least a trade is Bobo. We see now a wake up come in onto Nightlight. All of this information is kind of things that Bobo can gather info from, and especially with other team members in the voice chat, we're going to be fully on top of all of this. So you got to imagine, yeah, the gen split is it doesn't look great. It's shocking for something on DDS, I will say.
Yeah, you don't have the traditional 3-gen that's sponsored on the Gallows area, but with that mid-street gen and the very bottom of the map, as well as the water tower that was so close to popping. Bobo has a very unconventional 3-gen that is still super playable, and hopefully the main building generator pops soon, because Freddy is one of the few killers who is actually able to contest that. Spitz does pop the main building, which tells Bobo, okay, I'm just gonna camp even harder. I see 2 more survivors in the distance here. Yeah, you got the reset, but I got the second stage onto Rocket, and I'm liking the game state right now. Our survivors still need to cross. Pedro needs to wake himself up. Spitz tanking the Dragon's Grip there, being the only injured survivor on the map, but Bobo is not going to leave this hook without a trade or without camping Rocket all the way to death. We do see Nightlight on the Atom, and it's going to be the trade that Bobo was waiting for, but I think we're just gonna commit onto our Tunlord, onto our Nicholas Chase, Nicholas Cage. Nice little stutter step there, making Bobo a little bit insecure. We do get the fast vault here, but Rocket is now asleep and has nothing to make this chase work except for this one pallet and, of course, the ever so oppressive main building. Can we get the tag? No, we cannot. Bobo does not swing, just walks down Rocket, and Rocket, he has to make a miracle happen here.
Yeah, and a miracle I do not see coming. I mean, this pallet out front main, especially against Freddy, is not the safest, as we're going to see a bit of slowdown and just that tiniest bit of hesitation that Rocket really needed to have there just results in the down for Bobo. So now a pickup forced onto Nightlight there. And, I mean, the team just doesn't have the gen progress that they need in a situation like this. The Gallows gen does have high progress, and this gen here deeper into the Gallows side of the map also just popped. So, you know, certainly as efficient as you could expect a Survivor team to be. And I'm honestly surprised that nobody's sent for the pickup onto Nightlight earlier, but the team just prioritizing gen progress, kind of paying off here now that Bobo is just forced to chase Spitz here on the Gallows side of the map, and does lose that one mine game, but needs to lose several more in order for the momentum to shift at all in this map. Yeah, what you mentioned with that unconventional 3-gen, I think we saw something similar during the round robin portion where Obi was able to hold for a 4K1 or 4K2 with a similar 3-gen with the water tower and the mid-gen, but I'm interested to see if that'll happen here, because 4K2 seems unlikely with this Gallows gen being so high progress, and Nightlight with a great balanced landing play. Heading over to main, Bobo just feels, I don't know if it's the pressure that's needed is why we're not picking Spitz up, or if it's just that we feel like, you know, we can get a snowball from this position. But either way, this is the decision that Bobo's making, and now a locker force from Nightlight. Now, as long as Nightlight gets hooked and Bobo gets back to that Gallows gen before it pops, which is entirely likely now with less than half progress on it, I think Bobo's going to be in a great spot going into this endgame.
He's playing it so well. He knows he can play for the 4K2 here. Nightlight being left on the ground there for such a long time tells Bobo exactly what he needed to know, and that is that the survivors were just trying to crank out 2 gens at the same time, somehow getting us down to a 4K1, because Invictus know that it's looking dire, and all of this because of that damn Dragon's Grip down. Spitz now in chase, has nothing to work with on the entire map. He's asleep, he dodges the Dream Pallet, but he's gonna be left on the ground. Unhook onto Nightlight coming through. They're trying to get the heal, of course. Freddy able to teleport to both the Gallows generator as well as the healing survivors. Pedro unfortunately running into a barrel here, taking the tag. Now we have 2 injured survivors, and of course Spitz still on the ground. Nightlight on Deathhook, picking up Spitz in the distance, but Bobo is happy to commit onto this chase onto Pedro here, who has this one pallet to work with. He needs to win it, and he needs to win it at least 4 times. First 51, second 50 unfortunately lost. They get the full reset onto Nightlight, but I think Spitz will have to stay injured here. You're prioritizing the Deathhook survivor, who also has the balanced landing, which is such a strong exhaustion perk on this map. But yeah, Bobo is in full control, and as soon as he sees Nightlight again, I think he's gonna commit to that chase.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is kind of the play pattern we expect at this point in the game. Bobo just knows that hooking either Pedro or Spitz doesn't really provide much value, because You know, Nightlight's on Death Hook. You just want to essentially force this play pattern where you're slugging one person who doesn't have a Death Hook on him, forcing one other person to come in, and then you're in chase with the third person. So no gen progress being had. And once again, as you said, once you get in chase with the Death Hook person, you just commit that, get down to a 2v1, and then it's essentially impossible for these survivors to complete one final gen and get to the 4K1. But it looks like actually going to take this this pickup onto Pedro. Feels like either the gen progress is low enough that you can afford this leisure, or it just feels like we need to take the value of a guaranteed hook now that the pressure's kind of been relieved. The balance landing, of course, gonna also be in Bobo's mind, as Nightlight being the Death Hook survivor may not mean much when the chase could be extended by that much from one perk. So now we've got two Death Hook survivors, and that's, of course, a much more favorable position for Bobo with very little gen progress given up in exchange. So once again, Pedro's forced in this position where a good chase needs to be had, but with that Dragon's Grip coming in, Bobo knows that these survivors are just trying to crank out that last gen, playing for the 4K1, as you said. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing at least a little bit of progress in Bobo's favor, forcing that Death Hook onto Pedro, and now with everybody injured, you have to imagine that we can snowball from here.
Spitz finally loses a 50 here on a very unsafe pallet. He was at the gallows to tank the Dragon's Grip for the healthy Death Hook Nightlight, so that Nightlight could stay a little bit safer. Spitz doing everything for his team that he can, but he's just being ignored by Bobo, just left on the ground. Pedro waking himself up in the distance, but Nightlight somehow has to have a hero chase on this main building. He can use the drop down. He takes it. Bobo with a bit of hesitation, buying a little bit more time. Do we make it back to this window? No fast vault, no head on, no Nightlight. Bobo gets the elimination. Spitz gets picked up in the distance, which tells him, I have enough time and I can turn this into a 2v1. Now, both survivors entered, and this build that Bobo brought is so brutal in the 3v1. You get perfect information with Call of Brian if the survivors ever reset. You have Dragon's Grip, you have Sloppy Butcher to make the resets so costly, and then, of course, for every down you get Eruption as well. So the gamble on not bringing Pain Resonance and not bringing Corrupt Intervention definitely paying off for Bobo here. And yeah, you just gotta kind of chalk this game off to the unfortunate Dragon's Grip down. Really not too sure what happened there, but it definitely swung the game into Bobo's favor. And a 4K2 on the Nightmare is a super impressive result.
Yeah, definitely an impressive result from Bobo. And you mentioned time. That's really what games like this are all about. Bobo just looking for that perfect time to finally commit to a chase and get Nightlight out of the game. Yeah, just eventually found time to do it, and we see Spitz here playing. It's just trying to get into Bobo's head for the next game.
Oh, Bobo doesn't even give head. Picked up Spitz, puts them on a hook. Absolutely no mercy. Watch me on the hoodie as Spitz gets sacrificed to the entity. 4K2, an absolute grind fest by Bobo, but he makes it work in the end. Analysts, what do you think about this set?
I am beyond shocked. I am speechless at what we just saw. A 4K2 on Freddy to start things off. I don't know what to say, honestly. It's a very strong result, especially with not having access to the more seen 3-gen art on the back side of Gallows. That is by far, excluding, I think it's the Forgotten Ruins, I think, the horror Walking Dead map, where you see that absolute monstrosity of a 3-gen. Played that beautifully, and the amount of value we saw from the build without the risk of pain res, Dragon's Grip and Sloppy impacting our survivors a lot. Definitely a worthwhile take for Boba. But what was your thoughts, Outcast? I thought that was a phenomenal Freddy set to start things off.
Fantastic Freddy set. I am not as surprised as you because I don't like, no disrespect, Ghosty, but I saw some crazy stuff during the winter circuit. We had Freddy on Sanctum of Wrath, and he was absolutely devastating. I saw 4K4s, obviously different teams and whatnot. So yeah, seeing a 4K2 on Freddy is definitely strong. But I don't know, man. I think after the rework of Freddy, I think we're seeing this more and more. Obviously, balancing comes into effect here. Like, we do have, we do have things banned on both sides, so it's not pure strength versus pure strength like you'd find in a public match. But I don't know, pretty strong. I just want to say I love the build. I love the build and the play style. No corrupt intervention is so risky sometimes, but the way that Bubba wanted to play that match was purely hit and run. Threw a couple chases down, got a tag early on, didn't commit to the tag, literally teleport, kick, apply Call of Brine Eruption, Dragon's Grip, which wound up paying off against Pedro. Teleport, drop down, kick another generator, apply Call of Brine and Eruption, go to another generator. Just applying taking your time. Sloppy butcherment that the survivors couldn't reset very quickly. A true, pure hit and run Freddy, capitalizing on Dragon's Grip, capitalizing on the ability, we were saying about teleporting to main. We're able to teleport to main, so you're able to have a very central location to teleport to pressure. I thought it was phenomenally played by Bubbo, and I love the play style. Very slow gen progress at first because the survivor just felt like they were trying to, match Bubbo's rhythm.
Oh yeah, no, but like just the back and forth between tags and gen kicks was just pitch perfect, and I don't take offense. Like it could be my lack of sighting with Freddy sets, and me being from the OC region, I don't see it as often, and we're more accumulated to like the stages or if not low 4Ks. But I have seen those rare cases where we do see that more higher 4K potential, and it doesn't surprise me as well with the mention of the rework that Freddy did receive beforehand. He did feel like such a weak killer, but with the rework, it definitely pushed him up there to a killer that can be very threatening, especially when you take that risk with a build like we just saw with the Call of Brine Dragon Script, Eruption, and Sloppy. Yes, no corruption to protect your gens at start, no pain resist for that oomph on your hooks, but if you play it that way of just that very perfect hit and run, make sure you're spreading out your kicks through your generators, you can pull off those sorts of rolls. And I hope to see more Freddy's like sets like this because this is what I would expect to see, but I just don't see very often. But it's amazing to be able to be here to see these sorts of Freddy sets for sure.
Yeah, and again, I was okay. Let me throw let me throw you a bone here, Ghosty. I
For
was
sure.
shocked a few months ago when I first was watching this happen. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
when it was
I think
happening
that's
in the
what it
winter
is.
swing.
Yeah.
I totally get where you're coming from, but for me, I've just seen it happen a few more times. That's all. So I feel bad. I'm like, you're like, man, I feel this way. I'm like, no, you're wrong. But I don't mean it like
No, no,
that. I mean,
full fair. No, full fair completely.
I was there. I was like, man, 4K2, 4K1, 4K4 on Freddy. What is happening? Like, it was crazy. Again, different map there. And I think it was Rich was pointing out rightly that the generator split was interesting on Dead Dog Saloon, often in that back desert area by the gallows, the hangman there. You do often, not always, but often see 3, potentially 4 gens tucked in that corner past Shack. But for the survivors, they actually had a nice little split there. Only the 2 generators back there, I think it was, along with a couple in the middle of the street. Although sometimes I'll say like 3 gens are these survivors know how to tackle 3 gens, right? So you have 3 gens in the back gallows area. You take chases over to main, you take chases over to the street, and you maybe crack out one of those generators. When you've got a middle of the street generator, those ones are sometimes even harder to play because the killer can come at you from any direction and attack you in any like from multiple you don't always know, particularly a killer like Freddy, what direction he's going to be coming from. So as much as a 3 gen on Dead Dog Saloon can be devastating, it's also I feel like the central gens can kind of be even worse sometimes. I mean, maybe I'm just trying to
I don't
cope you on there.
disagree.
Anyways, you disagree?
No, I don't disagree. I think that
Oh, you don't
the
disagree.
mid matches can be very, very problematic. I definitely agree with you there.
Fair, fair. Okay. Yeah, no, I was like, you're fair to disagree. I just told you were wrong. Now the guys, we're gonna load into the match, and Emmy and Rich are gonna take it over, and me and Ghosty are gonna go slug it out back because we're constantly out. Uh, but yeah, we're loading in. So Emmy and Rich, go ahead, take it away. Let's see if they can match this win condition.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I think that first match, that first game, definitely showed us that there are a lot of interesting things at play in this set, and hopefully the second one we see something similar. Now, the first thing I do want to call out, Emmy, is you mentioned that there was a very interesting build for Bobo, including that Dragon's Grip and Eruption. Bit of a more grindy strategy last game resulted in a 4K2, kind of a shock. Nightlight here with a more traditional build with a Corrupt Intervention, Eruption, Pain Res, and Sloppy Butcher. I will say that is the most common build, the most traditional build that we see here on the Nightmare. How do you think that's going to go with a win con this difficult?
I think it's not gonna bode well. Ideally, you would love to have a little bit of ruin, just anything to protect your gens to also play into a bit more of a grindy game, because this one is going to be a long one. Swatter first chase on the shack, of course not asleep yet. Luckily, Nightlight broke the shack door already. Sleep finally coming through, but Swatter has a very safe setup here, one that always spawns on Dead Duck Saloon. Great patience on the pallet, we're not panic vaulting at all. And I really think that the Dragon Script was the thing that completely set the tone of the last game, right? You saw that the Invictus Survivor were giving it so much respect early on. They just didn't touch the main generator when they noticed that it was getting kicked. They had a timer for it. They played around it so well for so long, but then somehow a down happens, the 99th gen on the water tower gets interrupted, and the game just goes out of control from there. Lemagic winning a couple of 50s here, Nightlight applying the hinder and taking the tag afterwards, so that the hinder is still applied to the speed boost here. Shack pallet already gone, and we're seeing an add-on brought by Nightlight, which increases the range of the Dream pallets. Luckily, Hardwell is there, he's awake, and he can just hit tank and assist Lemagic in the chase whenever he needs it, escorting his teammate to main. But this is a nice trick you can do on the Nightmare. If you use your powers, you can zone through the Survivor. And Hardwell with the 2-tap. This is exactly what we saw by Team Sinners when Altruism goes too far. You just time your M1 with the pallet pop, and you get a free down like that. And this is what Nightlight needs. This is what all the Invictus fans want to see.
Oh my god, who needs Dragon Script, Emmy, when you can just 2-tap somebody with a Dream Pallet like that? That was insane. And definitely an even faster first down than we saw in our first game here. And Nightlight opting for the basement hook. Actually, here's Lemagic waking up, I think, there at the main building. So a little bit of info there for Nightlight. Certainly going to have Pedro in there giving comms, giving callouts whenever anything pertinent to the game comes to light. So another thing, a commonality here that we're actually seeing with the first game in this set is that we don't see that Gallows 3-gen once again. Nightlight, huge find actually with a quick down onto Lemagic. I mean, this is, if we need to get a 4K2 to tie, this is definitely how you do it. Nightlight not even going to pick up Lemagic. Smart play, just going to try to confirm this this second stage in the basement onto Hardwell. And basement, I mean, such an asset when a difficult win condition like this is required. I mean, you're talking about getting somebody out of the game as quickly as 4 gens left, even on a weak killer like Freddy.
Right now knows the location of everybody with the vault notification from Swatter. They're picking up Lemagic, and I know we always want to give the players credit, right? But this is the highest level. This is your set that you picked. You cannot make a 2-tap happen like that. It is so basic. As soon as you fall asleep, you can take damage from the Dream Snare. You cannot be there. So this first down onto Hardwell, in my opinion, completely unnecessary. Now James trying his best to somehow body block for his teammate. Endurance has run out, and so have Hardwell's hopes. He gets down yet again. We can take the pain res right now, and it is looking so good for Team Invictus. Nightlight decides, I'm gonna take yet another basement hook, and I think it's time for Team Umbrella to play around just that. Let Hardwell die in the basement and somehow crank out 2 generators. Maybe 3, ideally, so you can tie the set. But yeah, they need gen proc, they cannot save their teammate, and hopefully for them, they realize that.
Yeah, this is already just... I love seeing Nightlight on killer for this reason. Definitely a treat, not something we get to see as often nowadays with Pedro being the primary killer for Invictus. But I really feel like just the mechanical, the knowledge and the use of the assets that you have on a killer like Freddy is so good on Nightlight. Like, you already saw multiple, this is I think the 3rd instance or 4th instance of phasing through a survivor using the Dream Snare, and that's not something that we always see used to the best of a killer's abilities. Now here though, actually having some difficulty finally with getting this down onto Hardwell, and now Hardwell with a decent bit of distance on main. James, of course, rotating back around for yet another body block, and you can only use dream snares every so often. So this this body block strategy, while it hasn't worked out so far in the game, actually is proving to be extremely effective in this death hook chase with Hardwell. Imagine how much better served Nightlight would be just taking the tag onto James, you know, a full 30 seconds ago. And now we're in a situation where enough time is just being bought that this is starting to look really difficult. We were looking strong, maybe not necessarily reaching the win condition strong, as that's always a difficulty regardless of how quickly you tunnel somebody out when the win condition is 4K3. But now the tie condition already met for Umbrella. So the worst that they can do is a tie, and Nightlight still has a lot to go to even make that happen.
Yeah, this is the super altruistic style that I was talking about, that Umbrella are showing us beautifully. First 2 times it didn't work, but the third chase of Hardwell, they make it count, throwing all the buddies at our Nancy, preventing the tunnel out. But now, of course, you have 2 injuries, and you're in a very similar position as last time in this 3v1. Now Nightlight has to still work this main building, somehow avoid chases around here. James right now injured, Swatter is nearby. We might see some more altruism. No, we decide now it's the time to have a solo chase, just like Invictus told us earlier, very much relying purely onto solo chases for damage. Taking attack onto Swatter, I like this play a lot. You don't need to overcommit in the 3v1. Just get everybody injured, and as soon as one person gets caught out of position, you can capitalize on that. This last generator, not high enough, 40% I would say, as we see James and Lemagic scattering off to the distance. Of course, you need to split up now. James waking himself up, but Lemagic is not as lucky. Dodging the Dream Snare there. Dream Pallet still up, and we get the down with the Dream Pallet. Beautifully played by Nightlight. But again, these survivors should be aware that the Dream Pallets are in play. We do have an add-on to extend the range of the Dream Pallets just a little bit. But yeah, I think you just want to extend the chase there. Just dodge away from the Dream Pallet, of course, and force Nightlight to play the M1. So yeah, yet another Dream Pallet down from Nightlight. Very well played, but it could have been avoided in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%, and I'm actually surprised at already at how many Dream Pallet hits we've actually seen in this match. Now Nightlight committing a bit onto James here, forcing Swatter to maybe go for the rotation, but teleports to Swatter's gen. Actually, Swatter just committed to the gen, knew that that commit was not going to stay for long from Nightlight, so very smart play from these survivors. And now, again, as you mentioned, we're seeing a similar position. You know, we've got 1 person out of the game, 2 gens remaining, but for Nightlight it's a bit more difficult because we need to start accumulating hooks with going into the 3v1 with nobody even having a single hook. So it's definitely a tenable situation for Nightlight. We can definitely see a 4K2 to tie this set from here, but it is going to take a lot of work from Nightlight. A couple things in Nightlight's favor. We do have 2 more stacks of Pain Resonance unused. Sloppy Butcher makes the resets difficult, and Eruption, of course, anytime you get a down with Eruption proccing, it's just a bit of a relief. You know, you know that you have time to get to that gen before anything crazy happens. So now, does Nightlight, yeah, feels comfortable enough to take this hook onto Lemagic, knowing that Swatter took the time to wake himself up. And yeah, that Eruption coming into play, just as I mentioned, now in a much more similar situation to where Bubba was at, with a death hook onto 1 survivor, and even getting the hook Emmy right next to the only gen that really has progress. That's going to be a big pain point for the survivors here.
And James, of course, having previously played for the unhook onto Lemagic, did not have much time to work a generator for himself, is currently woken up, but gonna fall asleep very soon. And now Nightlight is in a position where he knows that for the remainder of Lemagic's hook time, the survivors are physically unable to pop a generator unless they stack it. And he can, yeah, just check, walk over to where he can kind of check both the hook as well as the generator. He doesn't really need to leave the magic here. But Nightlight, of course, wants to end this game a little faster, has a chase onto James available here, sees the rotation by Swatter, cuts it off with a nice TP, and losing this gen progress via the hook position is just so painful for Team Umbrella. This is looking pretty much like a tie, and that means we're gonna have a really spicy situation going on with both the Blight and the Nightmare being tied here. Swatter now starting the main building, of course, the balanced landing survivor. But in the 2v1, we cannot expect any gens to pop here. We would need a miracle chase, and I just don't see it happen with how many resources have already been depleted.
Yeah, we did see the survivors of Invictus nearly make a 2v1 happen against Blight, but the situation is so much different in this case. I mean, we're talking about a completely different map where there's so much more visibility onto which gens are being worked on for Nightlight. And in addition to that, you're Freddy. You can just teleport to any gen if you think that it's close to popping.
No.
Oh, and punishes the bada bada boom. That's what happens to me, Emmy, every time I've used that perk in pubs, I will say. I just took it off after probably the third time. So yeah, we're going to see a tie here. I mean, the survivors did a great job, but Nightlight, as I said, a huge treat to see Nightlight on Killer, and especially Nightmare. Just crazy use of the Dream Palettes when it's not really what we would expect, yeah?
Yeah, you mentioned them being a zoning tool, and I really like the comparison to the Lich Skeletons. If you're not prepared, you're gonna get injured. But at this level, you should always be prepared, and it should never be an injury, much less a down. And that just happening for the first chase when everything was looking so well. You gotta be beating yourself up for that one if you're Umbrella here. I think the early game was looking so good, and they just overplayed into the altruism a tiny bit too much.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I'm certainly interested, though, to hear what our analysts have to say about this game. So we've got now 2 ties in a row on the Blight Suffocation Pit, and now Nightmare on DDS. This one a 4K2, somehow a better result than we saw from our S-tier Blight. Andrew, Ghosty, what do you guys make of this?
Well, it is pretty clear that both Umbrella and Invictus are saying, we don't want to go home. They're pulling out all the stops, and we have 2 ties on the board in our first 2 sets. That is crazy. We are going to be we're going to be doing a very, very quick break shortly. So I'm just going to say that, wow, really insanely great mechanics by Nightlight. Started the match off with that 2-tap on Hardwell. What a phenomenal play. Top that off with the great body blocking, stopping Hardwell, even with James up in Nightlight's face, stopping Hardwell from getting out of basement, getting to the window in main, getting the second down. James doing a great job to keep Hardwell alive after the second hook. So, you know, set up the plan, tried to execute the plan goes out the window, and we make a new plan. And so James pulled it off the second time, but great plays by Nightlight to get that 4K2 and start off with a really explosive match.
Yeah, no, I think that Basin was a little bit of problems for the Umbrella Survivors, but Nightlight showed us what you're capable of doing with the Nightmare, with the phasing through, with the snares, but also that 2-tap with the pallet as well. It's just a treat to always see that come off if you are just unfortunate enough to go to sleep just at the wrong time, and just the perfect timing of it to secure that first down. And the altruism play I do like, though. It was really good to see, and extended Harble's chase phenomenally, even with the phasing through. It lasted so much more time, and I think that they did figure out that, hey, I think we're being a bit too altruistic. I think we just need to get some gen progress pumping to try and at least get it down to those 2 gens left. But the 2v1, very tough to play, and Nightlight was just an absolute monster. Definitely a treat to see all of our viewers. First set, both of our first 2 sets have tied, so we're already in a very interesting position for this match, since we're going to need just a clean 3-0 to potentially now take the best of 5 for either team. So it puts us in that predicament of, do we potentially see our next set, the Clown after our break, being also a tie, which would be absolutely crazy, but it shows that both of these teams are locked in for tonight's match. But with that being said, as mentioned, we will be going into a very short 5-minute break, so make sure you get your snacks refreshed and your popcorn and all your drinks and all that lovely stuff. We're all going to have a quick break and let our teams have a breather as well, because it looks like we're going to be in for a bit of a long night. So stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly after a short break. Get ready. It's going to be a juicy night.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, we are back on the Wrecker's Yard for set 3 Invictus versus Umbrella with Pedro on the Clown. And of course, the super solid Umbrella Survivor side Hardwell. First chase, immediate tag on the long wall of the 4-lane. Does make it to Shack though. Pedro is invigorated, and the intoxication happening as well. Hardwell slowed down, Pedro having a great first chase here, but unfortunately missing the slowdown bubble there, and Hardwell making it all the way to another very safe tile.
Yeah, I'm excited to hop into this clown set. Of course, Invictus's pick, as Pedro is just kind of a demonic clown. This is a build, by the way, that we, you saw us talk about Dragon's Grip on Freddy and how unconventional that is. On Clown, perfectly conventional. Yeah, Dragon's Grip, Eruption, Pain Res, and Sloppy. That is our most common build on the Clown. We're going to see Pedro utilize it to full effect, hopefully, though it is in the hands of the survivors, as we see a quick down onto Hardwell here before the first gen has popped. 1 minute and 12 seconds. Pretty on par for the Clown. Pedro going to be interested in taking this Pain Resonance and trying to get into another quick chase. This is kind of what the Clown set is about, just, now that those speed bottles are so much more useful, especially getting into quick chases and ending them as quickly as you get into them. So Pedro going to be popping over here, applying Eruption and Dragon's Grip to this hill gen, and presumably just heading right back towards the hook. And that is what we see, as we may see Pedro do a complete 180 if a Dragon's Grip proc comes into play here, but unlikely now as we see the unhook come in onto Hardwell. Emmy, do you think this tunnel out's coming in soon, or you think Hardwell's got the juice in him?
I mean, Hardwell making the first chase last, even after taking a really early first tag. Does he make it to the window here? Pedro with the beautiful swing to deny the prompt for Hardwell. Hardwell goes down right after and is going to go right back up onto the hook. Of course, we do have Darius now on the survivor side, maybe a bit of a clown specialist on the Umbrella squad, and Pedro, as he pointed out, the best clown player in the game. So I'm a little bit surprised that Umbrella are confident in letting Invictus have this pick. Now, the gameplay loop for the clown set is you want to get it down, you want to get a hook, you want to kick a generator with the dragons and eruption, and then you have a bit of a flowchart happening. Does somebody touch your Dragon's Grip? Yes, I go for that chase. Does my tunnel out get unhooked? I go back to that tunnel out. And the rest of the time, you're just kind of patrolling the map, trying to get tags with that Sloppy Butcher onto anybody who is out of position. Now, Pedro sees the unhook happening onto Hardwell. He made sure to reload first. Now we're gonna need some help so that Hardwell does not get body blocked in the basement here. Pedro, unfortunately, just giving him enough room to maneuver there. But with the slowdown from the bottle coming through, it means that Hardwell cannot vault the window. And I think Swatter was there actually daring Hardwell to vault with the beamer. Unfortunately, Hardwell not on the same page there. Pedro with another beautiful body block, and the tunnel out comes through with 2 generators remaining. Now, I always like to look at the state that the survivors are in as the tunnel out happens, and right now we see 2 healthy survivors, 1 injured survivor, and 2 generators with pretty good progress, very, very far away from each other. So even though Hardwell is leaving the trial, if we can have a couple of chases now, if we don't give away free tags, this is still outable for Umbrella.
Yeah, 100% still outable, though healthy survivors may not mean as much as we saw in the Freddy set with that Dragon's Grip down. All you need really for Dragon's Grip to be a phenomenal choice is a single down onto somebody using this perk. That's why we see it so often in sets like Clown, sometimes Freddy, and Spirit, is just that one down makes all the difference sometimes. I think you're right, Emmy, by the way, about I thought it was a team coordination flub there at the shack with Swatter vaulting the window and Hardwell getting tunneled out because of it, but I do think it was an attempt at a beamer save. But Pedro, these 2 window body blocks now are just amazing, showing really just phenomenal prowess, knowing the very precise angle that you can hit at to block the window without actually hitting the survivor, and yeah, getting super rewarded for it. Now, I think we will. Darius maybe gonna pop this gen in the distance, but no. Yeah, Pain Res literally 99 on that gen. I think that's what Pedro wanted, is to just get that Pain Res on that gen, make sure it doesn't pop, because, again, you mentioned this is an outable situation. Pedro there playing a little gen kick simulator, waiting for the eruption to come up with those first 2 kicks, finally committing to it. But Darius actually is gonna pop this last gen. Likely going to take a hit for it, but no, actually makes the window. No Lithe play there, so we'll take a hit, a bit delayed, and now the unhook onto Swatter. Now that we're in the 3v1, we're certainly not going to see as much of an interest in tunneling for Pedro, but coming back to hook means Pedro thinks that this reset is probably likely to come in, and knows that these gens over here just doesn't want a lot of progress on these, as they're kind of the only gens that have anything on them as it stands. So committing to try to find Swatter right off the hook, but actually misses it, and these missed finds, they can cost the killer a lot, Emmy.
Yeah, they can make you win or lose it all. Pedro expects somebody on the edge map here, but unfortunately goes empty-handed, only finds Darius, I think, who still has a bit of a... it's the weird Azeroth's jungle gym. Unfortunately, Darius skipping the tile completely and just takes the down here. Swatter still injured, and James will be the only survivor currently able to work a generator. But Pedro sees the aura with eruption, drags Darius all the way next to the highest progress generator, and he knows Swatter will probably still be around somewhere in this corner as well, since that deep corner generator also had a bit of progress. Actually, Pedro just sees him and is able to commit to another chase for free, and this is what I was talking about, because once the survivors are giving away downs in the 3v1, once injuries start coming through, the dynamic of this set changes so much, and the clown becomes so oppressive. Pedro winning a great 50 there, confirming the down onto Swatter, and now we start the slug. We're not giving James any time to reset, we're not giving the survivors any time to work generators. Someone needs to rotate for Darius, and Pedro has his eyes set onto James.
Yeah, absolutely. Not surprised at Pedro committing this chase. Wants to make sure everybody stays injured. And the 3v1, as you mentioned, it almost sounds obvious, you might think, as an audience member, that, you know, once a killer gets into the 3v1, of course they're winning. But that's not the case for every killer, and most killers that we see stages on, in fact, that's why. It's not that they cannot get a tunnel out on time, necessarily. It's more so that they cannot convert the 3v1 situation at 1 to 2 gens remaining into a 4K as easily as somebody like Clown. So Pedro, yeah, just depleting resources, making sure these survivors stay injured. I love this gameplay, and I think we're going to keep seeing it until either one bad chase happens and we see some outs from Umbrella, or Pedro finally gets pressure enough to either get somebody out of the game or potentially get a snowball going from here. We see the survivors slow playing a bit. I'm a bit actually surprised to see this slow play coming in with Dragon's Grip in play, but we'll see if it pays off for the survivors. Another depletion of a pallet here for Pedro, and a chase onto Swatter. Gets a very quick down, and that's the kind of down that Pedro is just phenomenal at, really is known for. And here we're going to see something I like, a little wrinkle in the Clown set. Pedro, you may have noticed, using these bottles as almost a base kit agitation, making sure to choose the hook positioning basically exactly where Pedro wants it. Now in this case, didn't feel like there was time to get a hook further into these 3 gens that we're defending, but still just makes that play just in case you see an opportune hook. Now we'll see if Pedro can find James. I think that would be a certain point of interest for Pedro, as we see one more stack of paint res in play that we'd like to get out onto the board. But not a huge rush, as you see this play pattern, Emmy, is really favoring Pedro so far.
Yeah, we're still very far away from the regression limit. And of course, the survivors are stuck in that vicious cycle. Dragon's Grip giving away James's location, who is in a bit of a dead zone, and our survivors taking the time to prioritize the reset. It's a trade, right? You get 1 reset onto the death hook, and you give up a stage onto your healthy survivor. You just need to make sure that Swatter can potentially, yeah, take a hit, make a pallet again. You got great use out of the smash hit earlier, forcing Pedro to drop the chase there, but it's just so important to not go into the 2v1, because then the game is just straight up over. So yeah, using hook stages as a resource from Umbrella's survivor side here, we do have Darius in position to play for the hook, but with all these generators being on the same side, Pedro does not have a lot of patrolling to do, because the survivors have to come into his little web. And of course, the Dragon's Grip is waiting for them over there, giving us information, giving us slowdown, and all of our generators have regressed by so much. Only Swatter right now able to work a bit of a generator here in the distance. Are we splitting the Shack gen now? I'm curious. The Anuk comes through onto James. It is, of course, Darius. Now we might play for a hit tank onto a tunnel out, but Pedro decides, I want everybody injured again. I'm not letting you stay healthy. I'm taking my tag onto Darius, and then I'm gonna try to find Swatter again.
Yeah, and this gameplay loop, I mean, it hasn't been favoring the survivors of Umbrella for the past 5 minutes, it feels like, and that's really what they can't afford, is to give away these hook states without getting any gen progress. It's really the same thing that you see earlier in any game of Dead by Daylight, is how much gen progress am I giving away when I get this hook state? And in this case, very little. We see a down come onto Swatter on Death Hook. A reset onto Dare Ice means that last gen is certainly not going to pop anytime soon. And the 2v1 is going to be essentially untenable for these survivors. It may have been something that they could pull off when we were on Suffocation Pit, and the two gens were, you know, opposite sides of the map entirely when we saw Invictus in that situation. But here, I mean, on the Clown with the gens as close as they are, you know, not necessarily a 3-gen to be spoken for, but Clown has enough mobility that this gen spread is not a threat in this 2v1 situation. So we're just going to see Pedro feeling comfortable enough that Shack gen does not have any progress. Just going to get a commit onto Dare Ice and the hook, and I'd be surprised if we didn't see James kind of showing themselves here to Pedro in just a moment and accepting this 4K1 as a result. Now, Emmy, something that I just want to call out really quick. Community average stages for Clown just under 9. Pedro, it's a relatively small sample size, but he's cooking with 11.8 average stages on Clown, and we see this kind of adding to that statistic. So I'm not at all surprised to see a 4K1 here.
Yeah, Pedro putting up an absolute clinic of a Clown game, dragging Umbrella into the circus. Darius still on the ground. Pedro with the 4K1 confirmed. And just a great find onto Swatter there on the edge map, into the 2-tap on the Death Hook survivors, sealing the deal. And in the 3v1, the Clown said, unfortunately, you're just forced into bad decisions as the survivors, right? You need to get somebody reset. You need to somehow get some gen pressure onto any generators and just hope that one of the healthy survivors has a random pop-off chase that the killer commits a tiny bit too long onto. But of course, Pedro keeping all of the chases super short. We're gonna go back to the analyst desk after a great 4K1 result for Invictus.
What an incredible start to our Clown set, and a 4K1 from Pedro. Maybe the Clown set wasn't a set that we should have let through for Invictus, but showing what they were capable of doing. I don't think we saw as much Dragon's Grip value though as we did see in the Freddy set, but the pressure that it can apply is still very strong. But definitely a nice win condition to be playing for with a set like the Clown. Pedro showing how much of a monster they are with the killer itself. It was beautifully done, and even with, as I believe Emmy mentioned as well on the caster side, the not most tightest 3-gen you'd want, Clown's mobility did give enough to be able to hold on to it and lock in that 4K1, which is a brilliant result for a first set and a win condition to be setting. But Andrew, what were your thoughts? I'm not sure how I feel about Clown stats still, but the ones that I have seen, I felt have been very, very nice to watch.
So the thing that I noted was that the gen progress was significantly better in this match compared to the last two matches, compared to the Blight and the Freddy. I wrote that down, and then things came to a grinding halt because Pedro absolutely masterclass of window body blocking. The first one on that long wall, I think it was a 4-lane, but the long wall window, and then again with that Swatter with an ambitious play at Shack there, trying to get the flashlight save, you know, trying to vault through the window. Although I don't know, it seems odd. Swatter came through Shack, vaulted window, then I guess wanted Hardwell to vault the window after. Why wouldn't you just go around the other way? I don't. It's a bit of a blur, so I don't entirely know where everybody was and whatnot. But the goal was Hardwell on Death Hook hops through the window. We get a flashlight save, prolonging that last chase. Did not happen. able to body block the window, hold out for the built-in borrowed time, and get the third hook on hardball very quick. So really good gen progress, but the tunnel out happened so fast that it quickly turned around to not enough gen progress. So that was kind of my thoughts on that. On that, when we got down to the 3v1, I don't really like. Do you have any insights into? It was kind of pretty textbook on from my look.
Yeah, no, I generally think that Pedro just played a perfect set with making sure that everyone was never in a spot where they were injured, or sorry, healthy, or that they had gen progress for the resets that were given. It was just beautifully done, and just the pressure just ramped up all the way through to the end. So just beautiful clown gameplay, honestly, from Pedro. But we'll have to see what Umbrella's killer can bring up and onto the table. So I'll send it back over to the casters to continue this set. Have fun, guys.
Thank you, Ghosty. We're really excited, of course, to be getting into this, the second trial of our clown set here. And I mean, we mentioned those average stages from Pedro. It's going to be difficult to keep up with that, especially with the survivors of Invictus being as strong as they are. Really, Invictus kind of known because they are a team with no weak points. They have a great killer roster, an incredible survivor roster, great IGL. So we're going to see if Bubbo can make it happen here on the clown with a 4K1 tie condition. It is going to be potentially difficult, but we've seen really strong performances from Bubbo so far. I mean, Bubbo and James tying 2 results so far from Invictus. So we'll see if they can continue to make that happen. We can get a world record number of ties here, Emmy, as we get this first chase for Bubbo onto Pedro.
Yeah, Bubbo versus Pedro in the 1v1. Certainly an incredible matchup here. Bubbo missing the slowdown bottle there. Pedro with some unique pathing towards the edge map. Makes sure he doesn't get slowed down, forcing Bubbo to reload. And of course, we see a lot of gen progress from the rest of the survivors. We take the chase to Shag, we make the window, and of course we also make the pallet. It's just textbook play against the clown. If you want to have a good first chase, you go to the Shag and you drop it right away. Bubbo spots out the gen that has been stacked, and now this is where the unseen value of Dragon's Grip comes in. He interrupts the generator that 2 people were working on, and they of course have gotten a lot of progress onto that already. Now if they want to continue progressing that generator and not let it regress, they will have to tank the Dragon's Grip. Now Spitz, another new chase, another injury. Bubbo breaks the pallet, and we see no scream, nobody touching the generator. Finally, Pedro tanks it since he's already injured. Bubbo gets that information and knows exactly the location of an injured survivor right now. So far, yet again, a bit of a more slow, methodical early game for Bubbo. Not able to find a down just yet, but spreading a lot of injuries and slowing down the gen progress just by virtue of kicking the generators and having Dragon's Grip.
Yeah, we see Bubba just depleting a couple resources, but finally able to commit this chase onto Pedro, the injured survivor from that first chase. Minute 53 is the first down, a bit slower certainly than that of Pedro, but that said, there's still no gen pop, so depending on the type of regression, the level of regression that we see on these first 2 gens, we could still see an extremely strong result from Bubbo with a big hit onto Dan. Bubbo impressing me so far with these M1 mechanics. Clown definitely rewarding that more so than anything. Dan with a life play onto the shack window, and Bubbo just disengages, wants to... Oh, no, fakes the disengage and actually might punish Dan here, and does. That's a big down. Huge fake from Bubbo.
Now this does mean that the tunnel out gets a chance to re-stealth or to potentially get reset, but Bubbo completely catching Dan off guard there, taking the down onto our ace and securing, of course, another pain rush. And I'm liking the game state for Bubbo right now. Of course, you're not as close to your tunnel out whatsoever. In fact, you probably lost Pedro right away, but you just getting rid of the resources, you're slowing down the generators, you're stopping the first couple generators from popping, which Pedro was not able to do with the first chase, of course, hooking in the basement and just fully committing a chase onto Hardwell. So yeah, Bubbo just interrupting the gameplay of the survivor side quite a lot, because usually you're always guaranteed to lose the first 2 generators that the survivors are working. Oh, barely missing the slowdown onto Pedro there, who gets the stun, gets the blind, Beautiful play on the pallet gem as the unhook onto Dan comes through. But this time, Bobo is not letting his tunnel out get away. He's sending it across the entire map to commit to this chase onto Dan.
Yeah, and we saw in the Blight set, of course, the kind of the desire to avoid the obsession for fear of Decisive Strike. We're not going to see anything like that here in the Clown set. Dan with a great win on the mind game at the LT wall, and now kind of winning this little filler pallet. But I think that's going to be maybe the last win, as we just see it down here near the edge map. Yeah, decent down for Bobo. Really, it's all going to come down to how quickly is Dan out of this game, I think, at this stage. So we see 2 stacks of Pain Res already used, so this gen from Rocket almost certainly going to be completed here momentarily. And no Pain Res onto the course. And yeah, that's a good gen to get done with this spread. I mean, it's the one that Bobo could have reasonably defended while Dan is still on the hook. So that's not what we see. And this game could really go either way at this point. Bobo doing a great job, of course, keeping it close with a win condition that's not the easiest. We do see 4Ks very often on Clown, so certainly a still winnable situation, especially with as much pressure as Bobo has on the board. Heading back to Dan a bit late, wanted to get the tag onto Rocket first. Every survivor injured makes it so much more difficult for anybody to make altruistic plays in favor of keeping Dan in the game. So I don't think we're going to see that from the survivors. No resetting, and we're just going to see, yeah, a pull onto Dan from the window, and that's not what I would have expected coming from this last chase, Emmy, and it's spelling trouble for Invictus here.
Yeah, we do know that Pedro and Spitz have been unaccounted for, which means they probably have 2 generators ready to go, or they were stacking the Shack generator. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another one popping really soon, but again, we do have all survivors injured. We're going into the 3v1. We're going to need some chases, and Bobo just gets the better of Pedro again there. A little too hesitant. Bobo just full sense it. Nice little red stain mind game. And Bobo's trying to play for the win here. He's playing for the 4K2. Not happy with another tie reset coming through onto Spitz and Rocket. But Bobo knows there is not enough gem progress right now. And he did find the reset just a little bit too late. Now, new chase onto Rocket. Gets a free tag because we don't have any resources anymore. Pedro's still on the ground. Is Spitz going to go for the rotation? Bobo forced to reload Spitz in his field of view, but of course will be able to get the pickup onto his teammate. Pedro has a pallet. Spitz does not. Do we make it? Not even with the best ping in the world. Spitz gets injured through the pallet drop. Bobo decides to go for the break here, and the survivors that just spent so much time resetting are all injured again, and Spitz still goes down. Bobo is in control of this match right now, and our Invictus survivors need to yet again make something special happen here. They somehow need another generator, and right now Bobo has the upper hand.
Yeah, I thought that choice to leave the slug on the ground for Bobo, we see another down come in onto Pedro. So this is, I mean, it's going more and more into Bobo's favor. The survivors just need to pop one more gen to meet that tie condition, but it's looking more and more unlikely that happens. I was worried that Bobo would get punished. Oh, we see Rocket just come in and accept the 4K too. So Umbrella actually going to be taking this Clown set. Wow, that's a hell of an upset. I mean, especially given Pedro on killer for Invictus.
Yeah, Bobo was just getting injuries left, right, and center, able to bait Dan out there out of safety, just getting a free down while they were still playing for the unhook. And then again, just no more resources left on the map. We saw Dan run edge map to the place where Pedro had his first chase, and just incredible macro play by Bobo, and popping off in the chases as well. What more could you ask for here from our Clown player? We're going in 1-0 up for Umbrella into the 4th, and potentially, no, we do have to go to 3 victories for our teams. But yeah, we're going into the dredge set. We're throwing you over to the analyst desk. It's getting spicy out here.
We're in for the long haul for sure. My goodness, we are 6 matches of 6 games of Dead by Daylight under our belt, and we have our first definitive win. Umbrella taking that bubble with the 4K2. Very, very strong performance by Bubble. I was a little bit confused early on when we had it down on Pedro, the first down on Pedro there. He seemed to like veer away from the pallet. I don't know if he thought that Bubba was doubling back, and then he just kind of died. He could have swung a left there to the pallet, but instead maybe he was too slow. Didn't think he would think he'd maybe get hit through the pallet and wanted to save the pallet for later. Very odd pick there. Very odd situation there, Ghosty. But um, yeah, it just seemed like Bubba was very comfortable, very like wasn't super committed to a tunnel out. I believe it was Dan got tunneled out, but Pedro was our first hook. So just spreading pressure, keeping injuries up, and taking just total map control.
Yeah, no, just another one of those like textbook perfect sort of clown sets that you would hope to see, and just the control that Boba had towards the mid and end of that game, even without committing to that aggressive tunnel out sort of play style, definitely I think paid into their favor. And considering that that does mean that Umbrella goes for their first 1 point advantage in this, we will be seeing the remaining two sets, which Dredge is around the corner. So that's going to be definitely an exciting one. It does mean we're going to be here for the long haul, but it just means that the pressure is going to be mounting and the excitement's going to get even further since we've still got 2 sets guaranteed at this point, and the teams need to win all 3 at this point. So I'm pretty sure Boba's going to be very, very happy about what happened with that set and the fact that they've now made them up to that point of we are now in the lead by one set now. So we are in a bit of a powerful position with if we win that next one, we are now pressuring the entire win. So the momentum is definitely starting to build up, but that was a beautiful clown set from Boba, but also from Pedro. Like Pedro's clown, as mentioned before, it's monstrous to see.
Yeah, I felt like it's so funny. Bubble won, but it felt like Pedro had more highlight reel plays that really stand out. Bubba was just clean. Bubba, Pedro was swinging for the fences and getting these big body blocks, big plays, and Bubba was just washing the dishes. It just seemed really clean, really textbook, and did a really good job. We should say one of the teams has Umbrella has called their 5 minute break. So why don't we talk a little bit going in now? We got a little bit more time, you and I here on the desk. So why don't we talk about this Dredge match? We've got Dredge coming up again. I do point out the fact that Umbrella lost Dredge yesterday to X9. Let me do a little bit of a recap for the folks at home. Umbrella, we had again. It was very. How do I say this? It was very looking more like a regular M1 game versus playing like Dredge. And what I mean by that is uh we were just chasing someone, get the down, get the hook, tunnel them out, etc. There was no sort of omnipresent. We're not talking about Jason here, but Dredge is another omnipresent character who's just kind of everywhere all at once, popping out when you least expect them to. And there was none of that. So we got a 4K one, but then X9 came back and 4K for'd them, which was just again, it was just kind of they got steamrolled. They couldn't really get recovery. I think there was a little bit too much altruism trying to keep their tunnel out alive. And I mean, typical Dredge matches go bounce around a little bit, get some injuries, get into nightfall, get it down, tunnel them out, 3-man slug. I don't know if you'd agree with that.
Yeah, no, I kind of like that sort of like ping pong beat everywhere on the map, really put the pressure up across the board, sort of place all over the standard what you'd expect from most killers with that. Finest chase, start chase, get your tag, commit to your chase, get down, hook, unhook comes through, immediately back on that sliver and go for your hard tunnel out. I think Dredge does excel in that sort of you never know where I'm going to be. I'm always around the map. I'm everywhere at any given sake or time. You cannot be injured or be left to be injured with me in this trial. And once that nightfall comes into play, the pressure and the, I guess, momentum for the set just elevates even more for the killer side with the mobility increase and just the complete vision drop that you get with nightfall. It's going to be interesting to see if we maybe see a repeat of that sort of playstyle with the commit to chase, get your tunnel out, commit to chase, get your hooks, and that sort of playstyle. Or if we do see that very aggressive hit and run, be everywhere, apply stuff like your eruptions if they bring it and get your Jane kicks in. and get sluggy with it to really amp up the pressure and minimize what survivors can do, since they're going to have to be constantly either resetting or picking up slugs, and then get those hooks in when really dire. But we'll have to see how it goes, because it looks like we may be loading into our first dredge set. So, I mean, Rich, enjoy the first dredge set, enjoy the darkness of the fog. It's going to be a good time, I think.
It's getting spooky in the Midwich Elementary School, and of course, the most terrifying thing to see on Midwich is a god palette that didn't spawn. I'm shuddering over here, and in my opinion, Umbrella, the best team to play Dredge. They are so good in it on the survivor side. They are so good on the killer side. Bobo has been so experienced and such a rock for them on this set. Even yesterday, going into the 3v1 versus X9, everybody healthy, one generator remaining, and he turns it into a 4k1. So definitely the person you want for Umbrella on the killer side if you want to take us to 2-0. But on the other hand, I do think that Invictus' survivor side is just as good on this set as Umbrella. And hopefully, Umbrella ironed out the kinks from yesterday. 4k4 versus X9, very unexpected. They will definitely want to show us what they're made of today, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And this I would call even a specialist set almost for Umbrella. Like it's just impressive the things that they can make happen both on killer and survivor side in this set. And it is a bit of a volatile set. Anybody who's interested in seeing more and more competitive Dead by Daylight is a very happy camper right now, because this could mean our third tie of this set. And I want to make sure that we keep in mind this is not a necessarily best of 5. We have to put an asterisk on that because it's actually a best of first to 3. I should say. So we need one of these teams to actually get to that 3-win threshold before this match ends, and we could be in for the long haul. With these 2 ties in the first 2 sets already, we're already guaranteed to see all 5 sets. So, I mean, this is great for us. I mean, we just get to watch more and more of this extremely exciting matchup. Very slow start to the game here for Bobo. Does finally get a chase initiated onto Nightlight. Kind of fakes leaving that gen and heads back just to gain a bit of distance on what would have been the start of the chase ordinarily. Nightlight just going to fully commit, but Bobo with the perfect timing coming back to the Remnant and getting a tag onto Nightlight. And that's why this map in particular is so interesting on Dredge, and why we have it in DBD League, is just Dredge can outplay so many of these pallets. Now here's another thing we're going to see that Dredge is not necessarily able to play around super well, is these altruism plays. A hit coming in for Nightlight onto Spitz. Does a bit more time for Invictus, but Nightfall starting now. We're going to see a hook onto Nightlight quickly, and then we're going to see some rapid teleports from Bobo.
Yeah, and we already see the first of many pallets not spawning in, and I'm very curious because Nightlight decided to play that pallet near the exit gate, and after taking the tag, not sending it to that guaranteed goth pallet near the stairs. So maybe we had the windows of opportunities player call out, yo, the pallet is not there, you can't go there, you need to loop something else. Just a thought here. Pedro now holding distance against Bobo. You don't want to give away any tags during the Nightfall. And if you are injured versus the Dredge, of course that Nightfall stacks up so much faster. Dan gets tagged. Pedro, Dragon's Grip applied. It is looking chaotic yet again for Team Invictus. We have 3 injured survivor. We have our only healthy survivor is exposed right now, and we do have the resource available just for this situation. So Nightlight saving it for later for his teammate, and Pedro saying thank you and making great use of it.
Yeah, Pedro absolutely will be thanking the entity for that pallet there, as if that wasn't there, we were in a really dire situation with Pedro likely being down and all the teammates injured. And that's exactly what Dredge wants to see in these sets, is just a lot of pressure across the board. Not necessarily a set that we see an instant tunnel out every time. It's more that the pressure just keeps mounting with Dredge's mobility on this map. Part of the reason we picked this map not only is the outplayability of those pallets, but also there's just lockers in every area. So really difficult for the survivors to get into a safe spot. And that's why Bubba will be interested in depleting more and more of these pallets, just to deny those spots where resets can happen. As we see another tag come in onto Pedro, I love seeing the Dragon's Grip, by the way. Just such a great perk on all of the killers that we've seen so far today, with the exception of the Blight. It's just great to see that in multiple sets, and I think we're really heading towards a Dragon's Grip meta. But now Pedro getting it down, and Bobo gonna be happy about that. Great pressure on the board with 2 injured survivors and Nightfall coming up shortly.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a rise of popularity for Dragon's Grip on any killer that is able to teleport. We've seen it on the Freddy, now we're seeing it on the Dredge, of course, as we do find our injured Dan, who can do nothing but force a locker. But 3 generators have popped already, so not everything is looking grim for Team Invictus. And they are doing something. I'm noticing a trend here. Nightlight not using the God pallet early. Pedro deciding to drop the pallet deeper inside that library room, which always results in a guaranteed hit. It just takes a little longer. And they're saving the pallet that is actually more valuable for a little later. And I am very interested in whether they can make this conservative play work out for them or not. Pedro unfortunately does not make it to this pallet and goes down. We do now have a survivor on Death Hook. I think we either had Eruption or Dragon's Grip onto Dan, so not a healthy survivor. And yeah, Bobo's still in Nightfall. This is always the time where you want to be snowballing, and we see Spitz crouching around, because if you tap your power on Dredge, you can see nearby survivors, and by crouching, you can avoid that. We find a Nightlight, we decide to not even try to outplay the bathroom pallet, we just break it, and Bobo has been loving this playstyle on every single killer that he's been playing today. He's taking it slow and methodical. He knows he has time to just break resources and return later when the chases are easier for him. And I'm curious to see if the Invictus survivors have finally... Wait! Bobo just swings past Spitz. Spitz accidentally forcing the locker grab there, and Pedro getting a good bit of distance here. Interesting turn of events.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, at first it could have been just rather useless body block, but we actually see Spitz able to evade the first M1 and then force a locker grab. That's actually a really big momentum shift. Pedro being out of the game here just in a couple seconds could have been big trouble with 2 gens remaining, but now able to last at least another minute while Nightlight progresses that gen. Dan probably rotating for the unhook onto Spitz. But Bobo just interested in checking, thinks there might be somebody on that gen and just wants to go back to make sure that that suspicion is not accurate.
Oh no,
and a missed
teleport.
Yeah, this is rough from Bobo, and that's a risk when there's so many lockers making this killer so much stronger on Midwich than other maps. There's also the risk of accidentally teleporting to a locker 1 pixel from where you intended, so... definitely not what Bobo wanted there, and now we're seeing, again, a momentum shift back in the favor of Invictus. This survivor on hook is not a great resource for Bobo, as, the second stage may come in, but Spitz is far from death, and the second stage doesn't even come in. We're seeing just a failed tunnel out onto Bobo and 1 gen remaining. Obviously, no 3 gen to be seen necessarily, but Dredge with that mobility can still make something happen here. I did like the slow and methodical gameplay that Bobo was showing us in those previous sets, but this one might get a bit punished for it.
Yeah, that cost him so dearly, messing up the teleport there, because once you're in the 3rd DP, you are committed, you can no longer change it and repress the alliance coming through. Bobo has aura onto Dan, who just got hit by Eruption. Spitz on the ground, but Dan with some great pathing takes the window. 1 more vault until it blocks. We are in chase, so we're not gonna have an advanced situation here. Dan just running as far as possible yet again. The super unsafe music room pallet. Bobo again decides to just break these resources, but at some point you're investing more seconds and more seconds and more seconds, and eventually it's gonna start adding up. Bobo gets the killer instinct here, and he finds the healthy Nightlight. He was too late on the crouch, and that information is so costly for Team Invictus. Bobo gets another injury, and now we can potentially play for a force like here. Reset onto Pedro coming through. Spitz still stuck in this corner. This pallet is very, very hard to play. Nice swing by Bobo through the pallet, and Spitz goes down. It might be a 4K1 out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it is out of nowhere, as you said. That was a beautiful play from Bobo, knowing that there's, a bit of a bit of ping in play here during this matchup, and takes full advantage of it, I would say, with that swing. Just getting that down is such a clutch. But now, again, it's so important to find the survivors when you get into a situation when you have such pressure. And Bobo, that's where Bobo's not been able to capitalize, is just these survivors have not been. You need to keep somebody within eyesight at all times if you have any hope of snowballing in the 4v1, and we're not seeing that from Bobo here. We even see a full reset come in onto Pedro. Dan's still on the ground, but no real rush to pick that up for the survivors. As long as Pedro's not in chase and injured, they are kind of chilling. Repressed Alliance getting a decent bit of value here too. Prevented Bobo from regressing one of these gens, but now, I mean, there's progress on it, no regression active, and the survivors are getting kind of a free reset in with no nightfall.
Just a quick mention of the perks, because unfortunately the Spectator client is still bugged. I mean, the add-ons, we do have the Tilling Blade as well as the Doll. So Tilling Blade increasing, no, the Doll increases your duration of Nightfall by 20 seconds, and then Tilling Blade causes survivors that get struck during the Nightfall to be affected by Hemorrhage, Maggot, and Blindness, as Pedro now has Spitz as his target for the Tunloud. He is in Nightfall, and he really has to close out this game, because of course Dan and Pedro both reset, Nightlight taking the down for Spitz, but we know that these generators are being worked, and even though your Tunloud is right in your face, he's injured, you cannot commit it because you are afraid of this generator popping. Dan on the bathroom takes attack here. We know Pedro is nearby, but maybe Bubble was not aware. Nightlight gets picked up. We do get the heartbeat. This is Spitz and Nightlight in the corner, I'm pretty sure. So we still have Pedro with a bit of safety, and he and Dan will try to stack out that generator. Nightlight goes down on the floor again. Babo leaving the chase again, and our Nightfall is slowly running out. We are making great use of the body blocks, and have we run out of kicks already on this generator? It didn't look like Babo had the prompt to kick it there.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it. I think certainly would have taken that kick if it was available. And now you've got to think, with that 8-kick limit being hit, Bobo has to start just playing for stages here. I mean, you can't really hope for a 4K when there's one gen left and it's high progress and you're at the kick limit. You know, you can have as much pressure as you want on Dredge. The snowball is really difficult in a situation like this. So, yeah, we see that gen 90% now. Pedro even aggressively on Death Hook, pressuring that gen, just knowing that, you know, if they can get down to a 4K 0, I think they're probably feeling confident with that going into the second trial. So this is yeah, it's slowly but surely becoming a difficult situation for Bubba when the last gen pops. Down onto Dan for it, but that's not going to mean too much. The stages may come through, and I think we're going to see, what is that, an 8-stage 4 fresh game. So long as the survivors don't make any flubs here in the end game, there's certainly some things that could still happen. Bobo 100% going to commit if Nightlight ever comes within the FOV, but I doubt that will happen based on these survivors kind of being aware of what's happening here in CompDBD, and knowing they don't want to give away that one extra stage that could make the difference.
And we're seeing a very smart play from the Invictus survivors, of course. You have the Death Hook survivor, who's worth the least stages, open the exit gates. If the killer ever commits, you get the pull onto Dan, so you get the same stages out of the door. But yeah, great result for the Invictus survivor side, and in the end, I do think that Bubble was just a little bit too confident in playing the long game, but unlike the Clown set, he did run out of kicks, and it ended up costing him dearly. But I'm sure our analysts have even more to say about this set for us.
My goodness, what a first starting set for our Dredge game. It did look like Boba had a really good position, having all of our survivors injured, and was playing very nicely into that. Keep everyone injured, let Nightfall kick in, and then really start mounting up that pressure. But hitting regression limit, if that was the case, was a downfall to the game plan. If we had maybe one or two more kicks, it might have bought enough time to secure those downs and get that potential 4K1, but the gen regression limit coming into play and denying Boba of that 4K1, but it was looking really good. Really nice mobility, good tempo, and just good pressure with injuries as well. The resets were coming through very nicely from Invictus Survivor, so not letting themselves stay injured for too long, but overall, it was a very grindy battle between the two teams. I really enjoyed seeing that sort of a playstyle in a dredge set. But what was your thoughts, Andrew? I think that was a good start to a dredge set.
Getting outs is huge against Dredge. Dredge is put one of the, if not the most deadly killers in Dead by Daylight League. Given the map and the balancing we have, Dredge almost always gets a 4K. Not getting a 4K, getting outs is huge, huge, huge for the survivors of Invictus. The one thing I will say is Bubbo kind of did the opposite of what I said yesterday, which was last time it was like, I'm just going to tunnel my guy out and get him out and get a 4K1. The different, we were spreading too much this time. Too many spread hooks. We had 6 hooks, no one dead. We had 2 people on death hook, 2 fresh hooks. We wound up getting the kill finally in the end game. We needed somebody out of that match faster. That is why we wound up getting outs. Like you said, kick limit is just, it's, you get to the kick limit, it's just too many bodies on the map, too many people. Someone's on hook, someone's getting unhook, 2 people are still able to either reset and heal and do gens. There's just too much going on. Bubble really needed to focus on getting a tunnel out a little bit earlier. Obviously it didn't happen, and then you get pulled in 4 different directions. Do I camp the hook, but I got a slug, but I can't pick because there's 2 slamming? What do I do? And then, then you see this, you get 3 people running out the gate. That's what I think of the match. Tunnel is what I think.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree on more. I think the tunnel definitely needed to come through a bit sooner just to reduce that pressure of the 4 survivors all being up and able to pressurize that gen, and then the regression limit coming into it as well, just to seal the deal and get those outs with Dredge being. You'd always expect it, the 4Ks to come through with this lethal killer, with the mobility, the map being in their favor, and just what they can do, but I couldn't agree more there, Andrew. I think we just played too much into the spreading the pressure, and when we had the Deathhook Survivor, I think that we did need to get the kill. Like, kill probably would have secured, at worst, that 4K 0, but at least still it'd be a 4K and not allow the outs. So, 8-4 is the result. A very well played set by the Invictus Survivors, and it looks like they are trying to claw themselves back into a set win and bring us back to that sort of level playing field with the like after we've had the 2 previous sets being ties, and then the dredge, the clown set going to Umbrella, and now it looks like Invictus want the dredge set. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they play this out, and if we do see that. Expected to see 4K, but I think that the tunnel should have been the outcome overall. I think that the spreading pressure was just too much this time. There was not that balance this time around, I don't think.
I want to jump in here because the thing that I talk about all the time, and anyone who's heard me cast dredge sets know what I'm going to say, but this is such an unknown piece of Dead by Daylight. I was having a conversation with a friend this week about, like, man, learning Dead by Daylight in 2026 has got to be just impossible. There are rules and small niche power details that are not written anywhere. I want to go back to the time we got a down. I forget who. I think it was the Ace. I'm sorry. I'm slipping my mind. We got a down in the music room, and Nightlight was crouched in the bathroom. Now, this is not to call out our lovely cast out. This is something most people do not know. I swear most people don't know this, and I guarantee people listening to this, half the people listening to this won't know this. It is nightfall and the dredge teleports to a locker and you're crouching, you will not give killer instinct to the killer. But if he teleports to his remnant, if he drops his remnant and instantly teleports back, crouching does not work. Nightlight was crouched in the bathroom, and Bubbo teleported to his, after getting the down, teleported to his remnant and saw the killer instinct. Most people don't know that. I'm getting messages behind the scenes that a lot of our staff don't necessarily. It's not written anywhere. I know it because somebody told me once, and it's my goal to educate the entire Dead by Daylight League fan base and staff on that fact. I talk about it all the time, and it actually happened in that game, so I had to jump in there. Sorry, Ghosty. I'll get off my soapbox now, but I had to say
No,
it.
no. I won't lie. I have to like sadly put my hand up of like, I did not know that. Like, that is
Nobody
a
does.
good bit of information. Like, that's like the little small details that you just don't expect to see. Like, I suppose the same for like Krasu, for example, with the regurgitate. It can interrupt actions, and the amount of times I've catch people off with resets or unhooks, and they're like, wait, you can like cancel interactions with powers. Like, yes, you can. So like that's good information to be given for those that are watching. Like when TP into the remnant, crouching doesn't work. When TP into locker, it works. Like that is good information, and I'll definitely add that to my notebook because yeah, hand up, I did not know that, but
I
it
talk
does
about
look
it
like we are loading in.
all the time. I talk about it all the time, and I'm like, I see killers doing it, but I very rarely get such like a textbook example of it working. Anyways, we are loading in. The win condition is going to be 9 hooks, although I'm guessing Pedro's going to be going for that 4K. Take it away, casters, and let's see if we can get some more outs on this dredge match.
Thank you, Ghosty, and thank you so much, Andrew, making yourself look a bit more like Professor Andrew than Outcast Andrew there. Yeah, I did not know that fun fact about Dredge, but we definitely saw it have an impact on that last game. Excited to show you what we can do in the second game as Pedro just hopping into a locker and initiating. Same way we started off our first trial here in the Dredge set for Bubbo, just sitting in this locker, charging up Nightfall. Knows that there's not going to be a whole lot of gen progress coming out early on in this dredge set. So just trying to get Nightfall as charged as possible and teleport around the map, try to get a little bit of information, and actually catches Swatter just trying to approach that gen right at the last second, does Pedro. So Pedro's build here, I'll mention. We have Pain Res, Pop Goes the Weasel, Eruption, and Corrupt Intervention. Emmy, with a win condition like this, it's essentially, you want a 4K. Once you get to that 9-10 stage win condition, it's essentially like 4K is the most likely result. And Dredge, in particular, is very strong at achieving those 4Ks. Actually, notoriously the deadliest killer in DBD League, 70% 4K rate in both Game 1s and Game 2s. And I think that Pedro's got a build here that's definitely going to just assist him in getting that really solid 4K result, with the Pain Res coming in favor of that over something like Sloppy Butcher or Dragon's Grip. And of course, Pop Eruption always assisting, especially if you ever get down to a 3v1 before the final gen pops.
Great pathing there from Swatter, denying the first down, and as you mentioned, no Dragon's Grip. But do our survivors know about that, right? Hardwell right now is gonna call out, Pedro, kick my generator, don't touch it for the next 30 seconds, I have the timer. Long hooves from the dredge there, getting the tag onto Hardwell through the window. But yeah, reset coming through onto Swatter in the distance. Lemagic has a good bit of progress onto this generator, and the Remnant mind game unfortunately gets lost by Lemagic, taking the tag here. But great early pressure from the survivor side, and only one God Pellet used so far. We saw earlier that both God Pellets did indeed spawn, so the Umbrella survivor side being very blessed when it comes to that. And the one perk I dislike on Midwich is Pain Resonance. I think it is such a gamble. Sometimes you just don't have the hook in the position where you need it. Meanwhile, Hardwell completely caught out of position during the Nightfall. We swing through the pallet and we take our first down. And we will be able to hook right next to a high progress generator. Pain Resonance is right there. Pedro turning me into a liar. But yeah, great value from Pain Res right here. Let's see if we can keep it going. I think my favorite combination is Call of Brian, Pop Goes the Weasel. Just because it doesn't eat away at those regression limits as quickly as Eruption does, especially once you start slugging. Now Pedro finds the heartbeat onto Ipic here, greeting the pallet, but this is gonna result into another injury. So incredible Nightfall value for Pedro during that first activation of the true potential of the Dredge's power. Dropping the chase, we're of course looking for a tunnel out, and we might be looking to apply Pop Goes the Weasel, but look at that! Lemagic out of position, has this pallet to play, but this one is very unsafe. We don't get the stun. Pedro with the body block on the pallet. Lemagic goes down, 2 injuries still on the board. Another Pain Res on another high progress generator.
Yeah, and getting caught out of position, like you mentioned, not something that the survivors can afford. Normally this is a very reasonable win condition, but it truly does depend on the killer. 8 stages, 4 fresh on the dredge. That's actually kind of on the lower end of what we would expect. So Pedro already looking poised to have a better result than that, with 2 injuries on the board and a survivor hooked. 2 hooks in play already. Does get stunned here, actually. Saw Pedro try to evade that, but doesn't get it quite on time. Sees the double reset come in onto iPick and Hardwell. You've got to imagine on a set like this, especially, that there's so much information to be gained from what the survivors are doing. Even earlier when you saw iPick take the hit and run to a certain side of the map, Pedro and Nightlight are in the voice chat saying, okay, what does this mean? If we're going 12, that means that they're probably doing gens near the bottom side of the map. So it's all information. And Lemagic doing I don't know if I've ever seen that, Emmy, a mid-chase locker locked for Lemagic. That's a super interesting and actually doesn't really pay off here.
Yeah, there's so many fun little interactions with that breakable wall. Sometimes you just insta-vault back while the killer is still in break animation and make distance that way. Lemagic deciding to instead lock the door. But of course, now Lemagic on Death Hook. We do have Swatter still injured. We do have a good bit of gen progress, but right now it is not looking like outs. And this has been the story for Umbrella yesterday versus X9 and the Dredge set as well. Getting caught off guard, getting caught out of position, giving away uncharacteristic hits that, yeah, it's just mistakes that this team usually does not make on this set. iPick takes a tag, but Lemagic is off the hook again and has to make this count. Not a lot of resources available here. We still have the bathroom pallet. It's gonna come down immediately. Pedro not deciding to mess around, doesn't want to outplay this, just breaks it, zones Lemagic all the way to the music room. The music room, of course, very unsafe. Lemagic predicting the TP there. TP does not happen, and he just gets eliminated from the trial. We're down to 2 generators, but we like to say once we're in the 3v1 versus Dredge, the trial is pretty much over.
Yeah, it is so difficult in this set in particular for survivors to make anything happen. I mean, we saw in our first trial of this Dredge set with Bubbo, he was able to, you know, accumulate pressure on a team of 4 survivors, which is something that is extremely rare. I mean, you basically never see a situation where there are 4 survivors alive and the killer is not actively losing the game slowly. But we did see that, and that's just the level of pressure that Dredge can have. Now, if you can have that pressure against a 4v1, then imagine what it feels like playing a 3v1 against Dredge on Midwich, especially against a Dredge of this caliber. You've got to think the survivors are maybe losing a little bit of hope, but they're going to have to keep it together if they want to make a tie or even a win happen from this position. We have seen Umbrella pull out some pretty insane win conditions in the past, and we do have at least 1 gen that is extremely high progress here, so they do have a couple things working in their favor, but it's truly an uphill battle from here, and we don't see even resets coming in onto Swatter or iPick quite yet, though. Yeah, it looks like they're actually just playing aggressively, trying to get gens done. Hardwell in chase. Speaking of Hardwell, fun tidbit of information. Hardwell's been the first down in all 4 of our sets today, while the survivor side is Umbrella. Hardwell does get the stun there, trying to prove themselves, but unable to hold the Dredge for very long in order for those teammates to get gens done. So this is a nightfall happening in the 3v1, and now all survivors injured. This is looking tough, Emmy.
Yeah, we've used so many resources trying to get to this position, and I don't blame the Umbrella survivors for going down, right? The Dredge just makes that happen. Beautiful unzone by Swatter there, dropping the pallet, getting the reverse done. But yeah, you're expected to go down in the Dredge set. It's just so important where you go down. And both Lemagic and Hardwell died on their respective generators with high progress. Now Swatter dies on his generator as well. Does not have this pallet available. And Pedro wants to close it out, wants to find the reset for iPick and Hardwell here. Can he make it happen during the nightfall? Of course, very short teleport cooldown. So much mobility, so much information. He sees the heartbeat, but he does not have a locker available to close it down just yet. He's on the chase, onto iPick, who has the chemistry palette, high progress generator. Yet again, we lose the remnant 50. We give a little tag. We don't even look at it. The pickup onto Swatter comes through by Hardwell, but now we have 2 injured survivors stuck in the library, and it's just a matter of time when the first of the 2 goes down. New palette that's been added with the addition of Jason. It's a very nice tile, but not against the Dredge. Swatter takes the down right in front of the Skarchuk. So the third pain resonance of the trial being used, and it's just insurmountable pressure from Pedro, just playing it really, really well in the 3v1, shutting down the reset before both survivors can get healed. Hardwell still nearby for the pull, but Pedro holding the remnant, doing a cheeky bit of dredge camping. But yeah, commanding position for Pedro right here, just potentially able to camp this out because he only needs stages, he doesn't need to 4K.
Yeah, commanding position for Pedro, and you're right, a demanding position for the survivors of Umbrella, actually, because yeah, this is I mean, it is a situation where, Pedro can only commit so much. One bad chase could still spell a momentum shift, as we did see that 4th gen pop, and this 5th one is about 50%. But the dredge, especially with these two gens being so close to each other, particularly the downstairs gen, very easy to navigate to, and eruption being in play. This is kind of why I like this build, is because if you get into a 3v1 with these perks in play, it's really difficult for the survivors to make anything happen with the level of regression that you do have with pop eruption. So yeah, I'm still really liking Pedro's position, but does have to consistently get these downs to make it out. Now that said, we've been talking about a 4K a lot, but that is technically not the win condition here, and Pedro is pretty rapidly approaching that win condition. We have now 7 hooks on the board. A single further hook would mean a tie at worst for Invictus. But of course, the likelihood is that Pedro does pull this out. But that stun actually does relieve any pressure from those chased survivors, forces Pedro to go across the map and just make sure this gen's not getting any pressure onto it. Now, it's interesting if the survivors want to go for a reset or not here. I think they're probably just going to prioritize gens, but maybe they'll prove me wrong. That is what they've done so far, is keep Swatter and iPick injured and just try to get some gen progress, but don't know if that's a play that they can necessarily afford to make now. This is a really important mind game to win for Pedro. Does get there. Yeah, gets the down onto Swatter, the eruption onto the gen of interest, and I mean, both survivors still injured means they could technically be stacking a gen cross map, but eruption only coming in onto one of them means, yeah, they are likely splitting. And splitting they are, with both of those gens between 40 and 50% progress. One more hook is actually the win condition for Pedro, so they're going to need a lot to come back from this.
Yeah, I don't think there is any coming back from this one. Pedro is going to take his 4K one here. I think yet again in chase in the now empty classroom. This one unfortunately did not spawn with the pallet. Swatter still on the hook, and only Deathhook Hardwell would be able to go for a trade here. Pedro takes the second stage onto iPick. Hardwell either rotating for the pull right now or desperately trying to pop the last generator. We do see Alara right in front of the hook, but it's going to be a trade. And Swatter does not care, takes the endurance hit, goes down, knows that the match is over as Pedro finally downs him. But yeah, very, very dominant performance by Pedro, tying the score to 1-1 after 4 matches. Very, very good for Team Invictus. Now, Umbrella taking the clown from Team Invictus. Invictus taking the dredge from Team Umbrella. We're gonna be here for a while, aren't we?
I mean, I swear we keep seeing this with Invictus in particular. Like, the opposing team takes their sets and they take the opposing team sets. And honestly, I do love to see it because it just means we get to watch more and more DBD. But it also does add an interesting wrinkle to these matchups and this rivalry. I mean, Invictus Umbrella is so close. 2-2 in matches overall. I think it's 8-8 in sets. So these teams super even. Let us know, Ghosty and Andrew, our analysts, what you guys think of this dredge set. I think Pedro did a phenomenal job and just very consistent play to get that 4K1.
Thank you, Rich. Yeah, man, like that was exactly what I was thinking you'd see. We that Pedro played the match that I was talking about wanting to see. Jumping around, getting multiple hits on multiple survivors, spreading some early hooks is a little bit nerve-wracking. We didn't immediately go after Hardwell, Hardwell being first on hook, and then didn't go after Hardwell. Got a hook on LeMagic, but then we tunneled out LeMagic, got down to the 3v1 with one gen left, and just committed to that. And I think both Emmy and Rich both mentioned, I mean, Ghosty, once you get to a 3v1 on Dredge, you probably aren't getting another generator done, and that's exactly what we saw. Pedro, textbook Dredge play.
Yeah, no, I think that was exactly what we were most likely expecting to see with the first Dredge set. That yes, spreading hooks a little bit at the start, getting some injuries happening and spreading that pressure at the start, but making sure that a 3v1 is happening when it gets to that 2-to-1 gen area to really amp up the pressure and basically go, survivors, you don't get another gen at this point. It doesn't matter what's going to happen. Like, this is a 4K from this point onwards, and that's exactly what we saw with this set from Pedro. Spreading the early hooks, which was a little bit like, oh, are we going to see what we saw previously? Which, no discredit to Bogle, that the game plan was there. It's just we needed to get that kill at some point. We just didn't get that kill quickly enough, but Pedro did get that tunnel out very nicely and put that 3v1 up at a very powerful position, which just made it so that that 4K was definitely on the table. Even though he didn't have to play for the 4K, as we know, he only needed the 9 stages to take the set, but the 3v1, it's just an absolute menace to play against a killer like Dredge, especially on mid-witch, and the tunnel out shows how important it can be just to, and well, how impactful, I should say, it can be for a set like Dredge, but beautiful performance by Pedro. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I liked it too. Like the survivors, by the way, had great gen pressure at the beginning of the match. We had one generator pop as we were walking to the hook. Another generator had over 75%. As Pedro was bouncing around, taking some chases, a couple tags, we had multiple generators at 50%. So survivors not taking their time tackling the generators, getting the gens done as best possible. But again, against the Dredge, if you play it the way the our competitive balancing is made to play, you get a kill, and then the survivors just don't get any more. One thing I thought that was really interesting, Ghosty, was we saw in the 3v1 we had a slug on one of the survivors, and I think it was on Swatter. Swatter was down, and Ipic and Hardwell were upstairs in Nightfall trying to reset, which I thought was ambitious to say the least. Getting together during Nightfall to reset is a scary proposition, and they got caught for it.
Yeah, no, like if it paid off, it definitely would have been beneficial, but it is an extremely high risk, high reward play, especially in Nightfall, being given off to Killer Instinct and being found. It can just be completely lights out from there. But beautiful Dredge set overall. Was great to see, but we're, I believe, entering our Lich set now. So, casters, will pass back to you. Enjoy the spell shenanigans.
Thank you so much, Ghosty. That we will. I do love a good Lich set, and of course, we are on the Ormond Lake Mine, the bane of any solo queue team on DBD rank 7 stage win con. Of course, right now it is up to Pedro to set the win condition, and I do know that Pedro says that his best killers are Mastermind, Clown, and Lich. So today we're gonna see 2 out of those 3. We have an interesting add-on decision here for Pedro that I would like to talk about. He's bringing the Withering Staff, which is the exhaustion add-on, but there are not a lot of exhaustion perks allowed on this set, so my thought is it's either to counter head-on or to counter Iron Will, which is very niche, and I'm curious to see if he's gonna get value. We do find our first chase onto Swatter. We do have a good bit of elevation here, but Swatter dodges the skeletons and is ready to take attack towards the edge map.
Yeah, Swatter dodging those skeletons expertly doesn't actually, eliminate the idea of a hit entirely, but does delay it a significant amount. And that's really what these chases are about. I mean, killers of Pedro's caliber, you're going to get downed eventually. The question is, how long can you make it? So yeah, a down onto Swatter has not come in quite yet. Actually makes some use out of the LT wall there, and now going unconventional routing here, but does actually dodge the skeletons. So huge play from Swatter and making this chase extend much further than I think anybody on Team Invictus would have liked. But a cheeky vault actually from Pedro, and now a 50 Yeah, 51 from Swatter. That's kind of what we would expect given how this chase has gone so far. Just winning every single 50 is Swatter, really showing what can be abused against this killer and why this is not necessarily our S tier balancing. But does finally get the down, Pedro, onto Swatter. After the first gen popped in, you've got to think there is one more gen, extremely high progress, or perhaps two more gens, about middling progress. And we're taking a pain res onto the main hook here. And the one benefit to this Lich set, I will say, for our production team is pretty unlikely to 4K. You mentioned that this is one of our weaker killers, not as many exhaustion perks allowed. And I will say the 4K rate for the Lich is probably about half of what it is on Dredge. As we see another chase come in onto Bubbo here. This is not the best start for Pedro, but I will say a minute 30-second down, which is what we saw onto Swatter there. Not totally unheard of in this set.
But yeah, Swatter making it through 2 spell rotations by Pedro. They're absolutely incredible. First chase with a chase like that, you're even less likely to 4K. Unfortunately, Bobo cannot quite make it to the double pallet. If you drop the first one and you don't have a bit of distance, you can still get tagged. So we do take another Scourge Hook Pain or Resonance on this main building. Swatter getting reset up in the distance, but the main generator pops, which is so important. A bit of, a main point for this map. Once this one is out of the way, you can take your chases to the main building, make use of all of the strong resources up there. And right now, Pedro is just looking for the unhooker. Still has pop and eruption to apply on a generator. Sees Darius running away in the distance and is just going to use the flight to the hook back to return to Bubble to get our tunnel out going, because that is what we need if we ever want to play for 4K here. Pedro currently does not see Bubble though. Has to drop the chase onto Hardwell because he expects a bit of stealthing from Afang.
Yeah, Pedro kind of losing a bit of momentum here, but does actually end up finding Bubbo there underground. Can we get this hit? Does not actually get the hit. In a prime position for it too, the hit with those skeletons, but yeah, we see a hit with the mage hand anyway. No more spell rotations able to be exhausted from the survivor side. So actually, despite a rough start, a rocky start for Pedro, getting the second hook onto Bubbo is a really good sign. As we see, not a single further gen has popped, and Pedro kind of looking at this gen spread, giving us an opportunity to assess it as well, and it certainly doesn't look good. Now, granted, a gen spread is not necessarily something you can hold as the Lich anyway, not the most mobility in the game, and not the best chase power, so unable to confirm downs as quickly enough to deny 3-gen progress anyway. But that said, gens being further away is always going to be a bad thing for the killer, regardless of the situation. Pedro does feel confident enough here to just proxy camp this. I mean, what do you make of this decision?
He does want a trade. He cannot let Bubbo get unhooked for free here. He knows the closest generator is the one that Darius is currently walking. And if you're playing the Lich, you always have to either use your flight to get back to the tunnel out or to contest generators. And unfortunately, the swing onto Hardwell missing there. A bit of a short swing. Pedro decides, I need the regression. I need another pain res. He really wants to hold on to that gen that Darius is working in the distance. We see the eruption aura. Pedro does not have time to apply eruption and pop again. Now Swatter on a really safe tile. You're just forced to drop and break it. And Bubbo has made a good chunk of distance away from our killer. If we can somehow hide the tunnel out, or if we can trade the tunnel out for 2 gens popping, that would be ideal. But we're deciding to go for the reset here. Darius first off the generator. We do see the Staff of Withering coming into play there, exhausting our head-on player. I don't think we're going to get huge value out of that. Pedro just using the pop and eruption yet again, trying to slow down the completion on that top side generator. Now Bobo, 4 survivors on the map still, and this allows them to pressure more generators at the same time, of course. Hardwell is getting very close to stage 2, and we might have to see another trade here. But it's so important that Darius finally pops that generator. It's been hit by so much regression. The pull comes through, skeletons won't be available for the next chase. Swatter takes attack here, Hardwell staying close for the body block. This pallet was picked back up with the mage hand, so it's still available for the chase. Pedro could use a cancel here to lose collision, but Hardwell deciding to play 50s on this drop pallets, mage hand coming through, and with the Trickster Glove you are unable to ever get the prompt to drop it onto Vecna's face right away. So Hardwell does go down. We're getting hooked on the same. No, we're choosing a mid-map hook this time as we see Bobo resetting Swatter off in the distance. And Pedro sees it as well, actually.
Yeah, Pedro does see it as well. I think that's probably just the desire to interrupt that mid-gen is the reason for that hook, but actually gets rewarded for it in the form of interrupting a reset, which is kind of big for Pedro. I understand Pedro's decision here to just kind of hold this play pattern where you're kind of proxy camping a hook behind main. I mean, this is a killer that we expect stages on. It's something we've mentioned before, so that's the reason there's no super aggressive tunnel from Pedro. And I mean, even though I mentioned that there's no 3-gen necessarily, there is a semblance of one. There's a lack of any gens on the bottom side of the map, which is why Pedro's been resistant to chasing over here prior to now, but actually does get it down, luckily quickly for Pedro onto Swatter near the bottom side of the map. So yeah, I mean, I'm honestly surprised, Emmy, at the lack of efficiency from the survivors here. I mean, I don't think that there's been a whole ton of pressure on them from Pedro, as it is, hard to mount that pressure as the Lich, but just so many resets have come in and not as much gen prog as I would expect for the amount that Pedro is camping these hooks out.
Yeah, I do think it's a play pattern that can often be seen with Umbrella. They like to slow down the game, and once things go a little bit behind, once they fall a little bit behind, they try to make up for it by resetting a lot and then having a good chase and making up for the gen pressure that way. But yeah, they kept prioritizing keeping the tunnel out inside the game, always resetting both Hardwell, Swatter, and Bobo every single time. Nice snipe there by Pedro onto Hardwell. You cannot give away these tags for free, because that means that Hardwell can no longer play for the trade here. We are aware of Darius's location, so now we might have to send one of our Death Hook survivors to get the unhook onto Swatter. Hardwell nowhere to be seen, and now it is deciding to stack the generator. We're letting Swatter die, and we're entering the 3v1. Now Pedro probably won't commit Bobo. Bobo still has a lot of resources, and the main building needs to dodge skeletons here. Is able to do so. Mage hand still available, which means attack should come through very soon. No outplay potential here thanks to the Trickster Glove. Bobo still has the strong main palette to play though, and Pedro using the flight to leave the chase and control his generators again. We do have Bobo injured, we have Hardwell injured and on Death Hook, and of course Darius healthy and representing the last fresh hook as well as Pain Resonance stack.
Yeah, and that's definitely great news for Pedro. I think regardless from this position of what result Pedro gets, Invictus is going to be really confident that they can beat this win condition on their survivor side. I mean, it's like you said, the play pattern from Umbrella is kind of to be expected. They're a bit of a grindy team, both their killer side and their survivor side. So this is not unheard of at all, but I am kind of shocked to see it in this context where we're playing against a killer who's like not the strongest killer in the game, far from it. In fact, one of the weaker killers in the game, and we don't necessarily have the most pressure with the killer just choosing to proxy camp the entire game. So they're almost accepting this. I don't know what that M1 was from Pedro, but they're almost accepting a 4K0 here, which from the position that they were just in, I kind of get it, but at the same time, it's not a result that I think any survivor team would accept going into this set. So, and not actually going for the gate. Pedro has no idea that Darius is greeting for this gate, or thinks that there's time to interrupt the gate even with that hook. So interesting play from Pedro, interesting play on both sides of the coin it is, but yeah, we're gonna see a 9-stage 3 fresh game here from Pedro. At the end of the day, interestingly enough, that's a pretty kind of middling result, Emmy.
I'm just so confused. Why would Pedro not go for the fresh hook dare eyes there? He was also injured and of course symbolizing so many more stages. Maybe our analysts have an answer for us.
I'll be so for real, Emmy. I am just as baffled as I'm sure everyone is. Currently, we had our final Fresh Hook Survivor in line of sight and injured with the Death Hook Survivor as well, but we committed onto our Death Hook Survivor instead of our Fresh Hook. I am honestly baffled. Like, maybe it's Invictus are confident that they can achieve that 9-3 result or like less to take the set, but I think that's crazy. Andrew, do you have any thoughts? Like, I'm honestly baffled by that decision to not just commit towards our ace and get that final fresh hook for the maximum 3 extra stages potentially that could have been given. I don't know.
I don't know what happened there. I that's clearly dropping the ball. I guess they thought they would go get the pickup and they had time, but yeah, DeRice understood. I'm fresh hook. I can get the door. Let's get the heck out of here. That's 3 hooks. That's not just an escape. That's 3 hooks out the door, which is kind of crazy. Again, I think that overall the result for Pedro was strong enough to still win this. But I mean, if they lose due to that, if they lose like 9 hooks, 3 fresh, is very beatable too. Like I don't know, like it's a very beatable number, even though Lich is not necessarily the strongest killer. So very strange there. I was a little bit unsure. Like the casters talked about it a little bit. There was very lackluster gen progress. We were heavily camping those hooks. I was a little confused why Pedro was picking that particular hook, the Scourge hook in the back of main. There was a Scourge hook diagonal across in the front of main, which was kind of closer to the 2 generators that were currently being worked, other than the one across the map at those like cylindrical tubes by Shaq. So I wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but the survivors did not punish them. Um, they didn't punish the camping. At some point, I think that they should have just let somebody go to second there. They kept on trading and getting a pain res and getting a pop and getting an eruption, and, et cetera, et cetera. I think that we should have probably let someone go to second and slam on a gen. That's what I think. Anyways, that's personally.
Yeah, no, like with the amount that we were like sort of proxying and really trying to secure those stages or at least force the trades, we definitely probably could have seen a bit more gen pressure or some more gen pops happening for it, even with the pain res and pop combo coming into play. But yeah, it could just be that Invictus are confident that they can reach that result. And I think we've had a bit of a insight that we have one Invict versus Unbreaker Lich set on records in the Winter Circuit this year, and Invictus won 4K1 to 4 stages. So maybe it's just the Invictus survivors like confident in it, but it also could be that Umbrella just aren't used to that sort of gameplay, or just some mishaps happen throughout the trial. But we'll have to see. Obviously, Umbrella's up for the killer. Casters, the floor is yours. Let's see if the 9 stages can be achieved, or if the Umbrella survivors can, or sorry, Umbrella's killer can take it.
Thank you, Ghosty and Andrew from the analyst desk. I mean that first game was honestly shocking to me. So we're gonna have to see what happens this next game. I will say the stat that you pointed out with the 4K1 versus 4 stages result. That I mean, it makes sense based on I think the game that we just saw. I don't know if Pedro's just cracked at Lich and making these decisions in full confidence, or if it's the Umbrella Survivor side that's not quite as strong on this particular set. But I'm certainly interested to see, and I don't think it's the latter. I will say I think I've seen Umbrella on Survivor side this set against plenty of teams, and they've done a perfectly fine job, if not a great job as they normally do. So we'll see. We'll see if their result, which I think was actually at the end of the day a little bit less than what Pedro was hoping for. I think a 4K1 could have or 4K0 could have been very possible there. Oh, could have happened, but we see Emmy a quick hit onto Rocket with these skeletons, and that's something that we mentioned shouldn't happen too often. There was an elevation at play there, and that's why we love this map for Lich. But that quick hit, and now basically 2-tap coming in onto Rocket, puts momentum in Umbrella's favor for sure.
Yeah, compared to Swatter's first chase, this is night and day. Rocket unfortunately not able to dodge the skeletons. They are really well punished by James. Saw a lot of survivors crossing at the same time, so Invictus playing very aggressively. And even though you cannot see them, chat, I want to talk about the perks yet again, because James is doing something very unusual. He did not bring the Trickster's Glove add-on. Now what that add-on does, it increases the time the mage hand holds up the pallet by 0.3 seconds. Well, that's not a lot, yeah, I hear you say. It stops you from being able to get that prompt to stun the Lich with the pallet while it's still picked up. I know it's not guaranteed, but that's basically why the add-on is always used, because that can be so annoying. And instead, James brought the Pearl of Power, which means reduced recharge time on spells, as well as the Boots of Speed, which gives you a little bit of haste whenever you use the Mage Hand. So very interesting add-on decisions from both of our killers here. Maybe James just expects the survivor from Team Invictus to expect that he's bringing the Trickster's Glove, and then just getting some ghost value by not having the perk, the add-on, and them not playing for it in the first place. But yeah, James just trying to proxy camp the main building a little bit while Rocket is still on the hook. Unhook comes through, but Team Invictus really bad RNG. Double TNLs on the map. Rocket luckily able to dodge the skeletons this time, and if we can make something happen on the TNLs, it's Rocket clean tournament chase versus James's Lich here. That is what we need to see. Can we win more 50s? We do have a double pallet setup here, but with the Bloodlust coming through, Rocket is gonna go down quickly. We do see scratch marks nearby, Spitz hovering for the pallet save, but I don't think that he's close enough. However, he does keep harassing James, and potentially he needs to be careful. Wait a second,
Yeah.
this is just the pallet save, no? Oh no, unfortunately James is able to swing out of it. Oh, that is so unlucky.
I mean, that drop came in. I understand that Spitz did it a bit early. There's definitely some ping at play there, but there's also the fact that James was nearly out of the pallet as it stood. So that pallet drop had to come in at the literal perfect timing, and Spitz just misses it, I think. Yeah, that could have been a huge momentum shift, because now we're in a situation where I could see Rocket out of the game, 2 gens left or so, which could spell trouble for Invictus. That second chase much better than the first one, of course, and as you said, difficult RNG for Team Invictus with the double TL walls, but with Rocket, Pedro, and Spitz on the team, you never know what could happen on a double TL wall. So we'll see if they can make something happen and just secure this win condition. I will say I'm glad that we saw what we saw with the 9 stages in the first game, because it's making this game already quite a bit more interesting. I've seen Invictus come back from much more dire straits than this, so anything can happen. I think we're going to see potentially no 2-man save. We're actually going to see Pedro just come in and trade for Rocket here, and it is very much a last-second trade. James may take, going to take the pain res here. Really common play pattern you'll see if somebody's hooked on a pain res hook, the killer, while they don't care about this first hook onto Pedro. They do just want to tunnel Rocket, but they're taking the pain res. Just it's worth the 20% regression that you're getting there before committing to a tunnel onto Rocket, and that's what James is going to do here. But Rocket in a decent position with Shack Pallet still intact, so it could make a lot of things happen here. And just doesn't get the vault. That was so close, but so far. And this is not what the team wants to see. Rocket is not the player I would have expected to have two very short chases, I will say.
Yeah, James actually getting value from the 3% haste there, potentially the swing just reaching. If he can interrupt Dan's gen here, that would be disaster, but Dan will be able to pop it just in time. Now has to be careful himself, still has the shack to play, of course, but I do think that James will want to leave this and just apply his pop and eruption again. All of our survivors are healthy, all of them are fresh hooks, so potentially pain resonance, except for Pedro, of course, who was there for the trade. But yeah, these 2 generators on the top side are pretty close to one another, so it wouldn't surprise me if James would prioritize holding onto these 2. And if he can potentially find a stealth here, find the survivor that's been working away at them, that would be so huge for Umbrella. Unfortunately, nobody is stealthing in the ice cave, and we do have another gen really close to this, so Devious 3 gen, that is also a gen that cannot be doubled. It's a single generator. yeah, James is definitely having his sights set on this top side setup, with Dan probably being the lone person working the shack generator, and Spitz and Pedro slowly trying to get any sort of free progress that they can on the top side of the map.
Yeah, though potentially a difficult spot here for James, as we see no pressure on the board as it stands. Three healthy survivors. It's going into a one gen remaining situation. I mean, of course, the gens are kind of within proximity of each other, but I
Oh, he
mentioned
finds him.
in the first, yeah, that's a big find, big find. I mentioned in the first trial that Lich is definitely not good at holding gen setups, even in a 3v1 situation. So this 3-gen, well, something that could be a 3-gen for a Nurse or a Blight or a Billy, definitely not looking like one for the Lich. Gonna take a tag onto Pedro, but just has to head back to these gens. You can't afford to let this gen pop and get Pedro on the hook. That's just gonna guarantee that that you lose with a 9-stage 4 fresh win condition. Now that 4th fresh hook I'm very interested in because it could come into play here. It's not something we see often, the sort of fresh hook tiebreaker coming in, but with a win condition like this and the way that this game has gone so far, it easily could be, you know, a situation where it's down to the wire, last gen pops, and you know, we get 3 stages out the door, but no freshes, and it could be the difference. So we'll have to see if James can make that happen, but so far it's not looking great.
We know that 2 injured survivors are still on the bottom side of the map. Spitz and Pedro playing very confidently, knowing that James kind of has to go topside to interrupt the generators again. Spitz needs some good pathing here, but the down comes down thanks to the mage hand. Eruption in play, giving James enough time to go for the pickup as well. And I don't think even if Pedro and Dan are stacking right now, they will be able to pop that generator. I think we need to see a split generator setup here, and James now looking at the bot side, knowing that there is not enough progress, just trying to potentially find the unhooker. Sees a crow next to one of the generators returning, and now he's finally gonna fully check on all of the generators, apply eruption, use Pop Goes the Weasel. Are we gonna check on that deep topside gen as well? No, we are not, because we see Pedro playing for the unhook, our unhealthy, injured survivor, not unhealthy, I'm sorry. And we do have a pretty safe tile to play, but with the mage hand, it's just pretty much unplayable. Pedro, great distance here. Are we gonna get punished for not bringing the Trickster's Glove? Yes, we are! That is exactly the add-on value that I was talking about. Pedro being able to get the stun onto James there, and that is the difference that 0.3 seconds can make. James has to drop the chase, finds Spitz on the top side of the map, who still has a couple of resources to play, but we haven't seen Dan in such a long time, and at this point, James is gonna get worried. Is this last generator going to pop? Dan, unfortunately, staggering a little bit there, getting hit by the Dispelling Sphere. We cannot get tagged by the skeletons here. James not even going for it. We have a very unsafe little Z-Wall to play here. Nice crouch by Dan. Takes the M1 to Shack, and I think James yet again cannot commit this.
Yeah, you say cannot commit, but actually we do see Pedro just getting healed on the HUD there, so actually making the decision is James to commit this. That might have been a slight misstep from the survivors of Invictus completing that heal before 99ing the second one, actually, because I think James would have been forced to go back to the gen spread if that heal didn't come in. So actually went back to the gen spread anyway, didn't end up committing, but did have the theoretical freedom to there. Very interesting macro decision at play. I should mention also, for those who don't know, the survivors, you may have noticed they're not picking up any of Vecna's special items to kind of play around the power. That's because that's not allowed. This is a lower tier killer with lower tier balancing, so the survivors are not allowed to to get any broken, you know, gauntlets of the mage and haste or whatever they're called. Emmy, we do see it down here onto Dan. And that's going to spell the fourth fresh hook. So if we do get down to that situation where there's 9 stages versus 9 stages, James has guaranteed the win in that situation for Umbrella. But that said, these survivors are of course going to try to get more than that out the door.
There have been a lot of kicks onto this generator. Spitz playing for the unhook. Onto Dan immediately. James sees Pedro in the distance. We're taking the chase to the ice cave. Our flight doesn't quite get us to the Jake that we are chasing. Can we get a tag with the skeletons here? No, we cannot. Pedro just too experienced. just deciding to leave the pallet because once it's dropped, it's a very unsafe. Good pathing here as well. Deciding to play an entirely different pallet, and the swing does not connect. Pallet gets dropped. Finally, reset coming through in the distance, and Spitz is already retaking the generator. We have committed just a little too long. Pop goes the weasel, is running out. And with that, James's time is running out as well. We saw how high that generator was. And if it's not a massive blunder by the survivor side, someone potentially getting two-tapped on the active generator. Dan! No! I cast a curse here and I'm so sorry as Dan gets mercilessly two-tapped on the edge map on the active generator, trying to path away from the skeletons. This could not have come at a worse time.
Yeah, that's an absolute tragedy for Team Invictus, and it's the second one we've seen this game. I mean, that two-tap even faster than the first one we saw onto Rocket with the skeletons, so I mean, I can't imagine what the voice chat for Invictus is looking like right now, Emmy, but that had to have been a frustrating moment for Dan. That said, it's still a position where they could win. The difficulty here now is that if James finds one more survivor, finds Spitz or Pedro, and actually just downs them and camps them to death, that's a win for Umbrella. We said that 9-stage 4 fresh, that fresh hook actually making the difference for Umbrella. But it looks like they're actually just going to let Dan die on hook here. I'm surprised to see Spitz looks like running toward a gate. They think that the full camp is just going to happen from James. It's a good call, and it's probably going to pay off here actually for Invictus, because Spitz is going to hop on that gate instantly, and they're going to punish James for this really aggressive camp.
That is so smart by the Invictus survivor side. James overplaying his plan there. And now it is up to Pedro and Spitz to somehow get these stages out of the gate. Spitz with the early rotation already having a lot of progress on the exit gate. And the exit gates are so split that it will be possible for both survivors to work them at the same time. Spitz trying to stealth here. Unfortunately, your yellow hat is not super stealthy, Yuichi. We do not have anything to play here. We're sending it for the hatch. Can Pedro open the gate in time? Can Spitz escape? James is committing here. James standing on top of the hatch and Spitz inside the shack. This is a stare down. Nothing Spitz can do. Maybe we can have some unique stealth here, waiting for Pedro to get in position to play for the body block. We're going for the heal, actually, it looks like. But yeah, as long as James does not let the survivors complete the heal, should be fine here. No tag, skeletons used. Spitz zone towards the the short side of the shack, goes down, and of course Pedro can never get the unhook in a 2v1 scenario. So the very smart, bold play by Team Invictus unfortunately backfires, and this is gonna secure the elimination onto Spitz, and with that, putting Umbrella up 2-1.
Yeah, I was absolutely stun locked there. I really thought that Invictus was going to get paid off for that really bright play, popping the last gen for that camp. And even with Pedro coming in to try to heal at Shack, forcing James into a difficult position as killer. Oh wow, what an interesting endgame, and somehow Umbrella actually clutches it out with a 9-stage 4 fresh win condition. I think we actually had 10 stages at the end of the day. So wow, just a super interesting set, and let's see what Ghosty and Andrew think about it. Over to you, Analyst Desk.
Thank you. Wow, that was what an ending. I think that absolutely could have worked if we hadn't done the Yoichi yellow hat on the edge of the map there. I think the smart move, Spitz running over to the door while we're finishing up the generator, was a great idea. But I think that the moment fly starts happening, maybe you beeline for main, so you have a bit of a stronger position. But the problem too is main is really strong for Vecna because of the elevation. You can get some really sketchy elevation skeleton hits there too. So maybe there was no world where they were both getting out the door. But anyways, explosive ending, Ghosty. Really well played by both teams. But Umbrella's up 2-1 now.
Yeah, no, that was an incredibly well played endgame for Umbrella, but it looks like maybe that fresh hook commitment not happening from Pedro on the first set of that Lich set just maybe have came back to haunt them a little bit, since it did end up, in a way, partially coming into the win condition there. But also, there was a few things that I've taken a few notes on that were happening to that match that could have been massively game-changing. One of which I believe our amazing casters did mention that Rocket was not in the trial for nearly as long as we normally would see them being. Was going down quite quickly and just was removed from the trial very, very quickly, which was unfortunate to see. And also the palette save, I believe, from Spitz not coming through. I think you could even hear the audio from, my apologies, the stun coming through, but it just did not connect. If that palette stun came through for, I believe it was Rocket, I think that could have been a big, big, big moment for Team Invictus as survivors, and that could have been made the game very, very much more painful for the Umbrella's killer side. But it not going through, I think, was a massive, unfortunate moment for Spitz, and obviously being there lurking for that save and not getting it would have been a definite kick in the gut, I think, because it was looking really close and like the setup was definitely there. And again, another amazing mention by the casters, not bringing in Trix's glove and being able to go for that pallet race on as well to extend chase as well. There was a lot of moments during that set that could have like been massively game changing, but it all had to have those certain elements to come into play. But I think the biggest things were that pallet save not coming through and just Rocket not lasting as long as we know that they are usually doing. So very explosive final like set for the Lich set, but
Well, I also
it's
think
not
that
over.
one of the issues was, if you compare the two matches, Pedro's and James's killer matches there, James was able to, by RNG, map awareness, skill, call it whatever you want, was able to secure a very tight 3-gen. If that 3-gen's not there, if you go back to Pedro's match, Pedro did not have a tight 3-gen. If James wasn't able to secure that 3-gen, you might have been able to put pressure on the killer in multiple places and get more people out the door. But James was able to hold down that 3-gen over by the actual mine, the mine shaft there, and I think that really came into play. It's hilarious because Emmy said it. That 2-tap on, I believe it was Dan, 2-tap on Dan on Edge
Yeah.
map totally changed the. Before that, everybody was injured. And we were doing that reset, and great call on Rich there for saying they kind of messed up by full healing instead of 99ing twice. But you had that full reset. You had them reset, and then you had Dan reset. Everybody's healthy, and I literally was thinking, I'm like, oh, this is a rough place to be in for a killer of Vecna's strength, which is to say, about middle of the pack. And then Dan got 2-tapped, and that really changed the momentum again. Very swingy match, but Umbrella took it. So.
Yeah, but it was looking like Invictus definitely had the capabilities to take the set when they were able to commit to that water tower gen, I believe it was, and beat Emily on the gate. Spitz getting caught up by most likely the yellow of his beanie was a massive upset, I think, for the Invictus survivors, and didn't secure those two outs that they were definitely pressurizing with that very strong play with the water tower gem. But it was a good match overall. But I believe since that match has put Umbrella up by 2-1, we are going to be replaying the Blight set. So I'll stop my yappering for now, and I'll send it over back to the casters. It's all yours.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. You've been doing such a great job going overtime here. We're back where it all began. We're loading into the suffocation pit on the Blight. Of course, we had the 4K1 tie earlier. And I've got to say that for both teams, the Blight set went a little south on the survivor side. So the teams will definitely want to iron out the kinks, make sure the early game is more on point, and guarantee the deliverance this time with James on the killer and, of course, Pedro, Dan, Rocket, and Spitz on the survivor side.
Yeah, not to dwell too much on the Lich set, but for my money, that's been the most exciting set that we've seen so far. I would have just loved to see a play where, after they pop that last gen, they just abused that door split. We had one door full left side, one door full right side. I'm gonna go rewatch that set, I think, after this, because that was just a crazy set to see. Moving on, though, I'll let the analysts analyze. Let's move on to this Blade set, where we're now actually seeing a flip flop. So we're seeing Umbrella kill first, and we're seeing James once again on the Blight. No surprise there. Very impressive performance from James. Actually, well played from Pedro. James didn't expect that little corner tech there, but you don't get too much from it on the Blight. That next rush actually confirms the hit once James kind of figures out what's going on there. And now Pedro has to play this weak filler here next to main. We'll see if Pedro can make much of it, but with a few objects kind of surrounding it, I think James would be hard-pressed to not get at least a rush hit around this, if not just bloodlusted, which it looks like James is going for here. Pedro, though, kind of showing that 1v1 prowess, but you know, it gets a lot of time out of that, I will say, but yeah, eventually has to go down on a pallet like that.
Yeah, even with Resi, James Kane finds the better of Pedro. And Pedro's build is not necessarily the one that you want to have in Chase first. The only exhaustion perk available being Balanced Landing. Very, very conditional, and unfortunately only has the resilience to help himself there on the pallet. But James knows it, Pedro knows it. As soon as that pallet gets dropped, you're dead. Like, there's nothing you can do. That's why Pedro was greeting it for as long as possible. It's a little awkward to outplay it with the rushes, so James was happy to just force it out by walking Pedro down as a 110 killer. But yeah, Dan getting the pull onto Pedro off in the distance. Reset coming through. We find the chase onto Rocket, and this means that Deliverance will be active. Unusual mistake by Rocket there, missing the fast vault, getting the stun onto James though with the pallet. Very well played. Cracker already used, finesse value as well. Rocket styling onto James in this chase, beautifully played by Claudette. Finally gets tagged after trying to go for a bit of an FOV play, but buying so much valuable time for Team Invictus. And if you're a Team Invictus fan, this is exactly what you want to see. Strong individual chases from your team, from your players. Can Rocket make something happen here? No, he cannot. He does go down after James gets the pallet control. But it's looking great. We don't have a tunnel out right now. Everybody else is healthy, and James only now gets his second stage.
Yeah, definitely not the worst start for Invictus here, especially that last chase from Rocket, though lost to, you know, what was kind of a forced 50-50 while rushing. Fully respect that from Rocket, and certainly outpaces some of the chases that we saw from the Lich on Rocket, which is kind of funny to say. Yeah, we do see Rocket on the hook here at the top side of the map, and James perfectly content for now to just play around that top side of the map while survivors are progressing 2 gens on the bottom side of the map. And Pedro here stealthing for the pull. We'll see. This is a big moment, because if this rotation gets found, of course, that's how pressure is generated for the killer. Forcing Dan or Spitz to come all the way from the bottom side of the map to get this pull, assuming that Pedro cannot force a trade, which is not even what they would want given that he's already hooked. Would be a big momentum shift for sure in the favor of Umbrella. And I don't think that's what we are going to see. We actually are going to see probably just a trade last second for Pedro. Though with Dan popping off and on that gen, it looks like they may be having a bit of a discussion about it in the voice chat. Pedro may even, I would be surprised if we just let Rocket go second stage here. There's no way that happens, except that it looks like it is happening, because Pedro would be running in right now if the intention was to save Rocket. So we're going to see James rush to the bottom side of the map as that second hook comes in onto Rocket. And I think that play is definitely interesting. I think that, you know, the exchange of Pedro for Rocket, I mean, it puts him in the exact same position hook state-wise, but actually does give a little more pressure in that there would be an injured survivor on the board. And James makes an amazing play that I think you were just very impressed by, Emmy, of just calling it out and saying, I know you were here for the rotation, made the call for that second hook to come in, and I'm just going to punish you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. James pretending to commit all the way bot side with the rushes, and then going back to the top side, gets the tag onto Dan, who gets the pull onto Rocket. But of course, Rocket is now on Death Hook. Spitz yet again, trying to be the hero, trying to help his teammate in body block. Just takes a tag while Rocket is still affected by the base kit endurance, and we somehow need to juke now. Rocket has a good filler to play here, immediately throws his. James just wants to zone him away from the shack, but he gets the down. Great play there, and we know that the decisive strike is on Dan, so this means Rocket is out of the trial. All 3 remaining survivors are injured, and we still have a pretty decent region on the top side that our survivors have not been able to tackle just yet. James will now try to find the reset, but they were triple splitting. Not triple splitting, actually tripling the topside generator. And now James is left with the horrible split. He does have information on all the survivors, of course, so if he can somehow capitalize and make his next chase a super short one, I can see a world where this can be a 4K1. But that was such a decisive call by the Invictus survivor side, and it was such an important one too. If they can recover from this injured state, they can turn this into outs.
Yeah, and it's a difference of seconds. I mean, we're talking about turn back the clock. So if they don't pop that gen right then and there, we see either a fatigue or a rush hit, and then turn back the clock hits that gen, and it's just, the pressure is just gone from the survivor side because that gen has, that was their only gen progress really on the map to be spoken for. So I agree with you. Enormous call from Invictus, hugely pays off. And now we're seeing a situation where they're in a 3v1, but again, it is certainly possible to pop this last gen at the very least, if not get a stage or 2 out the door if they're playing really, really well here. James actually thinks that somebody's stealthing on the top side of the map, just wants to check, get some insurance that that is not happening. Because this is a very scary situation for James. If somebody's stealthing on the top side of the map and is not found, Dan, not found here at main, that was big, Emmy. That's a crazy stealth play, just like the one we saw in our Blight set with the Umbrella survivors hiding behind that gen was Bubbo.
And this is something that you have to take to heart. Always commit to your chase, to your stealth. If they find you, you're screwed regardless. So if Dan just loses his cool there, gets up, runs away, the whole play is gone. But Dan, with the patience, doesn't give away his location, even though he was in the side of James. Very, very good and experienced play. Now James in chase with Spitz on this filler, goes for the swing, it misses. Spitz still greeting the pallet here, just sends it away, knows he has the shack available to play, and this chase is already taking way too long for James's liking. Spitz makes the vault here, makes the revault, great play, a little bit of line of sight, and James waits out the DH by Spitz there and gets the down. Great awareness. Now of course Pedro and Dan have not been idling. They are probably pressuring the topside generators or, of course, rotating for the pickup, and Pedro is here already. Now Dan, the Deliverance survivor, finally gets found in the main building, but James fatigues, all rushes used, and Dan has great distance to play on this main building. It's gonna take James a while until he gets attack here, so he just decides to kick the generator. Full reset is gonna come through onto Spitz on the bottom side of the map. And Dan, of course, being the Deliverance player, is in a great spot on this main building.
Yeah, wow, this is just a series of impressive plays coming through from Team Invictus. Again, you said commit to the stealth, and you're so right. There's so many players, even in Comp TBD, that would have just abandoned that stealth entirely.
Are we lagging out?
Looks like we might be lagging out. Oh, what an unfortunate end. Spectator bug, hopefully?
Seems like a bit of dedicated server not responding. Of course, we're gonna make sure that this is not on our end, and instead that all players are affected, unfortunately. We're gonna throw you over to the analyst desk, but I think we are going to have to replay this set.
An unfortunate turning of events with the dedicated server coming through, because that, in my opinion, was a much different feeling set for the Blight set from Invictus Survivors. That tripling up on that gen on the top side to get it out of the way and remove that nice 3-gen that James had to hold. But this could be tragedy. That could be devastating, Andrew. But honestly, it was looking like a whole different Blight set compared to our first running of this in the best of 5.
Very, very unfortunate turn of events. It happens. Listen, servers die. It happens, and it's just so unfortunate it happened so deep into that match. That was really getting down to the meat and potatoes of it. Good split on the generators. Survivors were doing a great job of in chases as well as in macro reset and whatnot. Like we had everybody injured, and then we had everybody healthy. They were doing a really, really good job. Great chase by Spitz down by Shack there, Shack side. I do want to throw out. I mean, analyzing a match that ends up not mattering, not being not even counting basically is kind of silly. But I just want to say, James has a really nice set of rushes on Rocket's last chase there around that sort of like that new junk filler that's really long and unplayable for any killer unless you're Blight. Just really clean bumps off the logs, off the edge map, back around and hits through the pallet is really good. Unfortunate turn of events here, Ghosty, but we're gonna have to replay it. We're loading in right away. I'll let you take us away if you have anything else to add.
Yeah, no, I think it was looking really good for the Survivors of Invictus, but James was playing another very strong game as we saw the first time around with Blight, but unfortunately we're going to have to rerun the set, so anything could potentially happen now. Things can obviously change with these things, but it's out of our control. So, casters, enjoy. We'll pass it back to you.
Thank you so much, Ghosty and Andrew. Yeah, that's a super unfortunate situation, especially in such an interesting game. Kind of unfortunate for both the players and for us. I mean, I would have loved to see how that game played out if Invictus was able to pop that last gen, but the cards are dealt the way that they are. I believe, yeah, everybody lagged out that game, a DBD server issue, so a no-fault restart is what we're doing here. So once again, I mean, we're going to see a run back of James on Blight. This is like at least 2 more James on Blight games than I expected to see today.
I don't know if this is heaven or purgatory, stuck with infinite Blight games. I mean, I'm enjoying the evening. The more Blight, the better. And James is now looking to find some crossing survivors on the top side of the map. And he does find Spitz on the main building. This palette is so weird to play against the Blight or as the Blight. It's so deceivingly strong and Spitz makes great use of it. Does not go for the vault here. And no tag onto him coming through either. Finally gets the tag on the last rush there. Well played by James. Good patience. And Spitz has to leave this pallet to find some stronger resources. Pallet immediately comes down. You don't want to give pallet control to the Blight. You want to play 50s instead. Oh, and Spitz on the ping. That rush not connecting. But finally, James gets the first down. Now, this was a pretty fast first down, I would say, yet again. But again, it's not onto the Deliverance survivor, so that is great news for Team Invictus. And if you're James, you're happy committing to main building and getting... Oh, what a beautiful tag onto Pedro! Getting a fast in-real to Spitz and down like that. He's gonna feel happy with that. Dan immediately going for the people, denying the tunnel out, but what a beautiful flick onto Pedro on that pallet there.
Yeah, that conversion was just out of this world, and I've got to put the mental game in favor of James right now. I think that last game was kind of slowly pulling away from James with the failure to find Dan stealthing at edge main. But now this game is much better start so far. Now, it's definitely the question is at this point whether the survivors can kind of keep their mental as a team and make sure that this does not result in a much better win condition for Umbrella. So, yeah, we got a second hook onto Spitz already. This is certainly not what Invictus wanted to see. Let's make sure that the mental just stays ripe and we don't let this define the entire set. And Rocket already not doing that, just immediately dodging a rush, putting some momentum back in the favor of the team. Every rush you dodge from every mind game you win against a Blight, especially where they're so hinged on having good chases, is kind of the killer's strong point in addition to the mobility, is just huge. It's just a huge point in favor of Team Invictus every time Rocket is winning one of these mind games. We'll see if one more can happen, and it does. I mean, this is a great chase.
Yeah, hero chase for Rocket there, but now Pedro and Rocket stuck injured on the same pallet. Dan with the rotation also still injured. Unhooked Spitz on the top side of the map, and this chase we don't have for the people available because the survivors decided they needed more gen progress. They did not have time to reset Dan one more time, and Spitz just needs to last here. We need to outplay this pallet. We need to make use of our exhaustion bug. Dan, the man, building a little wall there for his teammate Spitz, making sure that our Yuichi can go all the way to the bottom side of the map. And if this tunnel out takes too long, it's gonna be so bad for James. Rocket here as well. Another injury onto our Claudette. Spitz now securely making the bot side, having the whole bodyguard squad pulling up. Now more rushes by James. Can Rocket body block here? Yes, he can. No, he cannot. We're not taking the down quite yet, and we're not connecting the last rush onto Spitz either. So far, super good altruistic play. Rocket now going down to the plot twist, potentially being in position for another hit tank yet again, and Spitz dies through the vault. Unfortunately, misjudging the distance with the bloodlust coming through from James there yet again. Meanwhile, Pedro and Dan have been able to break the 3-gen on the top side of the map. So we're in a very similar position to where we were last game. We just have one less generator for the survivors.
Yeah, fortunate little comeback from the Survivor team here as Rocket gets a full reset with that plot twist. And Pedro here with the blind at the main pallet. I think the Survivors are definitely in a position where they can get a similar result to what we would have seen in that game that disconnected. So love that for them. And I love this chase for them too. Pedro absolutely juicing up on this unsafe pallet. You got to imagine that hit would have come in if Blight was still 115% movement speed, but unfortunate for James, doesn't actually get there. Unable to convert this rush as well. Decides want to chase Dan, the injured survivor. Yeah, but I don't know how well this is gonna go. We saw For the People on Dan earlier. That's certainly not gonna come into play at all. But we also see a likely Deliverance play now coming in, as Dan is the Obsession, potentially Decisive Strike as well, depending on whether James plays around that. So I think if a survivor were to go down here, they would have chosen Dan.
Yeah, this is perfect for Team Invictus. Dan gets hooked close to the active generator, but jumps right off the hook. No time investment at all. James struggling to break this wall, and Pedro with a cheeky blind already waiting for the blind right there. Has the window to play, has the balanced landing. He's in a very good position here. And all this time Rocket has been spending working the bot side generator that just pops. And now we have a 2-1 split. And James needs some injuries on the board here. What is happening? Pedro almost with the body block on top of the pallet, but James making a good use of the bump logic to connect the attack. And now we didn't use a lot of rushes to get that injury. We do get stuck right now though, and Pedro does get the stun yet again, as well as the blind. James forced to watch, forced to break the pallet, forced to leave the chase and find Dan and Rocket on the bottom side of the map, because if they stack that generator, it's not gonna last for much longer.
Yeah, Pedro and Rocket both able to show us this game what it means to be one of the best 1v1 players in Dead by Daylight. Doing a phenomenal job this game, getting as much time as they possibly can for their team out of these chases. And I frankly love to see it. I will say that that rush inside the pallet was one of the more interesting body blocks I've seen come in for rush, but a slight misstep from James, and that's just icing on the cake for Invictus. These chases are already not happening at the rate that they need to for James. This last gen, you've got to imagine, is going to pop very soon, and even a stun coming in, further icing for Rocket, as James is just forced to leave chase. Not even a tag coming in onto Rocket for his trouble. The survivors actually chose to just double reset, and now James has just no source of pressure whatsoever.
Great solidarity value there. That is the whole point of Pedro's build. Play for those double resets and stay alive in chase with the resilience, I suppose. But now James really needs some injuries. He has no pressure at all right now. He finds Rocket, but this is such an awkward rock to play around that James is just forced to fatigue. Rocket now has a Z-wall to play, has the finesse available yet again. So we're just gonna try to unzone ourselves here. Not a fast vault, and we do take a tag towards the edge map. Definitely not the way Rocket was hoping this would work out. And he does go down. Plot twist already used, cannot force it right there. But Pedro and Dan, of course, still on the top side of the map, getting some gen progress, and the last generator pops. So even though we went for the no-fault restart with the servers unfortunately going down. Invictus are getting an incredible result here. All gens are done. Dan is close to the exit gate. Pedro still has not been hooked, so representing a potential fresh out. This couldn't have gone any better for the Invictus survivor side.
Absolutely agree. Super massive comeback for them from what was a pretty difficult start, actually. That death hook chase onto Spitz extended with some altruistic plays, and they're getting, again, super paid off for it here. Of course, James not going to be happy with a 7-stage, 3 fresh game here, which is what he would get for camping out Rocket in a situation like this. So, especially with these gates being on the top side of the map, you just want to go and pressure those. And force somebody to rotate back to the bottom side of the map to pick up Rocket. I wonder now if they're going to go for, the end game plot twist, second use of plot twist coming into play from Rocket. And now Pedro free to come back to the top side of the map and try to pressure a gate, though we do see a quick down onto Dan here at the main building, and this hook is now going to be in a much more difficult position for the survivors, as they're unable to effectively pressure these gates quite as much with the hook being on top side as opposed to bottom. Now the full reset onto Rocket with that plot twist is going to mean that they've got a lot of points in their favor in terms of getting some outs this game, but how many will it be is the question, because these high stage games are definitely winnable on the survivor side. So we'll see. I think James is just going to be trying to get the earliest signs of a survivor as he can, and just try to, if it's Pedro especially, try to commit that and just get as many stages as possible. The fourth fresh hook especially, Emmy, you mentioned, is a big difference maker when you're talking about high stage situations.
Yeah, it's all about Pedro right now. Can James find him? They're throwing out the bait for Killer to take. Hey, just hook Claudette here. But no, James knows better, but he barely misses the swing onto Pedro. No pallet available. We see Dan opening the other gate right now. Again, everything is on the line. This is going to be a game of inches, but with that first rush missing, it's looking so good for Invictus. The gate is going to be open in time. Dan will be able to body block, but Pedro is still stuck on this filler. James has to outplay this, and he does! Pedro goes down. Dan getting the pickup onto Rocket. Sprint Burst not available. We're potentially looking at way more stages than we should. This is going to be Rocket forced out of the gate. And that means James somehow collects 4 more stages in this endgame. Incredible clutch. And maybe a bit of a misplay on the survivor side. Very unfortunate. Pedro to not get tanked to the gate there.
Yeah, that was a super clutch endgame from James. I was definitely expecting, 7, 8 stages at the time that they popped that last gen, but yeah, James just knows what to prioritize in the endgame and put the right amount of pressure on the survivors. They were so close to getting both Pedro and Dan out the door there, and they certainly would have taken that result if they could, but going to end up on a 10-stage 4 fresh game here. Yeah, that's an impressive result coming from where we were when that last gen popped, and I want to hear what our analysts think about that, of course. Andrew and Ghosty, what do you think?
Definitely a recovery on that end game for James to get those extra stages that we thought were not going to come through when it was looking like that 7-3 was going to be the result, to lock in those extra stages and turn it into that 10-4. Definitely a result that James would have been wanting and would have been much more happier with going into things, knowing that this is the last match that's going to be played if it doesn't somehow tie again, touch wood. But the amazing gameplay we saw for that follow-up set compared to our first running of the Blight, with, as we saw, I think Emmy commented, the wall Dan put up so that Spitz can make it all the way down to the bottom side, and then Rocket also being there to extend the chase down towards the bottom side. Amazing teamwork by the Invictus Survivors, and it just felt like a completely different game overall compared to the first running of the Blight set that we saw at the start of the best of 5. But overall, much stronger performance, and James still performed incredibly well. Maybe, obviously, fatigue can be coming into play a little bit since we've had to play so many matches in this matchup between the two teams, but James still firing on all cylinders. Was still really good to see. Amazing bump logic and some really good chases overall. But yeah, what was your thoughts, Andrew?
Well, I mean, coming into the end game, it is fitting that Rocket was the only one to make it out the door because I wrote down in big letters this was Rocket's game. Both with you mentioned Dan putting up the wall and taking the down up the top side of the map there, but it was really Rocket's body blocking and escorting Spitz all the way down to Shaq's side that really made it happen. Those multiple rush blocks at the water tower by Shaq was phenomenal. And then even later on, just like after the first hook, we had that great. We were playing that sort of crooked long wall where Rocket just like flared James multiple times, and then on top of that, when you get into the 3v1, we managed to get a stun on Shaq pallet without the break. Like Rocket was playing phenomenally. It is a little bit disappointing for Team Invictus that they did end up giving up so many hooks in the end. But let's be really clear: both teams 4K'd earlier, so like I'm right? Both teams 4K'd earlier, right?
Yeah, 4K one for the first one.
So like we tied, right? It's been a while. It's been like 4 hours now. But so the 4K is more likely, right? So getting any outs is a good result. Obviously, we could have seen more, but getting any outs at all was good. Yeah, Rocket getting out Rocket hard carried that game. He played fantastic.
Yeah, no, and it shows that it's like split spectrum of like you commonly would see like the 4Ks coming out in the blind set, but you can still get the status out, and that could come into play quite big with the second blind set since we're essentially at match point, I believe, for Umbrella. I'm not mistaken. They are up by an extra set point at the moment, so I believe it's going to be most like a Pedro again. They're going to have that pressure of knowing that yes, like it is blight, so the 4K is a definitely achievable result, but if we don't get that, Umbrella will take the match. And obviously, it could still go either way, but if we see some really nice gameplay like we saw from the Invictus Fights, from stuff like Rockets, amazing, I'll hold the teams together and make sure that we can get through. Dan just being that I will be the living wall and I will just take this down for Spitz to make it all down. If we see that gameplay come back into this next set, Umbrella could still potentially take this and seal the deal, but Invictus still have the opportunity with Pedro being an absolute monster that he is to still bring it back for Invictus. But we'll have to see, I think, because it looks like we're getting pretty close. But do you have any more last things to say, Andrew?
Yeah, like this really comes down. This is Pedro's game to lose. Pedro needs to step up. I mean, obviously, that's what we expect from one of, if not the best killer in the world. I always say that we've got a short list of the best killers in the world, and Pedro's on it for sure. So it's on Pedro to win it or lose it now. I think the early game is going to matter a lot. Again, something we saw in that last game during that Spitz and Rocket tag team down by Shaq. We managed to pick up Dan. Dan and Pedro managed to crack the 3-gen. We're going to need to see stuff like that. I was getting worried during that because we were throwing everything at keeping Spitz in the game that sometimes you overdo the altruism and then you end up getting, everyone gets slowed out at 3-gens, 2-gens or something like that. It gets crazy. So, it wound up working out. Invictus stepped up. They executed perfectly. If Umbrella does not do something similar, Pedro will win this, and we will go to our next tiebreaker, replay, which would be redoing the Freddy tie from earlier. Don't forget, everybody out there, while I've got a second, this is only round one. Like, this is only the first matchup of the day. Whoever loses this one will be eliminated from the playoffs from season 11. But we still have X9 versus Elysium coming up after this. So this is potentially the longest best of 5 I have ever seen, and we are just getting started. So we're loading into the match. So I'm going to pass it over to the casters. But whenever you get a chance, everybody, don't neglect your hydration. Make sure you're keeping your popcorn full, your drinks full, because we got a lot more competitive Dead by Daylight to come. Let's see if Pedro can do it. Go ahead, casters.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Once more into the fog we go, potentially for the last time in this match. You said it. If the survivors can get 9 stages, it means that Umbrella wins and Invictus will be eliminated from the playoffs. But if one person is the man for the job. It's Pedro. We've seen him at LAN. He does not crumble under the pressure. It does not seem like pressure affects him at all. So Pedro on the Blight is exactly who you want there for Team Invictus. Isn't that right, Rich?
Absolutely, and it's a phenomenal point that these are two teams who you wouldn't really expect to be backs against the wall in this stage of the tournament. I mean, in the lower brackets semifinals, not where you would expect Invictus to be, especially with their backs against the wall. With in another way, with Umbrella being up a set on them. Yeah, if Umbrella wins this set, we are concluding the match, and Invictus will be out of the tournament. And Pedro so far unable to make us think anything else is going to happen. These survivors playing great so far. A few of them spotted, which is more than you'd prefer, but at the same time, Pedro's unable to get any pressure. Just a bit of a depletion on a pallet or two at the start of this game. No injuries to be seen. Playing the short side now of this pallet on the pallet gym, and Bobo actually does take a tag from Pedro. Pedro's got to end this chase quickly, and he does. Oh my gosh, this is exactly what we expect to see from Pedro. Emmy, you said he doesn't crumble under pressure. He's already proving it less than a minute into this match.
Yep, we unfortunately go down on the dropped pallet gym against the 110 killer. Of course, there's a bit of ping involved, but looking at this top side gen split, this is exactly where Pedro wants his first hook. Great gen position for him, and the pull has to come through really quickly before a lot of generator progress will be wasted. Pedro finds Hardwell, knows about Swatter as well, gets the stun here. Hardwell does onto Pedro, and the unhook comes through. Perfect timing for the Umbrella survivor side, and I don't think Pedro has had the time to apply either Eruption nor Call of Brine, so fully abandoning the top side. No, he is not actually. He's just rushing around, breaking the pallet, trying to catch Hardwell off guard. And now we're gonna see our aggression perks being applied, confirming Pedro wants to play for his fortune, but this also means that Bobo is long gone, and a tunnel out can't even be thought of right now.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we see this decision, is this is game 2 of the set, and as long as Pedro 4Ks, they do actually win the set. So just going to see him kind of glued, at least for now, to this top side of the map, making sure that this gen spread does not get popped anytime soon. That 3 gen especially tight. This 4th gen not quite as close. This is probably going to pop at some point in the trial, you'd imagine, but it's still a resource for Pedro to defend and get pressure off of. So does have to venture now onto the bottom side of the map. There's no pressure on those top gens for now. They are regressing with Call of Brine, at least you would think. No good skill checks hit quite yet on those gens, so no info for Pedro. Now reapplies Call of Brine and Eruption to this bottom side gen and tries to actually go for the tunnel out. Switching strategies a bit here is Pedro. I'm very interested to see if this pays off for Pedro, as this bottom side is still very resource heavy. And yeah, that's going to be a missed rush, and this is not the chase that we need for Pedro to get a 4K here, Emmy.
Bobo used up a lot of resources on this part of the map for his first chase. Nice juke there, a little bit of an FOV tech coming through. But Pedro right now cannot afford to miss these rushes. They are so important. And now we're seeing those good skill checks coming through, bumping against the locker a bit there. And yeah, Pedro eyes set onto Bobo now. But again, we have abandoned the fortune. We're not getting an injury onto our tunnel out. The second generator pops for 1 hook stage on the board. Finally, Bobo takes the tag, has the shack still to play, and the Umbrella survivors pop a 3rd generator. We do still have a 3 gen on the bottom side of the map where the chase is currently taking place, but if you're an Umbrella fan, you're smiling ear to ear right now as Bobo can win another 50, because the last generator in this split isn't even that close to the other ones. It's in the middle of the map rather than the bottom side, and Bobo has nothing more to play here. Wins the 50 on the wall 2 more times, actually does still go down even through the fast vault. But Pedro is so far behind right now, and he needs to clutch up and somehow make a miracle happen. Swatter even with the confidence to stay close for the flashlight save, unable to get it. But again, the survivors are in such a great position right now.
Yeah, the flashlight save is always either a really good sign or a really bad sign for the killer. It either means that the survivors are feeling confident enough that their play doesn't necessarily matter, or it feels like they have to go for a risk big enough that it could bring back a very difficult game. I'll tell you, in this case, it is the former. These survivors are feeling very confident. This 3-gen nowhere near as strong as the 3-gen on the top side of the map. A 3-gen chase for Bobo, and Pedro's back is fully against the wall. We'll need very shortly to go interrupt that gen on the bottom right side of the map that Lemagic is working on, and Swatter even going to take it over for Lemagic. This is really difficult. Pedro needs to impress us to come back from this, and it's something that we've seen him do time and time again, but can he pull it out this time? We will see.
Down comes through onto Lemagic. It is going to be a trade, but of course Lemagic is our Deliverance survivor. We did find Swatter there. Pedro decides to go for the basement hook onto the Deliverance survivor, wasting precious time carrying Lemagic down the stairs. Meanwhile, Swatter has a generator at around 85%. Is Pedro gonna make the right call that interrupts Swatter's gen, or is he gonna focus onto Hardwell instead? Pedro finds the generator, Lemagic jumps off the hook, and Swatter has to somehow last here. He has life. Pedro dropping the chase, wants to find Lemagic again, knows that the survivors are now doubling this side of the map, and he's just being drawn between two places. He wishes he was the twins right now to be in two places at the same time. Lemagic has the Dead Heart available. Can he hit it somehow on this rock? Forces the plot twist instead. Doesn't even try. Very interesting. But this should buy enough time for one generator to pop. Does it buy enough for two generators to pop? Lemagic gets dropped. Plot twist still available. Swatter gonna pop the last generator, and we only have 3 stages right now. Babo probably already on the exit gate on the top side of the map. Lemagic gets picked up by Hardwell here. I think it's over for Invictus.
Over, Emmy. The pressure got to Team Invictus. They were too far behind. Picking up the plot twist, putting it back down, that's just extra seconds that you can't even afford to waste in a situation like this.
Pedro knows.
Yeah, Pedro not going to be happy with this result. Leaving the tournament, DBD League Season 11, going out in elimination semifinals. That is a difficult spot to be in. Going to take 4th place here in Season 11, and that is, yeah, less than what we would expect, I will say, Emmy.
Invictus so close to not even qualifying for the playoffs, but you can never count them out, right? They will always make something happen. So right now, being eliminated from the playoffs, I'm a little bit speechless. Pedro is just standing there knowing that he got defeated as Swatter and Lemagic make it out of the exit gates. This means Umbrella wins over Invictus 3-1 after a long drawn out battle. Well played to both teams. Lemagic celebrating with the firecracker off in the distance. Of course, our Claudette is going to leave the trial. Finally, the Dead Heart comes through when we needed it the most. But yeah, a little bit of celebration as we do exit the trial. What do our analysts have to say about this?
Well, that's all she wrote for Team Invictus. Honestly, I did not think that was the way it was going to come out today, although I didn't necessarily think that Umbrella was going to go either. I'm sitting here going like, what? But both great teams have to win, right? Well, only one can win. And so that will be Umbrella staying alive in this double elimination playoff, four-team playoff. And that will be the end for Team Invictus. Yeah, I don't know. Going into that match, Ghosty, we were saying, well, Pedro's got to win it for the team. And yeah, I get the survivor, just too much pressure, too many different places on the map, too many good chases, couple missed bumps, and that's all it wrote. And Invictus is out. That's it.
Yeah, no, it was unfortunate that all of that time in this match today ended up literally going all the way through the 5 set picks and then back to Blight. So many games for both teams to have to try and play and get through. I could definitely see the mentals would be drained and the fatigue would be probably coming in. A lot of bumps that I don't believe we saw Pedro missing in the first game from the Blight set was coming through, and it costed them a lot, even with a relatively quick down. I think it was the 115 chase at the start, which was a very good starting point, but we just lost momentum from there, and Umbrella showing that they still had that gen efficiency in the tank to make up for it. Was this, I think it was the 2 to 3 gens popping for one of the chases. which was definitely a big hit to Pedro when Bubba pulled off that juice chase. And then, yeah, the basement with Delhi, and it was just a big unfortunate moment for Pedro, I don't think. And you could see from when he stopped moving that I'm sure he was even feeling very much devastated at the result. But still a big congrats to Umbrella for still holding on, and it's very sad to see Invictus eliminated since you definitely would not expect it from them. They had to do such a hard, grounded out fight, and it was neck and neck all the way through. Like the fact that our first 2 matches of this best of 5 tied, it was then 1-1 with the Clown, and I believe it was the Dredge set, and then the Lich set going to Umbrella, putting them ahead that bit more. It was such a neck and neck battle throughout the entire match. It was a spectacle to watch for sure.
Absolutely. Well, on that note, though, we're going to go to a break. We need to get our other teams. Again, that was only part one of the two-part cast today. We are going to be having Elysium versus X9. I am switching over to the caster's desk, and I believe I'm going to be joined by Volkuz and Ghosty. You're staying on Analyst. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm sticking around for sure. I'm not
Awesome.
done just yet.
Well, we're gonna take a quick break again. Everyone, go use the washroom, get some water and everything. This is a long day, and it's it's halfway done. Everyone, we'll be back we'll be back shortly once we get the other teams all loaded up here for another best of 5. This time in the winners bracket. We will be back in a few minutes. Just like that, Elysium versus X9. Here we are in another best of 5. Outcast Andrew now joining you on the caster desk. We are loaded in here on the Oni on Colt Tower. We're going to try to jump into this because it's been a long day already. I will go over the sets as we go. First of all, I want to introduce my co-caster. Volkuz is joining me on the caster desk. Volkuz, take it away while we enter this first chase around the Colt Tower.
Thank you very, very much, Andrew. We are back here. You know, it's been a long day, as you said already, but we've had amazing games, and what another set of amazing games we'll have in front of us now. We have Zaka on the Oni, one of his most trademark killers in the whole world, one of the ones he's most known for, even though his pool goes very, very deep. Everybody knows that Zaka on the Oni is an absolute monster. He tried the good old Zaka tech, but I believe it's been patched going all the way around the edge map. Try to catch a rotation for that early first hit, but now in the early game, after the rotations have happened, trying to push people off gens, interrupt the coordination of Team X9, get that solo ruin, which just went immediate caster curse. Wow, starting off strong, and he is back into it. Gonna try to get this first hit now. We have Zafis in chase, gonna be able to drop this pretty easily. Team X9, of course, you all know them, you all love them. They know how to play on this cross ping, so they will not be giving any, I say cross ping, then on the high, slightly elevated ping, they will not be giving Zaka any easy tags to start the game off with right now. But as I say that, the head-on comes out immediately, delaying this first tag even longer. And Zaka really has to work for it. We have a C filler, quite a strong filler here, right next to this main building. That door is open also, which might make it difficult. Zaka will need to zone Wispy here. Do we have an, oh my god, and the God Rock. The gods of RNG are currently smiling a bit onto X9. First gen gonna go down, and we still don't have the hit, Andrew.
This is exactly what you want to see as an X9 fan, as a counter Oni fan. I'm a fan of Oni, but this is what you dread to see as an Oni player. All these good rocks, great stun there by Wispy, even with a little bit of ping, manages to get the stun there. You want to see pre-drops, you want to see no greed. You do not want to give Zaka the Oni any power here. You want to deny it. We might see a swing through, but fakes the window. Wispy's going to make it back around. Are we going to be making this foul? I believe there it is. At 1 gen down so far, we are going to see our first hit come through, and we're going to start to see some blood orbs spawn. So we will start to get that power for Zaka. Second generator pops over at Shaq. So really good start for the survivors. They do eventually give up their first hit. It was bound to happen, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some good progress on a third generator. At the same time, Zaka, full blood power. We're going to pop power now and see what we can find. Grizzly Roar, and we're going to run around and see if we can find who popped it a little bit. Okay, here it is. I was going to say that was a little scary, Volkuz. because popping power when we don't actually have face on a survivor can be a little sketchy. We knew he was around there, but Note does go down, looks left, and the Oni comes right. First down on Note. Gonna get a pain res hook.
Yeah, that is Note going to be going down. Our very first down right now. Wispy, however, has been reset in the meantime, so no real power left on the map for Zaka. He's going to pick up this blood here to try to top himself up. He does kind of have a bit of a gen split still to play for, so he's not all too stressed, but definitely not the early game he wanted to see here. Needs to find where that blood was on the reset from Wispy to have any chance of getting another power in hand, because, you know, as I love to say, the best situation to be in as the Oni is survivor on hook, power in hand. That just creates so much pressure here, and after we taking a full 3 minutes and 10 seconds for that first down to come in, that is going to be, yeah, difficult start for Zaka. That's another generator popping, and I think now Zaka realizes he has to play for this left side of the main building gen split here. Has the gens around, but it is just all the way have to going up and down the map when you don't have the mobility, when you're just a little M1 killer trying to make their way through the world. Zaka now gambling slightly by looking for a rotation from the right side edge map. Needs kind of to find somebody to get more momentum on their hand. We have somebody on the main building. No balanced landing, however, but they should be feeling pretty safe by stacking this, considering that Zaka doesn't really have the outreach here. Wants to make sure Node goes second stage to have some extra pressure going into the mid-late game, but it is certainly difficult. All the way at the main building now, Node does go second stage, so it seems that I believe Ja was not in position yet to quite get that pull, but this is just a lot of gen progress going down on the map right now.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, if you're Zaka, right now, we got this power. We need to pop off. If we don't pop off on this one, we're playing for stages is kind of what I was thinking. Unless something wild happens right now, we're gonna put eruption down on this upstairs generator. We were doubling that. We had Jaw hovering for the save on Note, who has been unhooked and healed. And then we had Wispy and Zavis doubling that main building generator. We've got eruption down on several gens, so if and when we find a chase, we can pop power like this, and we can potentially get some eruption value, maybe snowball into something more. The early drop there by Zavis to this car pallet. This pallet is not super safe, especially against Zanoni. Now, did we get any aura? No, we're just going to take the pull here, potentially get a nice positioned hook, although I don't think we're going to get a pain res unless, well, we might make it to this middle hook here. One body block, though, when we're off, and we see survivors around. No body blocks coming in. Body blocking against Zanoni can be questionable. You're just giving more blood, giving more power. So we will end up getting that pain res, but the survivors in a pretty commanding position here, Volkus. You can see here we got Note on the gen. I think we're chasing Wispy in this corner again. Wispy, the one who had that great first chase, really denying power for a really long time. And we see the unhook coming on Zavis.
Yeah, X9 is really not stressing in the position they're in right now. They're looking to try to keep this game to low stages if possible. They just want to make sure they are in good positions and they don't give Zaka anything for free. Wispy ends up eventually taking that tag on the quite poor filler there, one of the worst fillers that can spawn on this map. So Zaka will be happily taking that power and moving it all the way on the other side here, probably looking for a potential reset onto Zavis or to try to find a fresh cook here. Probably Ja who saved him. If he gets Note and makes him able to get out of the game, that would be great. But if this takes any amount of time at all, then X9 will be heading into this endgame looking very, very happy with the potential result here. 3v1 so important, but Note winning that 50 is going to be absolutely huge. Can he win another one? Right now, Note making sure damage control, but in fact, there we go. Note gonna be going down at the end there, but Zaka wants to make sure this is probably the last power he realistically is going to have access to for a while now, so he wants to make sure he can get some value out of it, predicting the head-on, but no one is there, unable to get a good read on it. Now wasted a lot of power doing that, has realistically only one chance to try to convert onto Zavis, and he's not able to get it in the end. That is quite tragic right now. Needs to put eruption on this generator. Node gets picked up. X9 so efficient on that rotation to make sure they are not giving Zaka anything to work with. The only thing going wrong for X9 right now is that we have 3 injuries and a lot of blood potentially on the map for Zaka. Can he grab it all up and capitalize? I'm not sure. Note has already been reset, and I'm assuming that whoever is making the pickup is right there to reset his game, but this generator is so high progress here. and the ability to pre-run to the main building from it with a window facing that tile is just so strong, while Oni stuck in this M1 power. Needs to just make sure this gen manually regresses here, stay on top of it, let the natural regression do its job until we can get power, which we now have, and then we can move to trying to convert onto somebody. Suspecting someone on the main generator, our suspicions are correct. Is this note here? I don't think this is who Zaka wants right now, and Zaka realizes it too. He needs to get more stages, but the head-on at the very last moment to buy even more time. And I'm honestly not sure if Zaka is going to be able to convert here. Maze style, difficult play around against the Oni. Are we going to be able to get fresh hook Wispy right now around this rock? Wispy kind of juking for his life right now. He's in the locker, he manages to force it. Can they pop for this, or at least be in a situation where even after the pain res, it doesn't matter, but it doesn't. Wispy gonna be getting hooked right on top of a gate, though. Can Zaka protect this going into the end game?
That was phenomenal. That is so crazy. Zaka suffering from PTHD, post-traumatic head-on syndrome. Scared at first that we're going to get head-on, wasted all that time in power looking for the head-on, only to then go for that flick on Zappis and get head-on as we come around the corner. Unbelievable. Zaka thinking about the head-on when it wasn't there, not thinking about the head-on when it was. Really unfortunate. Note is going to die on hook there. The question is, are they going to get this door? The door opens, but that's not going to be enough time to get out. Zappis will go down, and that will be another 2 hook stages for Zaka. Not the best result you've ever seen on an Oni game, but also not terrible. Not a terrible result as well. We did see a vault there. I believe that was just one of the other survivors making their way to the exit gate. Wispy, I believe. We're going to see the hook on Zappis. I can't imagine they take any more. Fresh hooks, Jaw heads out the gate. Wispy's going to head out the gate. That's 4 hooks out the gate with only 3 fresh, so that is going to be 8 hooks, 3 fresh. You know what? I gotta say, all told, pretty good result for both sides. 8 hooks is better than 6. 8 hooks is better than a 4K for the survivors. I think that was really well played.
Yeah, 7 hooks, if I count correctly, I believe, Andrew. We have two survivors fully dead
I
and
can't
1
count.
fresh hook. That's absolutely
count.
fine. You know what? I can't either at the best of time. Yeah, 7-3 result. Listen, we're used to seeing Zaka 4K, right? So we understand that we kind of expect a little bit more. But being able to get Zappis in that endgame took this from a pretty much unwinnable position for Ellie to now a very realistically possible idea here. They can 6-stage this. It's absolutely in no uncertain ways possible. 1 good early game chase is all it takes. So as long as rotations don't get caught out, it is absolutely all doable. And I am sure my co-analysts will agree with me now as we pass it over to them.
My goodness, what a first game for the only set from Zaka and for the 2 teams. Yes, your boy Ghosty is back here. Unfortunately, my co-analysis was not available for the first game, so I don't think that they will have much input, but you would have seen them cast in the previous game with Umbrella and Invictus. Richie will be here with me after this game, more so that he has a bit more in depth of what was going on, but we saw some really good things from that first set, like that first chase, 3 minutes, 10 seconds, and a full gen popping for no tag at the start. First hook for 3 gens completed and no power to follow up on things, and just the overall gameplay, if we needed, with ping involved in the knowledge of like we need to play super safe, really denying that power and just not giving much room for Zaka to really play with that power. I do have the amazing casters still here with me since they obviously saw the match with me as well. So Andrew and Vols, well, what do we think overall about that? Like, I honestly think that was just how an O set needs to be played, and honestly, 6-2 is definitely, I think, a playable result overall. But what do you guys think? I think, Andrew, you are a big fan of the Oni, so I'm sure you have a few comments or things to input at the moment.
Yeah, geez, it's me and Ghosty back on the analyst desk again. Let's go. It's like nothing's changed. No, as an Oni player, as an Oni main, and that was textbook on the Survivor side. I have scrimmed many an Oni match back when I pretended I played comp, and yeah, I mean the Survivors were doing exactly what you wanted to see. Pre-dropping Shaq palette at 5 gens. I'm sure some of our pub enjoyers out there are going, what is he doing? Oh my God, 5 gens, Shaq's gone. No, that's exactly what you want to do. Drop those pallets. Wispy had a great chase up on the left side of main and delayed that. Basically got 3 gens done for a first hit. Really well done. Vokuz, what about you? What do you got? Any thoughts?
I mean, listen, apart obviously that was an incredible first chase, but that is very easy to point out to here. One thing I really want to talk about for a moment that I saw, which really impressed me, not only just the fact that we were able to obviously hold great chase, really deny the early game pressure, but the mind games on the head on really had Zaka thinking. And actually, I believe in the end, ended up losing him a lot of pressure for not being really in the best situation possible. When he was looking for the head on, it was the very last second of a power that it was realistically, it was kind of one of the last effective powers that he had in his hand while the gen progress was just raking up and raking up and raking up. So the survivor not being in that locker to play for a head on, that honestly, I think many experienced killer players would have expected a head on there. Makes total sense to me why Zaka would expect it there as well, but it just wasn't there. And sometimes not doing something is very effective, just as effective as doing something. However, additionally to that, Zaka also then, X9 made it so that Zaka would not expect a head-on. He didn't find it. He was like, okay, they're not going to play for it. They have other things in mind. That's fine. They want to try to be more efficient in other parts of the game. But being able to stay in 4v1 means that they can afford to have the extra player on the head-on. And then when it mattered again, the head-on was there to buy precious seconds and a lot of distance. So I that just was incredible, sort of an interesting dynamic that I wanted to point out for a moment.
Yeah, appreciate that, Volkas. It is I, a new caster, has appeared. It's Rich here to co-cast with Ghosty. I decided after that absolute heartbreaker for Invictus, I was just feeling too emotionally drained. Had to take a break, pop back in on the caster desk in Trial 2 here. I didn't see too much of that trial, but I will say any team that can get 7 stages against Zaka's Oni, obviously extremely impressive. Zaka, one of the best Onis that we've ever seen here on the DBD League stage. And I'll definitely be here to see what, I believe it was Angels actually on Killer has to do in this next trial. Casters, you can take it away. I think we're loading in just about now.
Everyone in chat, F's in chat for Richie's mental. Richie's really going through it right now with the elimination of Invictus. Anyways, we're back at it again, Volkus. We've got Angels 4x9. Man, the Grizzly is just a fan favorite or a player favorite pick here. We got the Grizzly Oni on Cold Tower again. Corrupt Intervention, Pop, Eruption, and Pain Res as again. Let's see if we can find that first chase. We see some scratch marks over here, Volkus.
Yeah, we see quite aggressive rotations from Ellie. Oh my god, they're just running in his face currently. Angels has seen absolutely everybody. And I've got to be honest, I'm surprised to see Angels playing the Oni right now. No Wispy on the Oni. No, not even Ja, who's been picking up a few more killers on X9. It is very interesting to have Angels around for this. I'm glad his team is entrusting him, and I'm sure it is possible to get a great result here. Gonna be getting that jungle gym nice and early out of the way. Does seem that we have some pretty favorable, some more mid-map RNG. We had the jungle gym. We have the eye loop pre-dropping this long fielder as well. This creates so much distance for the survivor, and that's gonna be Zaka, the only player for before another jungle gym here on the left side of the main building, and the survivor that was working. This very smart to pre-run, make sure we have max distance to that main building. Also the lack of bamboozle, of course, on Angels that we don't really see so much at the high level. You do see it more on the mid to low level when our players might not be quite as confident as being able to shut down the main building. But now here it is not present, and they know it. So Xeno going to be giving up the eye loop as well. But what Angels is doing right now is he's kind of ping-ponging between all of these different areas of the map, just kind of not allowing so much progress to come out onto one generator. He knows the survivors need to play safe. They have a hard win con to play for, and he's doing a brilliant job trying to stop them right now from just getting this early game progress and trying to bait out maybe a bad rotation, a bad pre-run, somebody not being exactly where they need to be, and try to get that early game hit. But he can only do this for so much, because even if you're giving just a little bit of progress here and there, the progress will add up, but the resources are also draining. So this is for sure a marathon type game plan from both Angels and Elysium Survivor side right now.
Yeah, you said exactly what I was thinking. Same wavelength here, Volkus. We are bouncing back and forth and putting pressure on multiple survivors, and the result of it is each generator is getting a little bit of progress. So you can see it's starting to add up now, but we've gotten rid of a lot of really strong pallets, which again, good on the survivors for throwing those pallets. Tech with a good pre-drop on that there, coming to play this middle junk tile here. Good job on pre-throwing so we don't give away that first hit, sorry. but at the same time, this is going to be starting to make barren areas where we can potentially get hits. Now, the question is what comes first? The survivors get the gens done, or we run out of pallets? We are going to see finally our first hit here on Tech down near Shack side. We are well into past 2, almost 3 minutes now at this point, with Corrupt Intervention having worn off naturally with no downs. We do hear our first gen pop down near the main building side there. There was a nice gen split here for the survivors. Good fake there by Tech, but we're going to get Shack Pallet out of the way now. That is main building gen goes down as well. There were 3 gens up top. Well, there you go. 3 gens going 1, 2, 3. That's where all the gen progress has been. 3 gens down near main are gone. You've got 3 down near Shack, and one sort of one was sort of the middle gen that did get popped. So now we've got a 3-1 split. 1 down by main building, 3 down by Shack. Angels, I'm sure, is aware as we turn around, we drop Chase on Tech, and we're going to try and take Chase down in this 3 gen. If we can get a down and a hook, we could be in a decent position, but the survivors have a ton of progress so far, Vokus, as we pop our power.
No, absolutely. And Zeno now having to play around the 50s. Does he have the head on? Yes, he does. And he's able to buy himself some time here. Staying on the TNL for now. Tech already reset. So no matter what comes off of this off of this Angel's power, then yeah, that's going to be the down onto Zeno. But no matter what happens here, even if Zeno gets picked up and hooked, there's not going to be enough blood on the map for another power. And that was in Angel's game plan in the beginning, kind of didn't pay off ideally how he wanted. He was hoping for a bit of a mistake earlier and to get that first hit. 4 minutes and 6 seconds until the first down was taken there. A bit longer than Zaka's in the last game. It goes to show you, I said this game would absolutely not be a win, even though if Zaka, not be a win, excuse me, even though Zaka didn't 4K, this absolutely will not be easy for Angels whatsoever here. He's able to get a well-positioned hook, though, deep within the gens. They have the gen on the right side of the main building, which they can kind of just do whenever, if they are able to, in fact, deny the power and get good progress, and maybe even pop one of these generators in this gen setup here bottom by the Shack. That would be absolutely ideal. Tech, however, not stuck in the best position as he has to play 50s around this, but still has the jungle gym up and connected, has made himself enough distance to where he doesn't even really need the filler to extend the distance. And now, yeah, Angels needs to break this pallet. This filler is good in and of itself, but when it spawns with the hook, a gen, or a hook and a gen, it is just so difficult to check spot. And yeah, as we said, that is a generator that Angels realistically just can't really afford to protect too much, so he simply has to let it go for now. But he's slightly overextending here, hoping to find enough blood. Finds the injured Zeno. Does Zeno make this vault? I believe he doesn't, and that's going to be Zeno going down for the second stage. But now him being hooked all the way out here will for sure not be entirely what Angels wants. Ideally, as killer, you want to align your objectives, though. You want to align hooks with gens, and if you're able to do that, you're usually in a good position. And we can see already that Elysium can afford to aggressively play for this unhook, because simply put, even the tunnel out onto Zeno will not be ideal. But now we just need to be careful repressing this gen here. I really like this play, but we need to be careful to not die in this setup and give Angels more pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, I know what Angels was doing, though. Angels did range out towards that generator at the top side that just popped, but that was where he knew Zeno was, and we needed our blood back, so we need to go get blood. This is very unfortunate. Oh, we found him. Okay, I was gonna say this is very unfortunate. We popped power and we could not find the survivor with the repressed alliance, but we finally find Tech edge map, and you were kind of saying it. This is not exactly where you want to get hooked. This is going to give us a better opportunity to guard the generators and the hook at the same time. Yeah, Angels had run up the map to try and get the blood, and also found Zeno. Not surprisingly, finishing the generator far away, got the power, got the hook on Zeno. I think that we probably would have dropped it if we spent too much more time there. But now we're putting down eruption on these generators. We popped that one. We can see we basically got eyes on all 3 survivors. The survivors are going to be wanting to pressure these generators. At the same time, we've got people pressuring the hook, so that Angels is pulled in 3 directions, not able to get the unhook and stop the generators. Now, keep in mind, the win condition is not crazy. We need 7 hooks on 4 survivors, or 8 hooks in general, just to win it. But we are kind of running out of time here. These 3 gens are pretty tight. But every time we step away, the regression is being stopped. Every time we step away for a few seconds, regression is being stopped, and the other survivors are running in for the unhook. I think we're gonna maybe try and hold this down for the second stage on tech, but the gens are just about to pop. What do you do here? Here comes the double unhook. We should get power out of it. They're gonna pop the generator. We need to see a pop up. We got the down on Ivan. That's gonna cause eruption to go off. We're gonna take this hook as well. Are we taking the hook? What's happening? We're trying to finish the generator. They're trying to body block it. Now we can potentially go over. And we're gonna greet the generator. Then we get it. We get the fake out. We get the fake out. Oh my goodness, we get the generator. But Zaka's in trouble. Zaka is the 4th fresh hook. If Zaka goes down here, this gives us our 4th fresh hook, which means we only need 7 hooks total. We have full power. We got a lot of bleeders on the map, although that is, of course, paused right now, Volkus, while we're in power. This is crazy endgame.
Absolutely insane. And not only Zaka the 4th fresh, he's also the win condition. Zaka needs to be able to get out of this situation and is crawling desperately away from the basement. We have a relatively no, it's not even a nearby gate really that we can rely on. We have the no, don't do it, Zeno! Don't do it, Zeno! Don't do it, Zeno! Don't do it! That's gotta be it. That has to be it. That has to be. There is simply nothing. There's not enough blood on the map to pop another power. If he had it in hand, maybe they were in trouble. And Zeno on the body block, winning the first set for Elysium. Oh my god. What absolute genius. What mastery. Incredible. Oh my days.
I'm blown away. That was incredible. That was amazing. Amazing head-on play save by Zeno to win the game for X9. Analysts, I know you gotta have something to say. Go ahead, Rich, take it from us.
What an absolutely ridiculous game to kick off this match of X9 versus Elysium. Let me give you a quick play-by-play. Nothing happened for Angels in the first 4 minutes of the match. We had just a bit of pallet depletion in different parts of the map. Not really conducive to holding a 3-jet at any point. And then a head-on from Zeno before a hit even comes in, but then a quick down afterwards. Yeah, a couple quick downs, actually. Another one onto Tech in that 3-gen, and that's when this interesting sub-game started. And Ghosty, the survivors really put Angels in a vice grip. He didn't have power when Tech was on the hook, but eventually they had to pull because they could not afford for that second stage to come in.
Yeah, no, it was a little bit scary when Tech did get found on the edge map side and got hooked right in the middle of that fairly tight 3-gen that Angel was holding on to. But I'm sure Andrew he put on the show and sort of lots of like that head on at Water Tower from Zeno to literally save the game for X9. If that hook went through, I'm pretty sure Elysium would have been taking that set, but that head on literally won them the set. That was like the golden MVP play right there, since it was looking a bit dire for a moment once we had the final down and basically got towards the win con, but a head on and a dream, and the head on was what succeeded that play, and the final greed as well on that final gen, I believe, from Zaka as well to get that gen open. The gate was powered in time beautifully, and the pressure on that hook onto Tech was, I felt bad for Angel. Like, what do you do in that? You have survivors pressuring the unhook. You have 2 other survivors pressuring both of your generators. You kick them, they stop the regression. You go to pressure the hook to scare off the survivor. You go to kick the other gen, the survivor's pressuring the hook and stopping the regression on the other gen. It was just lose situation for Angel. And then when you get the down that would secure the set, bang, the locker flies open from head on. And they all managed to get out.
You know Zeno was so hype when that head-on came out. And I can't blame Angels. There were so many interesting things going on near the latter half of that trial. I mean, that gen, it's so rare that we see such a clear vice grip situation where the killer has just lose plays. Angels just had to do something, eventually takes the trade and tries to interrupt that last gen. Ghosty, can we talk about that gen pop? It was just absurd. You never see a situation where the killer doesn't get the kick there, but just they played perfectly.
Yeah, no, I was actually very concerned that Zaka was not going to actually get that gen pop, because usually if you play that sort of 50, you might as well say like the 50s on the gen for the commit, usually the killer is always going to get the prompt and win the fight, but Zaka showed that you can do it. Just stole that gen from right in front of Angel's face, and I feel that if Angel had power, that would have been a much more different situation, especially with that hook in the middle of the 3-gen. If Angel had power there, we probably would have seen a much, much different end game collapse towards the end of that with the 3-gen situation, because Tech's hook, I'm sure the team for I believe it was I'm sure the team of Elysium would have been very concerned when that hook on the 3-gen came through, but with no power on hand, they were able to play very aggressive and literally put 3 different directions worth of pressure onto Angel. So I would say a little bit lucky that Angel didn't have power for the Elysium survivors, but well played endgame and like all steps through that we just saw after the hook on the Tech. It was just unfortunately Tech wasn't able to stealth out the edge map and just had a rough hook placement, but the Elysium survivors just played that absolutely beautiful. And then yeah, the head on to put the cherry on the top, that was beautiful to see.
Yeah. I
And stole
have
the
to
match from
imagine. I have to imagine that that head on, in addition to stunning Angels in game, probably stunned the whole team in real life. I mean, they had to kind of greed for a better hook than what they had. To be fair, it's a difficult end game because you don't have power, and it's pretty free to save against Oni when there's no power in play. So I don't blame Angels for going for that play. I'm sure, multiple members of the team had a say in that, but hey, it ended the way it did, and Xeno with the head on. That's just like that's a beautiful start to what I think is going to be an explosive set on both sides. So with that set out of the way and Elysium taking the victory there, let's talk about what we've got for the rest of this match. Ghosty, you got the list. I think we got an exciting one coming up. Second ever Jason match.
Yeah, I was about to say we're running it back on the slasher. Jason himself is making a return for X9 set pick on the Wrecker's Yard. We saw this, I believe, yesterday in I can't remember who Invictus versed, and I've had a bit of a brain fart. I'll be so for real, but Invictus brought it out as one of their set picks in the previous game, so he's back again, emerging from the fog for X9's set 2 pick. So it does look like we're entering the game, but honestly, Richie, I'm pretty excited for this since second showing of Jason. So, casters, I hope you're just as excited as us. We'll leave it with you, though. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, my beautiful analysts. Yes, we do have our second ever slasher coming in hot. Here we have Wispy on the slasher. I have never seen Wispy play this killer. I don't know how much he likes him, but knowing Wispy likes is one of the best death slingers we have ever seen. And there's so many similarities to the hitboxes of a slasher spear compared to Deathslinger. You are able to get through a lot of gaps in a similar way, so I assume this killer must come somewhat natural to Wispy, who is going for a very, very classic build here, has to turn back the clock. And we saw yesterday Invictus versus Invictus on the slasher versus Elysium. So we've seen Elysium play this out a little bit. They were very, very strong, but now Wispy needs to go and prove to the world. Let's see if he can do better than Nightlight here, Andrew.
Yeah, I watched that yesterday. I feel like there was if I remember right, we had pretty low stages considering. I mean, Jason has a lot of tools in his tool belt, right? He's it's such a cliche, but sometimes a true one that a lot of killers are kind of like the longer the game stays out, more killers kind of have similarities to other ones. Oh, good double back there by Wispy, gonna get the spear onto Ivan, gonna pop into the stealth and grab just to reload. Shack pallet's gone as well. He's kind of got the Huntress range, but also, like you said, kind of more like a Death Slinger hitbox. We've got the stealth, kind of like Wraith a little bit, although blind like Spirit, and and add on 3 Moris to boot. So a lot of things going on here, but at the end of the day, still a range killer. Oh my goodness. That hit comes through. That barely looked like it went through the little crack in the rock there, but we're gonna get our first down here at 5 generators still. Ivan going down. You can see on your HUD quite a bit of gen progress on, I believe, 3 different generators though.
Yeah, 3 different generators indeed, and that means Ivan did say that he in fact could last in the chase, and last he did. This is absolutely perfectly fine for Elysium's killer side and survivor side right now, as we do have this is good progress to get for your very first chase. 1 minute and 27 seconds total for that first down to come through. So quite timely, quite good chase there from Ivan, but Wispy, I can already tell that Wispy is going to be demon on this killer. He definitely understands the mechanics of how to use the projectile. And oh my god, actually, I never considered this. Jason on a hill is just a menace. Oh my god, that I don't know, I felt the aura and I almost got shivers. I don't know, like, I just imagining having to try to rotate for this unhook filled me with dread. But yeah, Wispy definitely has a good hook position here on Ivan. Maybe even try to want to get the second stage on. But one thing that I'm not certain about right now is that Wispy has spent a lot of time here, and our survivors know that he has done that, so they're able to finish up the early game gens that they were started on. Now 3 generators remaining, and we could just send in the last minute trade right now, so long as we did it a little bit earlier due to that Jason spear pushback that the survivors have to account for. But apart from that, should be absolutely fine. They might even let this go second, but I doubt it. We see Zaka's not on a generator in the HUD, so he's probably around for the pull. Wispy leaving. Does Ivan go second? Yes, in fact he does. Okay, maybe Zaka, maybe that was just a HUD bug. But we do find Zeno on the shack, trying to use the blind, but Wispy doesn't care about that. Gets the tag onto Zeno and is now free to rotate back for the people coming out, making sure Ivan is nice and healthy. But Wispy knows they were in a corner. There's only a couple places they could leave from, and they could be. And Ivan, look at him, trying to stay stealthy. Able to evade Wispy's line of sight there, but I think Wispy might have been overall more interested in Zaka. As we said, I don't feel these players think this is a 4K set, so being able to get it down will for sure prove to be good for Wispy's overall game plan. He is going to get another pain risk here and hopefully a more advantageous hook position.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got to go back to that hook positioning. What a great position it was, because I believe the hill generator that we were standing on. Oh, bada bada boom through the window. Very interesting use of bada bada boom with the omnipresent evil. Gonna slow down a little bit there. Very interesting use of a niche perk. Sorry, the unhook comes in on Zaka. Yeah, that was some great edge map stealth there by Ivan. We were able to hook in the corner and not so stealthy anymore. We were found. We were able to stop the regression. That's why we've only seen a little bit of a miss there. That's why we've only seen 2 generators pop, not 3, is because we were able to hook near one of the 3 active generators and deny the third gen from popping. So camping definitely allowed the survivors to finish the first 2 generators, but the 3rd generator was delayed as it just goes off there now that they've had time to go across the map and do that. Looks like Ivan's got a little bit of distance here. We're trying to play this crooked long wall tile over to this hill, up on the hill, and trying to make some distance. There's not a whole lot in this corner, and we've apparently found Zaka as well. Wispy, very accurate, very precise on those first few spears. We've missed a few now in a row. The survivors are either dodging better or Wispy's just having a little bit of a miss. Wispy fakes the reload, comes back, M1 versus Zaka, and now I imagine, yeah, I was gonna say, hey, we gotta pop into omnipresent evil mode every 30 seconds. Otherwise, we're a 4.4 killer, and you don't want to see that. So we're gonna reload. We're gonna go try and find another chase.
Yeah, we didn't want to commit all the way for Zaka, it seems. And there was Ivan was there, Zeno was there, Zaka was there. All of Team Elysium was kind of congregated around the one hill. And now we find Zeno again. That's another fresh hook, another potential pain risk, and another good hook location that Wispy will be looking for after he confirms this down. Immediately, again, yeah, I know I keep coming back to it, but the experience from Wispy on these range killers is beautiful to see. And he does have quite a decent gen spread here to play for these 2 generators being right next to each other. This broken truck gen, the hill gen, and you, of course, have the shack. One of the standards of Wrecker's Guard is that you will always have a shack gen, and if they don't pop it, it would link to whatever might be in the middle. Ivan, however, screaming out because Wispy has in fact teleported near him. But Ivan, look at this movement from Ivan. We've seen it in this entire set. 5 moves ahead, gonna pull a lot of work against a projectile killer, actually. And Ivan, again, great job on this movement, being able to dodge good check spots over this tile. The ping might make it a bit more difficult, but once, ideally, to try to force SM1, maybe try to look for cover, has a dumpster filler. This is a good dumpster filler to play around. Zeno just got off the hook and reset, but Wispy wasn't able to hit. That was an important shot to hit. Needs to make this chase as fast as possible, go to this 3v1, and Elysium knows that Wispy needs it, so they send Xeno over to try to stop this from happening. Takes the spear over for Xeno, but that's it. With Jason, even if you do it, you could just hop into Omnipresent Evil and then go and pressure you all over again. Not really enough for Wispy, unable to really track Ivan. Is he going to be able to find him in the end? We need to put big pressure on these generators. We have to get at least one of these done out of the way. Otherwise, we're just going to give Wispy such a hook, strong gen layout to protect for that last generator and leave ourselves open to a potential 4K1, which is definitely not what Elysium want. Again, I don't believe they think this should be a 4K set, and a lot of pressure on this generator on the left, the deep pocket of the map. And now Wispy, though, not really finding anybody after that, and we have managed to reset Ivan. That is absolutely crucial. One extra hurdle in the road for Wispy to stop the tunnel lot onto Ivan and remain in the 4v1 as long as possible here.
Yeah, this has been a very swingy match. Wispy having some really, again, I say crisp, really precise spears early on. That first down on Ivan in the corner there was ridiculous. However, we've been going on quite a while here. Missed that one again. We've been missing a lot of shots. You can see Tech on the HUD there is about to finish another generator. I believe it's the gen we're headed over to right now. Tech got the message, gets off the generator. We're going to come over and re-kick it, but this kick is just applying Eruption. Unless we get it down on Xeno pretty quickly, Tech is going to be able to walk over and finish it off again. Looks like they were all hanging around Shaq there. I do like this, and I wonder, I think it's intentional, but I'd have to ask Xeno. I love the idea that Xeno and Ivan are working on, they popped that generator. Tech's almost on the last gen as well. I was going to say, Xeno's staying injured, so Xeno is a more juicy target for Jason rather than the Death Hook Ivan. I think that's probably intentional. Tech does pop the last generator, which is going to allow the survivors to head towards the exit gates. Now, the question is, good body block by Ivan there. I was going to say, the question is, can we wound up finding, oh no, we wound up finding Tech there near the end. We missed Tech. We're trying to get the fresh hook Tech. As things stand now, we should almost go for Ivan, but I think, but the throwback. Great job using the displacement of the spear to push Zaka back into the map. Almost like almost a Wesker style, throwing them into the match. I believe Ivan had peeled off to go towards Shaq for the hatch, but you can see has now come back. Does have a flashlight. Yeah, we got our pick of a 2-hook here, Voku, so we're going to take Xeno, and they're going to get 3 out the gates. But really good play there to displace Zaka and keep him in the map.
Oh my god, it really felt like that entire match, Wispy was just a hair's breadth away from being able to secure a really strong result. It felt like his zoning was on point, but just a couple of missed spears and some great overall positional play, I think, from the survivors of Team Elysium were able to minimize this damage control all the way to just, I believe this is 6 stages, 3 fresh. Definitely it seems to be in line with the results we've had from Slasher so far, but you tell me what you think about it, our analysts.
That was impressive, I have to say. I generally thought we were looking at the 4 out of that stage for only 3 stages, but to get that beautiful, might as well say 2-tap, to secure those extra 2 stages and push it up to that 6-stage 3 fresh wing home, which I think would be, for such a new killer to the scene, a very reasonable result to get. Especially since literally the last time we saw Slasher was the previous night with the Invictus versus Elysium matchup. So I'm wondering if that's maybe why we're seeing the Slasher coming back again. Even though it's not Elysium set pick, it is a set pick that they have recently played. So you can kind of expect the survivors to be a bit more, a bit aware of how to play the set and be pretty warmed up with it, so to speak. But also, I'm sorry, I don't think even our casters read that first hit over that rock. I swear, was there a survivor in line of sight for that? Because I could have swore that looked like it hit air, but managed to clip the first down onto our survivor. So I mean, 27 though, Chase was still very good for it, but my goodness, that first hit, it should have hit air, I think. We love DVD hitboxes, but what are your thoughts, Richie, of the second Slasher set?
Yeah, Ghost, you bring up a couple really interesting points. First of all, Elysium certainly going to be a bit more warm on this set. And I will say with the 6-stage 3 fresh win condition, or tie condition, I should say, that we got that game, that is in line, again, like Volkas said, Andrew said, what we saw yesterday between Elysium and Invictus. We saw an 8-stage versus a 6-stage game. And honestly, that does make me fear a bit for the slasher in Comp DBD. I'm very worried that this is just going to be, Huntress Part 2, where you're kind of always at those middling 6 stages. But I'm going to hold off judgment on that until we see, I believe it's Zaka coming in this next game, and I'm very excited to see it. You also mentioned though that second the first down that Wispy got looked crazy there, and I love to see the first chase, especially from Wispy, showing a bit of prowess, basically exactly the types of shots that you would go for as an extremely experienced Deathslinger player. Just getting those really low visibility shots between a rock and a tree, in the little tiny windows that you can see through on these Wrecker's Yard tiles. It's an absolute treat to see. Unfortunately, most of them didn't pan out for Wispy, but on that first down, you also saw another very interesting aspect of ranged killers in DBD, which is that their hitbox actually doesn't match up quite exactly with their characters. So you see the hitbox actually come up from their legs, while their torso is kind of a bit jutted out from where the actual hitbox is. So Wispy, full awareness of that, getting that hit that, as you said, Ghosty, looks like it should have just whiffed entirely.
Yeah, no, I was expecting that first bite literally just to hit the edge map and be a nice little skewer in the edge map wall, but no, it connected with the lovely hitbox, securing that first down very, very nicely. And just at the end there, that beautiful, as Andrew mentioned, the Wesker-esque style two-tap we saw on the hill with the hit of the spike away from the gate. I'm kind of wondering if maybe a send to the hatch may have been a better play there just to secure an out in that regard, since we didn't have a spike readily on hand. So with the other 3 survivors basically all being there, being Protector President, we could have potentially seen them just book it to the gate and maybe actually gotten out through the hatch there. So maybe just an unfortunate panic moment of like, wasn't expecting to get thrown back onto the hill and lose all that distance that they had, but it was looking really good for our survivor side to be able to guard the President out to the exit gate, but it shows that
Yeah,
that
and
knockback from the spikes can change things so drastically.
we did nearly see too a body block from Zaka in that last moment, but just unable to quite get there. It really looked like they were going to be able to protect that and get the 4 out, which would have been disastrous for them with a 4-stage tie condition. But here they've got something at least, a little bit doable, and we're going to send it here back to our casters to see if the killer from Elysium can make things happen.
Thank you very much, Ghosty and Rich. So we're looking at a 7-hook win condition, or if you manage to hook all the survivors, 6 will do it. Zaka throwing away a spear immediately, I believe, probably because we were running the stealth add-on. So every time you take a hook, you are undetectable for 13 seconds. Getting a little bit of sneakiness at the beginning of this match. We saw that add-on last match as well. By the way, I realized that the HUD does not show add-ons, so we hadn't actually spoken of it. A little bit of a juke. Good first hit here and gets the pallet. Zaphis is going to take the first hook. You can see Wispy on the HUD so far. The only person giving us information, charging up what I assume is inner strength, sorry. We grab our spear, and I think this is going to be a down. I can't see any way we get away from it. Yep. Very, very quick down here on Zaphis Volkuz to start off the match.
Indeed, only 43 seconds for that very first down onto Zaphis, and when you have a 7-stage win condition, that is exactly what you like to see. We saw Zaka be able to get exactly this win condition yesterday against Invictus, so let's see if he can make a repeat today. Early down onto Zaphis is very, very good for him. We can see on our HUD that the survivors of X9 haven't really had time to put any significant progress on the generators of the map. Started off the classic mid-map Wrecker's Yard shack generator stack, but when Zaphis calmed that he was not going to be able to last in this chase, they naturally were simply leaving away from that. And we think Ja and Wispy are stacking a generator probably on the right side of the map, as now Zaka is just looking for a potential rotate left for a bit to try to bait out somebody coming in for a hook. But I think now our survivors simply want to get a lot more progress before actually going away and trying to play for this unhook just yet. They might even consider leaving him to go second stage, but Zaka actually, no, never mind, on the left side, and he finds the stack. He's going to be able to get a kick on this generator, apply eruption, and now the survivors naturally split, so somebody should be around. We see the extra extra long. My God, it's so slow. The extra long reappearing back into reality there when we are near and unhook the anti-tunnel
Oh,
progression. But the
no!
collateral in Zaphis is 2-tap immediately out of that. And Ja vaults into him. What is going on?
So for those of you who don't know what just happened, we took the spear on Jaw. It hit Jaw, knocked Jaw back into Zaphis, putting Zaphis into deep wounds, therefore making an instant 2-tap possible. I have no idea why Jaw vaulted into the killer there. Vokus, I don't know why you would possibly do that.
I believe it was for a flashlight save. I think they wanted to make a flashlight save happen. They assumed the insta-pick might come out. I mean, it's incredibly risky and in poor timing. Definitely a misplay for Job. We can't really put it any other way. And they're throwing the game. I think they realize now, after that misplay, they're not going to be able to stop themselves from getting the 7 stages. So that might be... I'm not sure in the background, does anybody know what the fastest match in PvP League history has been? Because this is definitely a contender. I mean, yeah. Just absolutely insane. All it really did was, all really needed to happen, I guess, was to get one collateral, and that was enough to really throw X9's willingness to play this set out down in the dumps. So we're just going to be seeing a bit of cleanup here. So that is going to be a swift 2-0 for Elysium, now putting X9 on their tournament life, as we need to go into Elysium's pick, the Hillbilly, and if Elysium wins it, that will be it for X9 in this match here today. What a turn of events.
I mean, like, okay, the thing I can guarantee, that is the fastest ever Jason match in Dead by Daylight League history. Maybe the fastest match ever. Like, that might be, I don't know. I'm like, there are online records of, like, you know, fastest matches, like speedruns and stuff like that. That actually is a contender. That's crazy. Anyways, there's not a whole lot more to say. 4K4, insanely fast game. Analysts, can you analyze that 3-minute game for us? Thank you very much.
You know, Andrew, contrary to popular belief, there is actually a decent amount to say about that game. You might be thinking, if you're watching at home, what the hell is happening right now? Like, why are we getting a 4K4 on the slasher? But on the contrary, everything that happened in that game actually made perfect sense. You know, the play up to the early fumble at the hook was just totally normal. Once we had the down about 2 seconds after somebody was unhooked, the survivors know with such a difficult win condition, you know, the first game was 6 stages. They need to get better than 6 stages. They know at that point, if they just let the pickup and hook happen, then they're just going to lose. So Ja does it looks goofy, but he makes the only play that they can really make, which is going for a flashlight save. If the flashlight save comes in and they somehow pull out a tie or even a win from that position, Ja looks like an absolute genius. But unfortunately, it didn't quite work out that way. Zaka not falling for the flashlight save. And once that happens, of course, they once again can't win if the flashlight save doesn't come in. That was their only hope. So, of course, they are not interested in playing out the trial to the fullest extent if they can't win. So we see a 4K4 on the slasher. Ghosty, it's going to mess up my stat sheet a little bit, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, because give or take a 4 to 6 minute match leading to a 4K4, I definitely is going to be a bit of a spanner in the stat sheet, since this is meant to be the second time that Jason's making an appearance, and that all happened. I was a bit concerned that going to like the biggest point I think that made that trial end the way it did was the collateral 2 survivors on the ground, 2-tap unhooked moment that went through. The vision of a potential flash to save could definitely be what they were going for, and if it paid off, definitely could have put them on track to potentially be pushing for that win con or even a tight result if it came down to those things. But that moment there, I believe, was where X-Time were just like, you know what? I think that's wraps at that point, because 2 survivors on the ground, you only have 2 remaining survivors, and you're still at 4 generators remaining. There's already so much you have to grind back from that just to be able to bring things back on. And yeah, the start of the match also it's not crazy distance in time, but a much shorter starting chase as well to add on to that as well. I think X9 just felt like it just all did not go their way. So at that point, after that horrible situation went through, after the unlock came through, the collateral, the down into a 2-tap as well with the revolt into the slasher came through. I think X9 would have slightly look. It sucks, but I think we're going to move on to the next set, which I don't know about you, Richie, but I am super excited because it is the Hillbilly, which I love it. One of my all-time favorite sets. I'm so hyped for this next follow-up set, but I'll leave that to you to see if you have any more words about that slash set. So that definitely was something, but also, what's your thoughts on the Hillbilly?
Yeah, I'm super excited going into this Hillbilly set as well, though I will say X9's gotta they gotta bring it back. They're not playing up to par quite yet. We're seeing the opposite of what we saw there in the Invictus versus Umbrella match. We started that with two kind of drawn out tie games, and now we're seeing a quick 2-0 from Elysium, showing real strength going into what is their pick in the Hillbilly. And that last bit is what concerns me for X9 the most, because I know Xeno is just an absolute monster on the Hillbilly, and I don't know that I'm assuming Wispy will play for X9, and I don't know that the results really quite line up, though. I will say one point in the favor of X9 is Wispy can make some pretty absurd win conditions happen on Killer when the pressure is high. So I'm, of course, despite having been here all day and being frankly exhausted, I'm actually hoping for more DBD, because these teams are always so exciting to watch play, to be honest. And let me give you a quick breakdown, audience, as well. Just after this Hillbilly set, we've got set 4 Blight on the Suffocation Pit, super classic, and then another classic in Cenobite on Dead Dog Saloon if we get to set 5. But first, we have to see if X9 can even make it that far. Casters, we're loading in. Give us some hope.
Thank you very much, analysts, once again. And yes, in fact, as you said, you put it incredibly. Xeno is an absolute monster on the Hillbilly. So I have no doubts that he's going to be able to show us something incredible here today. Coming in with a very standard build. Painless Eruption actually allowed on Hillbilly here, and we do have the Bamboozle coming in. The big thing is here, our map is very, very huge and can be very, very awkward here. But I believe Xeno has had plenty of time to try to make up for it with practicing and the experience he could possibly have on this map. Gonna get this 4-lane pallet out of the way as we continue our chase here onto what I believe is Zaphis, and Zaphis continue making another filler happen right now. Yeah, so many big thick fillers on this map, but Xeno, oh my god, so close to getting such an early first down right now. Flips it around and is able to get him. Oh my god. Tell you what, Andrew, even though I don't play this killer, Hillbilly is one of the most exciting and mechanically awe-inducing killers I ever see. Seeing somebody who is good at Hillbilly at this level just always impresses me greatly, and Xeno is doing more of that here today for me.
You took the words out of my mouth, because I was thinking, I'm like, I used to play Billy like long before the nerf and the buff. So like I have a little bit, very quick unhook here, very interesting. But seeing Xeno being able to curve like that, like seeing Xeno showing what Billy is capable of, and it's phenomenal. I was actually interesting because Xeno is so good on that crooked long wall there, that 4-lane we were on. There was a tree in the way that you couldn't get a good loop around, and yet I don't know if Zaphis realized it. Like, you had to hug the wall very tightly. If it wasn't for that tree, I think that Xeno could have made the first, we're going to get an M1 there. Yeah, I think Xeno could have made the first curve work, but if you, the flashlight comes in just a little bit late, couldn't quite get the angle, could jaw. So we're going to get a second hook here at 5 generators onto Zaphis. Yeah, it was really interesting, and then that great back and forth on those rocks. I'm talking about stuff that happened 5 minutes ago because there's so much happening. I can't get a sentence out because I have to keep on stopping what I'm saying. We see our first generator pop. We see our second generator about to pop. We know that. I believe this is Jaw in the neighborhood. We're gonna want to get. I mean, we're approaching 4K territory here. Like, obviously, it's very early, but we get a quick title out here. The question is, how many generators are these survivors going to be able to get done? I don't know about that early first pull on that. Like, I think the quick pull on Zaphis' first hook seemed like a mistake, and I would say with how quickly we went down, it might have been. I don't know if you agree with this.
Slightly so in a way. We do know that Zaphis is in fact the holder of the dead, arguably the only anti-tunnel perk our survivors have here. So I think the thought process there was pull Zaphis, don't risk getting our early game pressure interrupted, and then we can try to help him but Zaf is not using the Dead Heart. Instead, going to be going down for this, and Angels is right there. Oh my god, this is absolute tragedy. Angels going to be going down here, and we have the FTP coming in, but all we've done now is trade Wispy for Zafis. John needs to come over from the sidelines and play for a pickup here. Zaf is going to have another chance to Deadheart here. Deadheart indeed he does, but he runs into Ja. Now Zeno knows where everybody is. The pickups are going to be slow to come down. Potential 4k3 territory here. Zeno needs to hit this chainsaw, and if he does it, it's going to be big troubles for X9. Zaf is able to juke. That is Ja going to be able to go over, get both the pickups while it matters. Long ball going to prove to be a bit too difficult to curve around, but Zaf still doesn't have much to play around. We do have bodies to throw back against this tunnel out right now, and we're going to need to start taking more downs and injuries for Zafis. We cannot have our tunnel out be this early on, but the zoning from Zeno is incredible. He might even just choose to take this down onto Angels, but is he going to be able to get around him? He is, and he snipes Zafis through the pallet like a madman. Angels being found here again, going to try to curve into him. Going to be a quick M1 down, I imagine right now. Ja going to have to work overtime, try to get a flashlight save or something of the sort, because this tunnel out would be absolutely insanely bad for X9.
How do we get around that? There were two bodies in the way. We like did an S-curve around bodies, around survivors. That was insane. Survivors of X9 able to keep Zafis alive a little while longer. But I mean, I think we're about to get another slug here. Okay, no, we kicked the generator there. Okay, so we Zeno gives them a slight second just to get a reset here a little bit. I don't know if all that was worth it. All the gen progress we could have potentially had for Zafis' life, and great little curve zigzag back and forth on Ja there. Ja's going to go down. Now we're going to have a hook in the 3v1 with everybody injured. Wild explosive game. Man, I don't know. I do not know. Zeno almost 4k3'd there, but all those survivors throwing their bodies at a one-shot down. Good stun there, very nearly an M1 kill there on, I believe that is Whiskey. Sorry, having a little bit of lag issue on my feed here. That almost turned into a 4k3, but all that time spent was time nobody was on generators, Volkuz, and now the survivors are going to have to try, again, triage time, guys. You do not want to get 4k3'd. You got to get one more generator done. When you get another generator done, then you can talk about getting 4k1. But until you get one more done, your goal is finish a generator before everybody dies, and that might be pretty soon, Volkuz.
Yeah, that might be the case indeed. This must be the most hillbilly of all hillbilly games I've ever seen. I mean, this is something that has happened to me in pubs before, as we get another down here onto Angels. That's going to be another pain rest. And Zeno is honestly in a very comfortable position to play for this 4k3 right now, or at least a 4k2. As you very well pointed out, Andrew, yes, we did throw a lot of our resources as survivors into stopping Zafis from dying. But in the end, it just could not pay off. I mean, it's easy to say that after it's done. Of course, if you let the Zafis just die for free, it's again very, very poor. But not being able to do the cleanup work in time is also very, very unfortunate here. Zeno barely threading the needle on that, but I think he might have enough. He might have enough distance there to be able to stop Ja from making it all the way around, and that is exactly what happens. Ja gonna be going down, Wispy getting that last generator out, and now inevitably maybe getting sniped here, or the rotation's gonna be found out. Zeno, just a little bit of info. He did see some scratch marks, I think, but I don't know if he caught it. I think I saw some, but I might be losing my mind. But yeah, Zeno definitely in a position to 4K2. There's really no other gen progress on the map, and I mean, apart from now, you're gonna get this kicking in there. I thought this was already regressing for some reason after the pain rest, but forgive me, I was not. Yeah, I mean, this is just so difficult. Wispy resetting himself here, using that medkit, I believe, to try to get himself nice and healthy and play for a potential trade onto Angels, but Angels is now hitting second stage guaranteed, so even if he trades, it's just so many problems. X9 are just hemorrhaging right now, and Wispy needs to pull out the band-aid and try to stick this one back together.
Yeah, so they did what I asked them to do. Okay, we finished off our heal there. Oh, are we gonna get spotted? Oh, we did get him! Oh my goodness, we caught the slightest toenail of Wispy, and now yeah, it looks like all that stealth was for nothing, and we are in our potentially last chase here. I was gonna say they had to get a generator done, and they did. So we got 4K. We're in 4K2 territory, not 4K3. Great fake there by Wispy on the vault. Great vault by Wispy again. Wispy having a generational chase after the fact. This always seems to happen. The best chase comes when everyone else is down and doesn't matter anymore. Great chase by Wispy. Again, Wispy's had some great chases today, going back to the Oni set as well. But just unfortunate that these chases are coming in. This time, Wispy's chased first against Oni. This time, Wispy wasn't chased first against Billy, and as a result, gets to deliver some juice while everybody else is laying on the ground watching.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly explosive game overall from Xeno. I mean, again, I feel like Xeno, of course, did an incredible job mechanically and found these openings, but I just feel like the coordination and altruistic play that normally you see X9 pulling off so well just has not really been there today. Ja, especially from what we saw in the Jason set as well, maybe his timings are not just so ideal. Try to play for another flashlight save today. It's always Ja on the flashlight, but in the end, it is not going to be enough. And I will throw it back over to our analyst to tell us if we also believe, everybody in there, everybody watching, do we really think that Wispy can stop the 3-0 from happening by getting a 4K3 or at least tying the 4K2?
I definitely have to feel for Wispy having to play for a 4K3 win condition or the 4K2 tie condition after a phenomenal performance by Xeno, which was generally looking like a 4K3 with that incredible altruistic playstyle from X9, trying to really deny that tunnel out and costing them, I think, in the long run, just way too much gem pressure that could have been if they maybe just let the tunnel out happen and punished it with a lot of gem progress, or went for another chase to elicit now one or two more gems to pop to maybe go for that 4K1. But Xeno showing that they are the person when it comes to Billy and can pull off the crazy stuff. Like, I have to mention when I believe Andrew absolutely lost their mind when we had literally the wall of survivors, and in my mind it's just like, I'm sure Xeno was saying, oh, wall of survivors? How about nah? And just curved around it, getting the beautiful down on the tunnel out survivor onto the ace, which was, my goodness, with that many bodies, you don't expect it down to come through. But Richie, that was one hell of a Billy set, I think. Looking for a 4K3 at one point, but still locking in that 4K2, putting X9 Clan at a 4K3 win con on literally match point. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's an uphill battle for X9, and I got a feel for him. You know, my fellow NA warlords definitely backs against the wall here. But I said it before, and I'll say it again. If there's anybody who can make a really difficult win condition happen under an immense amount of pressure, I do genuinely think Wispy is like at the top of that list. I've seen the guy meet a 4K3 win condition on Wesker at least once. So it's like, anything can happen, especially on these cross ping Billy sets. I mean, we saw the last down that happened onto Zaphis, of course, as you said, curving around that wall of survivors was an expert play by Xeno. But the cross ping may have been the thing to thank for the actual down instead of getting stunned by that pallet there. You never know. But yeah, I mean, obviously, super difficult game, start to finish for X9. I will say I was definitely on board with the flashlight play in the Jason match, not so much on board for greeting for it here. And that's not the only thing that we saw in terms of trying to go for an altruistic play, as one of the downs that we got, that Xeno got, was onto Angels after a failed body block. Angels injured, comes back in to try to get a flashlights or what's it called, a firecracker save. So Ja and Angels both playing just super risky, as you mentioned. I think if we just let Zaphis do his thing and get a little bit more gen progress, we see a more likely 4K1, or if they're fortunate, even 4K0 in that situation. But let's not talk about what would have happened. Let's talk about what did happen. And in terms of what did happen, I will say there are a couple things at least in X9's favor. So Wispy, of course, a killer player that can make this happen for sure. You look at a more consistent player who's less high risk, high reward in situations like these. Maybe you just completely count them out from the get go. Two, they don't actually need to win this. As we mentioned earlier in the day, we're in a 1-to-3 format here, not technically best of 5. So one team does have to get 3 wins, So if X9 ties this Billy set with a 4K2, they will be able to continue playing. Of course, it'll still be, backs against the wall for them for the rest of this match, but at least they don't have to 4K3 here on the Billy, which is a much, much more difficult ask than 4K2. And then thirdly, Ghosty, and you might not know this, in the round robin portion of the tournament, X9 did actually 3-0 Elysium in that portion. So if X9 comes out of this match, not eliminated or not sent to the lower bracket, I should say, then they do have a decent shot of making this comeback.
Oh yeah, you can never really like say it's over or like know exactly what's going to go on with this lovely game that everyone here loves of Dead by Daylight. Anything can possibly happen with this game. It's one of the things I love about this game. You can never really truly predict what's going to happen or what an outcome's going to be because anything is possible if you put your mind to it. And in teams like what we have here's hands, miracles can happen. Wispy, as you've mentioned, Richie, when under pressure and back is against the wall, can pull off some amazing stuff and is a killer player to watch out for if you're the survivor side facing them. So, yes, the pressure is going to be on, obviously, since the relieving part, as you mentioned, like if we tie, that does mean we move forward to the following set, which will be the Blight on Suffocation Pit 1. But if we do take the win as well, it at least puts that relieving pressure of like, okay, we've got a set win, we just need those 2 more to then take the match. So, like, that's a good start. But it is a bit better than, oh, we have to win this to continue on. At least if Wispy can tie it, that will be still enough to keep X9 in the thick of it. But X9 are not out, obviously. They can still pull this back. We could see the reverse 3-0 sweep, and it's not over for them yet. But I'm sure Wispy's still got that feeling of pressure still, since it's still a 4K2 on a killer that, especially for my side on the OC side, has been slowly seeing time take its toll on him. And we're actually on OCE side, we're seeing outs against Billy now a lot more consistently. So a 4K2 definitely is doable, and Wispy could definitely pull this off, but we're just going to have to see what the Fog has in store for them and X9 Clan. So, casters, I'm going to pass it back to you. Enjoy the match. Take it away.
Thank you very much, you two. I am, everything you said was absolutely accurate. This is doable. A tie would be probably what I'd be looking for here if I'm Wispy. The struggle with this is, we talked about it at the top of the last match, is a pretty big map. The survivors know all they have to do is complete 4 generators. If that means that they let somebody die on hook so they can get another generator done, they know that that is good enough. That's the benefit of going second when your teammates did quite well is knowing what your win condition is and knowing you don't have to get your best possible. All you have to do is good enough. We're going to see Zaka, a couple of double vault there using the finesse to get around. Wispy trying to get a first curve on here. We do see a very ambitious pre-drop there. I think we'll probably break the pallet here, maybe, possibly. Good curve there on Zaka. Zaka with a little bit of a panic vault back and forth. That's what we need to see, Volkuz. Wispy needed this right now, and quick down is gonna get us on the right track.
Yeah, it's very much. I really like that you touched on this earlier, Andrew, as well. Is that the fact that they can simply let Zaka go away, and even though we have our first down coming in at just 38 seconds, now Wispy knows, and he knows it immediately. He needs to be aggressive here. He cannot be passive. He cannot camp. He cannot just let them get gen progress for free. He needs to 4K3 or at least 4K2 tie, and that is all that matters to him right now. The fast pull coming out onto Zaka again. They do not care if Zaka gets tunneled out. They can afford to go 3v1. All they need is to pop 4 generators, and we're already over a quarter of the way on 2 of them. If we manage to get both of them popped out for this chase, that would be incredible. Zaka has this main built-in to play around with right now. That does include the gold pallet at the top. Did it spawn near or far? That is the big question. It spawned near, but Zaka has the balance landing in the back pocket. Gonna make it to the snow power now. Arguably the strongest pallet on this entire map. Zaka able to drop it. No finesse in play for him anymore, and Wispy messes up slightly mechanically. I don't think he could have gotten that, but it would have been ideal for him. Zaka lasting in this chase right now is exactly what Ellie needs as they keep putting pressure on these generators, and Wispy knows it. His back is against the wall. He has to fight against the cloak, puts down the saw, and is going to just commit this M1 more likely than not. crazy movement from Wispy here, flicking back and forth, and he's just not committing one side or the other. He wants to zone him away from the pallet, but it seems that Zaka very expertly has found a part where he can do it. Wispy desperation swing through the pallet, but it's not going to be good enough. That's going to be 2 generators already popping. Zeno has another one ready to go. Wispy needs it down. He needs it yesterday. It almost feels like it's over after that stun, especially that is heartbreaking. They're gonna pop the generator. Zeno and Ivan stacking to make sure it pops, and now it's all up to just stacking one more generator. Hero chase from Zaka here. They're just unable to really do anything. Wispy has to commit. Finally, the down is coming through, but I fear it's all just a bit too little too late right now, Andrew. Well, never mind. Andrew has might have stepped away from.
I'm so sorry. No, I apologize. That was my bad. I don't know why I hit my button. My bad. Yeah, it was just a little too late. I saw the thought process. Great chainsaw there by Wispy. I saw the thought process there by Wispy. We're going for more. We're going for the slug out. We're gonna try for it. Wispy was scared. If you missed the chainsaw, holding off that when we were back and forth trying to prevent movement to the pallet. If you missed the chainsaw, maybe the chase goes on too long. We make the pallet, and I'm screwed. I'm just going to go for a bloodlust play. We go for that bloodlust play, but then we wind up not even getting that. We were bloodlust 2, not 3, and Zaka was able to get to the pallet, and that was just too much. We're gonna get another down here on. That was Zeno.
That's Ivan, I believe.
Ivan, sorry, the feed is a little bit pixelated for me right now. Regardless, though, yeah, Wispy's in desperation mode right now. We are going for the 4-man slug at 2 gens because that's the only option we've got.
Yeah, and Wispy over here, I mean, Ellie kind of making a strange. Oh. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I understand you only need to pop this generator to win the entire match. I completely get it. But Zaka is healthy now, I guess, so he can go for the pickup. I guess that's what we were going for. But, oh my god, my heart jumped out of my chest for a second. I thought our glorious King Wispy could do it and bring it back. Find Zaka again, tunnel out Zaka right now. But honestly, Zeno and Ivan at this point can probably just stack a gen. What are we doing? Let it break the pallet. Zaka hard call out, tries to go for the finesse live. Does he even have light? For the finesse at least right in front of Wispy's face, but this is problems. This is problems for Elysium right now. Everyone is injured, and he'll believe even if you don't hit the chainsaw, all you really have to do is be there in order to just get the M1. Zeno being found at the shack right now. There's another survivor here, as evident from the scratch marks. Wait, it's not over. Wispy can maybe make it happen. Has the bamboozle. Zeno goes into the basement and is going to force the locker to try to prevent any pain res. Hopefully Doc has been sitting on the gen this entire time, and we have an opportunity to try to pop this generator while this whole while Wispy is spending time even just getting out of the basement. That is going to be nasty. Ivan is on the generator. It's only 50%. What is Doc doing? Doc is stealthing for the unhook. This could be 4K2, Andrew.
It's still alive. It is. That was so crazy. I can't believe how that went. I was struggling to explain how it was game over for Wispy back during that second Zaka chase, but now it's looking pretty incredible. We're over in this corner, which is where we are gonna find, I believe, Ivan. Yeah, we're gonna find Ivan over here. Doc does get the unhook on Zeno. I mean, we're still not over here. The survivors have a good split. They don't have to worry about 3 gens. They just got to get one of these gens done. But can we make this curve? Curve comes around just about that. That rock sticks out a little bit longer on the bottom than the top, so it looks like your hitbox can go by it, but in fact your feet kind of bump into it, which is a little unfortunate there. We're gonna leave chase. We're gonna go back towards Shack. Sounds like the survivors. Yeah, it sounds like the survivors just got on and started doubling that generator down by Shack. We are going to go chase Doc potentially for some more regression. We're kind of past that point of trying to go for the 3-man slug, at least for now. But we'll have to see. Doc blinded himself. Blinds himself, and he goes down. I mean, I think he was dead anyway, but blinds himself. Wow. I mean, Vokus, this is crazy. Do we have enough? How's Ivan doing on that other generator? 75%.
That is okay, but then now that pain race, as we said, that pain race is going to come in now, putting us down to a good maybe 55-60% on that generator. Wispy is absolutely in a winnable spot right now, or a tieable spot, excuse me. I have to be honest with you, everybody at home. I was almost mentally checked out. I thought there was no way that Wispy is going to be able to make something happen here. But again, I guess sometimes, even in the most desperate of times, Wispy can pull something out. Finds Ivan here. And now, yeah, only has this bit of a strange 4-lane orientation that spawns on this map. Excuse me, that's a maze style, but it's a bit open. However, Ivan needs to play 50s around this, going to get picked up. That's going to be another eruption. My question is, what has Xeno been doing this entire time? We've seen Doc, we've seen Ivan. That's going to be, we do have another pain risk somewhere still available on us. I think still on Xeno because he forced the basement. Xeno is crouching in the main building for a reason I cannot understand. He's trying to play for pull with the balanced landing, I assume, while Doc is getting progress on the other side of the map. They do still have 2 generators of decent progress right now. However, Ivan's gen is regressing. So I think Ellie, they seem to be very intent. They're just under too much pressure to reset right now. They don't have, Wispy is not giving them the space to be able to reset. And when you only need to just pop one more generator, do anything to pop one more generator, it seems like some desperation might be coming in. And look at that, Wispy immediately has eyes onto Xeno, and that's all he cares about. He should just break this pallet and then zone. That's going to be a pain res onto Xeno, the last pain res stack. So Xeno, I mean, there is really, I want to say he needs to make something happen, but there is really nothing to work with here. Just on the edge map, going to be getting the down, and we need to play around, thinking about a potential dead hard in play. But yeah, I mean, another pain res and another another opportunity for Wispy to actually tie this game.
So I wanted to point out something. I was a little bit disappointed at the time. Wispy went to this generator in the corner that Ivan was working on, and I saw Ivan run off to the side, and we stopped and kicked it. But you know what? It wound up being the smart play, very close there. Wound up being the smart play. We got eruption down on it, and it was regressing that entire time. Doc is working on the generator across the map, so we don't have too much longer to wait here. But I do like the fact that we kicked that generator, because that gen is now no longer in too much danger. And yes, that's what I thought we would see happen. Look how close that is with the, oh my goodness, the dead for nothing. I don't even think there was any danger of that going down. That generator is at 95, 96%. We're going to get the down here. Xeno's still on the ground. The other generator has no progress. We do see them pick up. I'm a little nervous about running away from this generator that's sitting literally at 95%. If we leave here, obviously we don't want, we're trying to get the slug going on here. But if we do, you know, the play has been down somebody, hook them. One person goes for the save, one person goes for the gen on the other side of the map. If anybody at this point makes its way to the Shack gen will pop. This is so close. Ivan hiding in the corner near the generator this time. Wispy sees that the generator has only about 50%, not even progress, and comes back to try and find Xeno this time. Xeno, the designated unhooker, resetter. Again, I would be nervous that Xeno would be hopping on the generator, balance landing off of the top of main. We're gonna get the pickup there. A little bit of a weird stutter step there, and yeah, you can't go. You cannot go. This generator's not regressing. This generator is still at 95%.
But again,
this is crazy.
Xeno is still a pain res now. Ivan's gen is ticking up. Does Wispy have the mental timer ready and locked in to be able to great dodge from Xeno? That might win the game. That might be winning the game. Xeno goes down. Ivan, does he pop it? Can he do it? He does it! Elysium wins 3-0. Back-to-back 3-0s for Elysium. First it was Invictus, and now it is X9. Elysium coming back after everything, after roster changes, after people not believing in them. They are knocking out giants left, right, and center. They are not dropping sets. The Elysium we know does not drop sets in this house. It was looking rickety. It was a bit of a fever dream of a match, but now Elysium has in fact solidified their position in the next game here at DBD League. What insanity we have witnessed so far, Andrew.
Heartbreaking loss for Wispy on this match. Good effort. It looked like it was out of reach when during Zaka's second chase. Then we wound up coming back, and it looked like we were going to tie it up and push on to the blight set. Great chainsaw there by Wispy. Still a competitor, still fighting on, even though the match is technically lost. Wispy doing the very best for X9. A little bit of a sloppy couple of Survivor games, both with Billy, and then of course with Jason, with with Zaka maybe scoring the world record, that is going to see X9 is going to be facing elimination against Team Umbrella next week, and the winner will then play against Elysium. Elysium going on to the actual finals at this point. Well fought by X9, the #1 seed from the season, but not enough. Elysium is on fire and showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, and I mean, as much as I love to see Elysium move forward, X9 they did an incredible job trying to win this out. I think they fought until the very last moment here in this set. Wispy tried his absolute best. There was hope. It was possible, but at the end of the day, it was too much to ask of even one of the best killer players in the world. Yeah, NA, unfortunately, going to be going home. Slightly sad, but definitely not disappointed. They got an absolute banger of a hillbilly set, at least, to send them off first. But yeah, completely insane from Wispy, but that just about wraps it up here today. It's weird. We averaged out to a normal stream. We had our Invictus game be a bit longer, and now we had our Ellie game be exceedingly short. So we have actually made a normal broadcast length, give or take. But yes, that is all going to be all from us here today. We'll pass you around, of course, but this is me, Volkus. I will be signing out here today, and I will tell you the same thing I always tell you. Keep supporting your local comp team. Keep supporting comp DBD. Support us here at DBD League. Watch your favorite players. Enjoy the content. Make sure you follow all the social media. Share it around. Everything you saw here today, the world needs to know about it. And I will pass you over here to Andrew now.
I'm just going to make it quick. Thanks everybody for watching today. We're going to end off by letting our analysts sort of do a wrap up of it. Thank you everybody for watching. It's been a pleasure, both analysts and casting for you today. Ghosty and Rich, why don't you close it out for us?
Ghosty, I don't know what to say about today. I mean, that last game especially, like how is X9 going to give us so much hope only to lose at the last second? That's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, no, I can only feel for X9. Wispy was on the cusp of achieving what they needed to push that forward and keep X9 in the match and push it towards that blight set and hold on to the hopes of being able to potentially do the returning 3-0 sweep or bringing things back into their favor. But Elysium were able to take it away from them and push them out of the playoffs. But talk about a nail-biting final set following up the Invictus and Umbrella game we saw beforehand. Definitely what you want to see, but a big congratulations to Elysium for taking the match 3-0. And honestly, this well played to both sides, but Wispy, you were the hero we were all cheering for. I'm pretty sure the entirety of chat would have been losing their minds to you. I know myself and you, Richard, were probably gone, oh my god, this is so close. The casters, amazing job, and you can hear from their energy, they were absolutely loving it. I'm sure the entire staff team was also on the edge of their seat. That was one hell of a final Billy game, but unfortunately, the GOAT just wasn't able to pull through and achieve that win con or the tie con on that stage, and it slipped from underneath him. But it was a spectacular watch, but it was great to see. But I think that will be me done for the night. But I'll leave it for you, Richie, to finish things off with your points. But it was a good night.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you casting with me today, Ghosty. It's been an absolute blast, and of course, doing some analysis. And speaking of which, I was so excited for Wispy to actually pull out that tie. I was clutching my pearls and just I was going to be so happy to get the send back from the casters and say we got more DBD to play, everybody. But no, I think the key point in that game, if I were to mention one thing, is just that second down onto Zeno. Of course, taking the basement hook onto Zeno in the first place was a bit, it was questionable. You waste a lot of time doing that, but at the same time, you kind of do need pressure on the board. That second down onto Zeno, I'm very surprised. Either the team forgot that Zeno had a pain res left, or they just didn't have a pain res in that corner of the map. I think it had to be one of those two things, and I think that was a key decision point if I were to point out anything in that game. But of course, Wispy played phenomenally to even have a chance at a 4K2 there. Unfortunately, yes, we did see the 3-0 revenge for Elysium from the 3-0 that X9 got over them in the round robin portion of our tournament. But now that's the winners final done. Elysium moving on to grand finals and X9 being put in the lower bracket to actually face off against Umbrella. So that makes Elysium, X9, Umbrella guaranteed to be the top 3 of our season 11. And I'm very excited to see if Elysium can pull out the 2-time, or if we see a bit of an upset from X9 or Umbrella. That said, thank you to everybody, including production in the background. There's a ton of people here that you never hear on broadcast making DBD League happen. And I want to thank each and every one of them for, keeping Comp DBD alive. Just phenomenal stuff over here at DBD League. And we'll see you next weekend for the conclusion of our Season 11 Iridescent Division. Y'all, have a great Sunday.